Welcome. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here on site at the Maison Française d'Oxford or following us on YouTube. Welcome to our conference, Women, Memory and Transmission, Postcolonial Perspectives from the Arts and Literature. This conference is part of the Humanities
Hello, everyone. Thank you for
cultural program.
At the Maison Française d'Oxford or following.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here on site. So this conference is part of the Humanities Cultural Program of Torch, one of the founding stones of the future Stefan Schwarzman Center for the Humanities. I am Justine Feyereisen, FWO Senior Postdoc Fellow in Contemporary French Literature, French Caribbean, African, and Postcolonial Literatures at Ghent University. I'm also a visiting researcher at the MFO and president of the Association des Lecteurs de J.M.G. Clézio. It is my pleasure to open this conference alongside Elisa Moris, a fabulous French artist who works with lens-based media and produces research-driven work. Her first solo show is exhibited just next door at the MFO. It is curated by Pelumi, Odubanjo. You will also meet her later. And a text of mine accompanies Elisa's photographs. The exhibition proposes an immersive design and imagines a visual storyboard of the lives of the women, revolutionaries and activists who built Mauritius to this present day. For those who are on site, Elisa will give you a tour during tea times. For those online, please note this exhibition is running until mid-November. Don't miss your chance to see it. Thank you, Elisa. You have no idea how happy I am and grateful I am to live this great experience by your side. I would like first to welcome Pascal Marty, director of the Maison Française d'Oxford, and Danielle Battigelli, festival director of Photography Oxford, to say a few words.
Shall I start? Welcome, everyone. It's a great pleasure for the Maison Française to host this conference today and to host the exhibition. We are very happy about the partnership we have with the Oxford Photo Festival. And also it's very nice to have this event co-organized with Torch. So it's my special pleasure to open this conference because literature, the arts are one of the pillars of the research at the Maison Française. And it's very nice for us to be able to join a photo exhibition, the coming of an artist, and a conference on which is more research oriented. The commitment of the Maison Française in the area of arts and photography in particular is not new. We already hosted a researcher a couple of years ago, Pollard, on research of photography. We had several PhD students here at the Maison dealing with the history of photography and more generally research on photography as an art. So for all those reasons, and also because Justine Feyereisen was and is still an associate visiting researcher at the Maison, it's very, very timely, and it's really a great pleasure for the Maison to host this conference. So I wish everyone fruitful conference today. And thank you, Justine. Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, Danielle. And thank you to all the organizers and also to the technical team of the Maison Française, indeed.
Yeah. Hello. Yes, so I'm Danielle Battigelli, the director of the Photo Oxford Festival, which began on Friday and runs through to the 15th of November. Our theme is women and photography. So with that theme, we wanted to explore women as photographers, but also as researchers, as curators, as collectors, as subjects of photography. So we wanted a very wide-ranging exploration of that theme. And the festival celebrates photography, both locally, nationally, and internationally, to bring photography to the city, where there is already a very rich resource of photography within Oxford, at the Bodleian libraries, within the university museums, and within the local photography population. There's a lot of interest, and a growing interest and growing archives here in Oxford. So it's a very pertinent place for us to be. And we're very happy to be collaborating once again with Maison Française, who hosted an exhibition for our festival last year. And also Elisa was involved in our festival last year. And one of your former PhD students, Taus Damani, was the person who introduced me to Justine, and it was wonderful to be able to bring Justine and Elisa together, and they immediately clicked and had a very good conversation going, and today is the result of that. So that's what the festival is about, bringing people together, highlighting photography, making collaborations, and we're very glad that this today's conference comes out of that. So I'm looking forward very much to today's explorations. Thank you for hosting. And also thank you to Torch very much for the support. That's very valuable, our connections with the university as well.
Thank you, Danielle, and thank you, Pascal, for offering us this space and this wonderful opportunity today. And thank you, Justine. It's a huge honor as well for me to have created this conference with you and being here alongside you today. So while I was presenting my exhibition project to Danielle Battigelli, Photo Oxford Festival Director, she put me in touch with Justine, fellow researcher here, and Danielle then gave us a real carte blanche to convene a conference here at the Maison Française, a long-standing partner of the festival. Justine's research focuses on French-speaking literature and how writers from the Caribbean, hexagonal France, and sub-Saharan Africa try to renew the political imagination of borders in the context of the refugee crisis in the Mediterranean Sea. My research highlights the French colonial past and its weight in our current society. So we share a particular interest also in women history, women empowerment, and women artists and writers. And by the term women, we gather all women cis entrants. I and Justine got along well together. We shared our own interrogations around history, which history is valued and why, around memory, whose memory gets to be preserved, around transmission, how one gets to know the past if it has been erased. So this led to our interest in the work of many women and non-binary artists who, by creating, are actively searching to retell our world and its history. And by doing so, they expand our vision and allow us to imagine a new future. Today's conference, Women, Memory Transmission, Postcolonial Perspectives from the Arts and Literature, is a day to explore, dig, learn, ask, wonder, admire, be moved by what it means for women to transmit memories in postcolonial contexts. What strategies do women develop to tackle postcolonial issues? What are the issues to address and the struggles to lead to be heard and valued as tellers of history? What ethical and political issues does the reception of their works raise?
Yeah, so our collaboration with Elisa is based on finding the right balance between art, research-driven art, and research on art in a very, very broad sense. So our aim is to question from a holistic perspective the role of women that engage with, make, pass on, or think about individual or collective memory in postcolonial context through cultural production. As we are and always have been deeply in our projects committed to give voice to silenced memories that have been missed or underrepresented in official narratives. So the complexities of memory are at the very core of this conference. Les passeuses de mémoire, women as characters, photographers, curators, archivists, women who employ the transmission of personal or family stories, slave diasporic narratives, fictions, intergenerational trauma, community-based research and knowledge, queer and trans histories as a decolonial praxis. Our guests today are artists, multi-interdisciplinary artists, and or researchers. They work with literature, digital, analog, or alternative photographic processes, image, text, video, audio, archival artifacts, exhibition, histories, performance, installations, textiles, painting, and more. Works that simply cannot be restricted by singularity. Their papers will examine how women in art and literature tell the contemporary legacies and impacts of slave trade, migration, and exile upon the diaspora, how they work through their loss and trauma from a healing and cosmological perspective, how they map a constellation of transnational lives and interrogate the possibilities of national belonging, but also how they explore the acts of curation, organization, and preservation of archival images and narratives, how these women's works are actually poetic and political, acting at the very heart of the societies against the disentanglement, la déliaison, and undermining representations. So this conference aims indeed to understand the strategies for women in resisting the erasure of past violence from current memory and engender new visions for future generations. Therefore, the invited papers will engage with the fields of critical theory, visual, gender, memory, postcolonial, and global South studies, among others. Studies that will draw attention to race, class, and religion. Together, they contribute to show how the humanities can lead to a better awareness of the key social and political role of women in memory narratives as acts of self and collective empowerment. As you can see, our program today will be very rich and intense. Please bear with us until the end of the day. In addition to our extraordinary panels, we will have the honor of welcoming Deborah Willis, our keynote speaker, as well as Ingrid Pollard, interviewed by Elisa Moris, Heather Achepong in conversation with Pelumi Odubanjo, presentation by Jasmine, Togo, Brisby, Antonia, Wimbush, Amanda Tavares, Mohini, Chandra, Kamala Mackrell, Denise, Ibrahim, Emma Parker, Jenny Ramon, Alan Rice, and Erika Tan.
We have the chance today to gather artists and scholars living in the UK, Turkey, Canada, Aotearoa, New Zealand, and the United States. Some are here with us, and others will join by Zoom. You'll be invited to ask them your questions at the end of the panels. Whether you're on site or joining online, either Justine or me will be available to bring your questions up to the panelists. Please note that the event is being live streamed, but the audience will not be filmed. However, your voices may be audible to the online audience if you choose to ask a question during the conference Q&A.
We would like to thank the institutions that have given us their trust and support by funding our projects. And within these institutions, we would like to thank the people, colleagues, and friends who have made this conference possible. Thanks for their time and their enthusiasm. Thanks for making this event happening despite the difficult circumstances we are all going through. So Torch, the Oxford Research Centre in the Humanities, Holly Knight and her team, the Maison Française d'Oxford, Pascal, Marty, Anne-Sophie Gabias, and Janet. Photo Oxford Festival, Danielle Battigelli and the Board of Trustees. Fluxus, Wolfson College of the University of Oxford, the Association des Lecteurs de J M.G. Clézio. Last but not least, Pelumi Odubanjo and Coraline Jorte, who agreed to share each a panel. So let's start. Thank you both. Antonia?
Go through my presentation because that's the I can do. I'm sorry, because do you have my PowerPoint?
Oh, yes, we have the department. Yes. You are sitting, is it fine?
Yeah, yes, I can. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, thank you.
So the first panel today is called Renegotiating Identities, and I'm very happy to introduce Jasmine Togo Brisby. Jasmine is online on Zoom with us today. So Jasmine Togo Brisby is a multidisciplinary artist originally from Queensland, Australia, now based in Wellington, Aotearoa, New Zealand. She has studied fine art at Queen's College of Art and holds a MFA from Massey University of New Zealand. Through her research-driven practice, she examines the historical practice of blackbirding, a romanticized colloquialism for the Pacific slave trade, and its contemporary legacy and impact upon those who trace their roots through the slave diaspora. As a fourth-generation Australian South Sea Islander, her works address the complexities of contemporary South Sea culture and identity. Her practice encompasses painting, lens-based media, sculpture, and installation, and regularly incorporates three generations, her mother, daughter, and herself, making visible the often invisible but enduring effects of intergenerational trauma. Jasmine, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Justine, and thank you both you and Elisa for inviting me to be part of this very special conference. Now, sorry, there is a massive echo of your voice. Oh no. Okay. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Can you see my slides?
Your YouTube channel on. Could you please turn it off?
I don't have it on. I don't know why I'm getting that. Can you see my slides?
Just a minute, we are working with the sound. Very sorry, you are the first one to open the conference.
It's fine.
Could you please share your slides?
I thought I was. I don't have it on. I don't know that. Desktop share.
Could you please share my slides? Not yet. Just a minute, we are working with the sound. Very sorry, you are the first one to open the It's fine. Could you please to share your screen, Jasmine?
Trying.
Not yet.
It's not letting me share my screen for some weird reason. I'm just going to close out of the Zoom and then I'm going to come back in, okay?
Nice, thank you. Just one moment, please. Thank you all. I think the technique is fine now. We come back to Jasmine online. She's joining us.
Okay. Oh my God.
Please bear with us. Jasmine is on. She just needs to turn the camera on. We can hear you, Jasmine.
Yeah, you can hear me laughing to myself. I'm really sorry.
Hello, Jasmine.
It's not letting me share my screen. I want to cry. Oh wait, it's doing it now. It's doing it.
Nice to meet you, Jasmine.
Hi, yeah, lovely.
Welcome. Welcome to Oxford.
Thanks. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
Perfect. You got it.
Yay. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me. I'm so sorry. Also, I must let you know it's my bedtime over here in New Zealand. So not that had anything to do with it. So my name is Jasmine Togo Brisby. I'm a multidisciplinary artist from Australia, and I've been living and practicing out of Wellington, New Zealand for the last 6 years. Between 1847 and 1904, a documented 62,000 and many more undocumented Pacific Islanders were blackbirded from their island homes and shipped to Australia for the establishment of the sugarcane and cotton plantations. Blackbirding is a romanticised colloquialism for the Pacific slave trade, a term used to encompass the abduction and or coercion of our people into indentured labour in Australia. Few ever returned. Some did not survive the journey, while others did not survive the harsh conditions of their work. The White Australia policy was introduced in 1901, which led to the mass deportation of Pacific Islanders, although many of whom did not make it to their rightful ancestral lands. Some were taken to close offshore land, and undocumented others were faced with genocide at sea. After deportation, approximately 2,000 islanders remained in Australia. Australian South Sea Islanders are the Australian-born descendants of those islanders who remained. I am a fourth-generation Australian South Sea Islander, with my ancestral islands are Umbai and Santo of Vanuatu. We are the ones they couldn't get rid of. We are the byproducts, the molasses. It was not until 1994 that the Commonwealth Government formally recognised Australian South Sea Islanders as a distinct cultural group. My interest in photography started from my first memories of looking at the South Sea archives. As kids, we grew up looking at these images as our culture, as where we came from. I had never seen an image of our people from before that time, from before the plantations, before the ships. And if I did, I didn't recognise that as us. Archival concerns drove much of my arts practice and our collective South Sea Islander experience. Locating material evidence of our people's existence is an ongoing struggle. For South Sea Islanders, the archives play a pivotal role in our cultural connection. They inform our post-memory and our cultural identity. In 2017, I created a suite of photographs that mined these collections with the intentions to reclaim. I project our archive as an installation. Our ancestors transform in the space, becoming life-size, encompassing the space and occupying a bodily presence so dense that they appear to move. I insert my mother, daughter, and myself within the installations, and the image is captured. A further process of printing, then rephotographing the photograph is implemented to produce the final work as a historical glass plate ambrotype. This recontextualization and inserting of us as the descendants with our ancestors move both backwards and forward in time. I see it as a way of shielding them from the sometimes spectacle use of the images. Through this process of removing and adding, I'm reappropriating the archive. I lift it from the historical and communicate the contemporary. In doing so, I'm also questioning the notions of institutional ownership and repatriation. The institutions almost always custodians of our images, photographs of unknown subjects taken by unknown photographers, therefore deemed property of the state. For me, the archive remains a place of both loss and longing. These images were not created for us. our people were the subjects, not ever intended to be the viewer. Yet this persistent searching of collections has become part of our contemporary South Sea cultural practice. I use the collodion wet plate photographic process to engage within a historical conversation, yet the work sits somewhere between the past, present, and future. I consider them to be a counter-archive. My practice battles with the discipline of history, but more specifically, I resist against disavowal, a form of systematic forgetting. I see the lens as a way for me to visually disrupt our history, to occupy space and create from the voids in our story, to represent from the imagined. Using myself, my mother, and my daughter, 3 generations of Australian South Sea Islander women, representing this tri-generational relationship helps to recognise the basic existence of South Sea Islander identity, passed on from one woman to the next. It's a simple fact, but these intergenerational truths are worth stating when South Sea Islander identity is so often siloed to a single traumatic moment in history. Colonial photography was used as a tool of slavery and oppression. I subvert the use of the lens by giving our bodies agency within the image and employing an oppositional gaze. It is a photographic intervention, an unapologetic repetition of South Sea bodies, asserting a sense of place, encouraging healing and empowerment through visibility. Photography is inherently entangled with witnessing. The South Sea archival images were captured as documentation, staged evidence, specimen, performed ethnography, and labour document mugshots. Through my practice, I'm looking back to these representations and to the notions of performance and power. The glass plate photograph functions as pseudo-archival image, acting to insert the contemporary moment into our readings of history. History is remade not as a simple narrative of bodies transported and unaffected, but as a collision of cultures, some aspects adopted, others lost, that would ripple down the generations, a living culture that descends from the slave trade. Adorned with miniature ships on our heads, layered and symbolic, the ship is both motif and metaphor and worn with autonomy. I look back to our island, to our ancestral islands, and to the blackbirding cultural performances that still take place today. One in particular by the women in the village, the Pentecost village in Vanuatu. During the ritual, the women perform a dance and song that laments the theft of our people. As part of the performance, the women hold wooden rods with miniature schooners on the ends, chanting, "The ships stole our people and they've disappeared." Within my practice, I respond back in my own performance as the descendants of those who were stolen. Ships obviously also key in slave diaspora theory. I look to Edouard Glissant's theory of the slave ship as not only a space of bondage, but also the birthplace of a new culture that brings together a group of otherwise disconnected people into a new shared entity. The initial space of rupture and transformation of one other to another. Like many other creation stories, ours started in darkness, but it's different when your genesis is at the bottom of a ship. My mother says we are floating. The movement of our people is a jarring juxtaposition to the free migration of other Pacific peoples, most of which is centered on fearless ancestors navigating voyages across vast stretches of open sea on waka, not restrained on colonial ships. I float anxiously between scholars who discuss the ocean as a place and space that both separates and connects, and slave diaspora notions of the sea as a graveyard. The makings of a South Sea identity, sometimes too alien to comprehend. In 2014, I found out who they were, the family who owned my family. She, Mrs. Wunderlich, had written a letter to my granny in 1927. It was once held in our family's collection, but my Auntie Rachel rediscovered it in the James Cook University archives. My great-great-grandmother, who we fondly refer to as Granny, was abducted in 1899 when she was just 8 years old. My great-great-grandfather was also taken the same year. His age was unknown. They both worked for the same family. Granny was the house girl and grandfather was the yard keeper. This is how they met and eventually fell in love, and this is how my family started. I have always known the story of my family, but I didn't know the story of their family, the Wunderlichs. My mother was raised by Granny, so I grew up hearing stories of Granny's experiences as a house girl and who she was. She was staunch and strong. She was known for sneaking food outside for islanders who had ran away into the bush to avoid harsh treatment and/or deportations. The letter addressed to Granny was formally structured and stamped with the estate seal and dated. Using this letter and other Togo family documents, I was able to locate my ancestors to a time and place of the Wunderlich estate. From there, I was able to delve deep into their extensive archives. A wealthy Sydney family, a trio of business brother entrepreneurs, their most successful business venture, Wunderlich ceilings, ornate pressed tin and plaster ceiling panels. Their ceilings are found in many buildings across Australia and New Zealand and are now carefully preserved and restored as heritage materials. My public lightbox project, If These Walls Could Talk, They'd Tell You My Name, critiques the investment in restoring Wellington Town Hall Wunderlich ceilings. Through this project, I'm questioning how we as a society value histories, illuminating the disparity between preserving a public Wunderlich legacy and the invisibility of their association with the Pacific slave trade. The 16 light boxes juxtapose images of Wunderlich ceilings from the Wellington Town Hall with our tri-generational bodies in the form of a silhouette. The projection of the Wunderlich panels casts us into darkness. The decorative designs shape our poses, illuminating the disparity between the visibility of concurrent narratives. After this project, I realized that the online exposure from the exhibition had begun its own online recording alongside the extensive Wunderlich image collection. So when searching Wunderlich ceilings, my lightbox project started to appear within the search feed. The algorithm had accepted us as Wunderlich material culture. This discovery revealed another mode of including our narrative into the archives. Dear Mrs. Wunderlich is an exhibition response to Mrs. Wunderlich's letter to my granny, a collection of contemporary light boxes and black ceiling rosettes. The titles of my works are their original Wunderlich archival number. By appropriating their titles, I am able to digitally align both the original archive and my contemporary works, hopefully inserting my family amongst the Wunderlich legacy. In the Rooms of Our Bodies is my most recent exhibition and an extension of my ongoing explorations into the Wunderlichs and their multifarious ways that marginalised histories are embedded within contemporary material culture. In the preservation of Wunderlich ceilings, when a panel is damaged beyond repair, it is replaced with a contemporary, authentic reproduction Wunderlich panel. These are readily available and I made my selections from online archives and catalogues. I claim the tiles as my canvas to paint our tri-generational silhouettes upon, placing our visual histories in direct conversation with each other. Also titling these works with the original catalogue numbers, disrupting the unity of the archive. When our ancestors were taken from their homelands, all that they took with them was held within their bodies. The first room that they entered on their journey to the new and unknown land was the hold of the ship. All that is known, all that cannot be known, the unspeakable and intangible, was embodied within our ancestors and is embedded into our South Sea bodies. We are an archive, a thick text to never fully comprehend or transcribe, written in a language that bends and warps backwards and forwards in time. I situate our embodied experience as a disruptive invasion onto the colonial systems of enduring physical manifestations. I'm interested in the experience of loss and legacy and how we engage with the archives, from the catalogues of slavery of the numbered, nameless, or renamed human bodies to the catalogues of ceiling panels, meticulously numbered and treated with care, replicated to ensure a legacy that will never die. In 2017, I discovered that one of the very first Pacific slave trade ships to arrive in Australia was right here in New Zealand. The Don Juan once carried people away from their homelands, taken from the West African coast to the Caribbean, from the islands of the Pacific to Australia, and as far away as Peru. In 1863, the Don Juan carried the first load of South Sea Islanders to Queensland from Vanuatu. Just meters from the road, locals drive past daily. Most are oblivious to what lies beneath the bay. There is no plaque or signifier. It's seemingly deemed irrelevant. For us, this is a crime scene. It is evidence. It is an archive. I was told that the bones of the ship were once a water playground for the children in the area. The nearby Maritime Museum holds one of the hundreds of pairs of shackles retrieved off the ship. The main viewer for both the shackles and the Don Juan are tourists disembarking from cruise ships. Their leisurely free movement, a paradox to the slave ship carrying stolen bodies across water. The first time I took my mother to visit the Don Juan, we stood on the edge of the road, looking out across the bay in silence. We watched the surface of the water go from still, clear glass to what looked like tiny dancing ripples and swirls gliding across the bay. They danced into the shallows of the ship where they stayed. My mum turned to me and said, "They're talking to us." We went back to silence, our bodies paralyzed and our eyes fixated on listening to a language that was not of this world. We weren't sure what to do, but we knew we had to bless this site and the remains. Mother tongue follows this journey. My mother and I board a small rowboat. My daughter pushes the vessel out into the water where I begin to row, hosting my mother as she performs a blessing, a lament, an incantation. Singing in Christian tongues and dousing the ship's bones with holy oil, I navigate around the remains, mum cleansing as we go. My daughter awaits our return. This is a painful site of memory, which signifies the moment of rupture. Through this work and through this ceremony, we are recovering what has been formally identified as irrelevant. I'm currently working on a large suite of photography based at this site, due for early release next year. So this is just a few of those. The Don Juan has been laying in the bay for over 100 years, slowly deteriorating and going back to the land. The bones of the ship preserved in mud and salt water. I insert myself, my mother and daughter into the landscape, and our bodies take their places amongst the remains, where they too begin to sink into the mud. Here in this moment, where monuments are non-existent and acknowledgement is silent, the body stands in as monument and signifier. The bay becomes a South Sea ceremonial ground. Our bodies make reference to rituals of our ancestral homelands of Vanuatu, where slit drums are specially carved from breadfruit trees, then buried back into the earth by their feet at the front of the village, where they live and await to be used for ceremonies such as initiations and funerals. The large-scale backlit light boxes are dreamlike scenes which make reference to surrealist photography, but also to science fiction novels such as Kindred by Octavia Butler, where the protagonist Dana is pulled into the past by her ancestors. The reoccurring motif of the miniature ship on my head, adorning my head, now becomes life-size. My body becomes an extension of the ship, and I take place as the ship's figurehead, usually carved wooden decoration found at the bow of the ship, generally a female form and related to the name or role of the ship. For me, this reconnection with the past shouldn't be possible. It should be further away in both time and space, something far off and intangible. Thank you. Oh, I cannot hear you.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. It was very moving, your testimony, and we wish to get back to you with questions if you are okay right after the presentation of Antonia. So we will take questions at the same time. So please stay with us. Antonia Wimbush joined the University of Liverpool last year to take up a Leverhulme Early Career Fellowship under the mentorship of Charles Fosdick. Her project is entitled Representing the Birmingham, French Caribbean Migration and Literature and Culture, in Literature and Culture. She completed her PhD at the University of Birmingham in 2018. Her first monograph, entitled Out of Fiction, A Francophone Aesthetic of Exile, was published by Liverpool University Press this year. In addition to her research expertise in exile and migration, she is interested in questions of gender, sexuality, and bodily experiences. She is currently co-editing a special issue of Francosphere entitled Postcolonial Realms of Memory in the Francophone World. Antonia will present a paper today called French Caribbean Writing, a Creole Feminine Identity. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for organising such a great day. And I'm sure it's going to be really interesting. Thank you. So my paper today is entitled French Caribbean Writing, a Creole Feminine Identity. Oh yeah, that's it. Right. So the 28th of October 2021 will be the 38th edition of the Journée Internationale de la Langue Créole, or the International Day of the Creole Language. This is an opportunity for communities to celebrate the Creole language and culture, which is a heritage shared by approximately 19 million people across the world in the Caribbean and Indian Ocean, as well as in the diaspora. Events are planned in the French Caribbean islands of Martinique and Guadeloupe to celebrate the local specificities of Creole and to assert its value in what could be considered a neo-colonial society in which French is still privileged over Creole. For instance, cultural events such as traditional dances and performances will be held in Pointe-à-Pitre in Guadeloupe, as you can see from this article from local Guadeloupean newspaper France Antilles. So this paper examines the linguistic strategies employed by Caribbean women writers to tackle issues such as gender, identity, and traumatic memories in a post-colonial context. First, contextualizing debates about the Creole language, I will then interrogate how gender comes to bear on language and identity in the region, and how these issues are reflected in French Caribbean literature. I will focus on three key women writers, Suzanne Tracius from Martinique, Gisèle Pinault from Guadeloupe, and Marie Scondé, also from Guadeloupe. And ultimately, I argue that women use writing to address important social, historical, and political inequalities. And so the paper foregrounds the value of the arts and humanities in contemporary debates about post-coloniality and the legacy of imperialism. So I'm going to first speak about contested languages of French and Creole. So French has an official status in the Caribbean. It is not only the language of bureaucracy, education, and commerce, but also the language of daily interaction and exchange for Caribbean peoples. It is the sole official language of Martinique, Guadeloupe, and French Guiana, which are all departments within the French Republic. In contrast, in the independent nation of Haiti, there are two official languages, French and Haitian Creole. So French is the official language in Martinique and Guadeloupe, but French-based Creoles are also spoken. These Creoles vary from territory to territory and even region to region, but generally they are mutually intelligible. Antillean Creole is based on the French language, but its grammar and vocabulary include elements of Carib, which is the indigenous language to the region, also English and various African languages too. Antillean Creole shares similarities with Haitian Creole, but there are differences, specifically in terms of vocabulary and syntax. So how has Creole been described by the people who speak it? The Haitian doctor, teacher, politician, and ethnographer Jean Presmas delivered a series of lectures on Haitian culture, which was regrouped as a single work entitled Ainsi parle la langue, which was published in 1928 and was translated into English as So Spoke the Uncle in 1983. Presmaz explains that the history of the Creole language is rooted in, and I quote, the necessity for masters and slaves to be able to communicate. The enslaved Africans could not initially speak to their masters as they did not share the same language, so they created a new form of communication by combining the language their masters spoke with African expressions and sentence structures, which then developed over time to become a pidgin language or a contact language which lacks native speakers. And Presmaz considers this process, and again I quote, a compromise between the already developed languages of the French, English, and Spanish conquerors and the many tougher, less harmonic dialects of individuals coming from different parts of the African continent. And of course, the contrast is stark here between the developed and sophisticated languages of the colonizers in Jean Presmaz's terms and the less harmonic and less well-developed dialects of the different African populations. So we can see that really clear there. There are several parallels in the description of Creole given by Presmaz in 1928 and that given by Patrick Chamoiseau, Jean Barnavet, and Raphaël Confiant over 60 years later. Published in 1989, the Éloge de la Créolité, which has been translated as In Praise of Creoleness, is the most well-known celebration of Creole language and culture. The manifesto seeks to revere the openness of Caribbean identity, not as a mere cultural concept, but as a foundation to how different cultures and people should relate in the modern world. For Barnavet, Chamoiseau, and Confiant, the multilingualism at work on the islands provides communities with an enriched cultural identity. Creole is more than just a language that unites peoples on the islands. It is, and I quote, the initial means of communication of our deep self, or our collective unconscious, of our common genius. The authors lament the fact that Creole is a predominantly oral language, and they argue that for it to survive, it needs to create its own written literature. Several authors did write texts in Creole before the manifesto was published, including Confiant himself. For instance, he published Bitako A in Creole, which is the first image you see on the slide, in 1985, and then translated the text himself into French. It's been translated numerous times as well, so that it would reach a wider audience. Since the publication of the manifesto, there has been a greater effort in the French Caribbean to celebrate Creole language and identity. For instance, Creole is taught in primary schools and secondary schools and at university, although it's not compulsory. Creole organizations such as the Association Basée Creole have contributed to the surge in interest in Creole, and this has also been mirrored by publishers such as Carré Edition. So inspired by the manifesto, these initiatives have undoubtedly raised the profile of the Creole language and culture. However, numerous criticisms have been levelled at the manifesto by scholars, writers, and thinkers. For instance, Derek Walcott has criticised it for not being published in Creole, the very language it claims to celebrate. Moreover, Sally Price argues that Barnavet, Confiant, and Chamoiseau were not the first thinkers to engage in these issues of Caribbean identity, but they admit to explore how their thinking has been inspired by previous debates about the Creole language and culture. And she suggests that non-French language attempts to negotiate the same intellectual and identitarian mangrove could also have helped the élogistes to negotiate their own manifesto in the context of others before them. The manifesto is also relatively silent on the question of gender, as the authors do not question how issues of language and identity are inflected by gender. Examining this gendered blind spot further, I will consider how women writers from Guadeloupe and Martinique engage with this movement of Creolité through the prism of gender. And I will argue that Suzanne Tracius, Maryse Condé, and Gisèle Pinault create their own form of Creoleness through their hybrid writing, which is more inclusive of female experiences of Creole identity. So born in Martinique in 1951, Suzanne Tracius is a prolific writer of novels, plays, poetry collections, essays, and short stories. Her literature addresses themes which are crucial to the Caribbean imaginary, such as racial identity, gender relations, and the ongoing historical and cultural legacies of slavery. And in fact, her latest work is the edited collection La Faute à Bonaparte, which she edited, and it was published in 2021. And this examines the role of Napoleon in re-establishing slavery on the islands. So we can see that she's very much interested in kind of filling these historical gaps that have been left. Her most well-known novel is L'Autre qui danse, which was published in 1989 and was runner-up for the Prix de Premier Roman. The text was translated into English fairly recently in 2018 as The Dancing Other. L'autre qui danse tells a story of two sisters, Ravana and Matildana, and their struggles to overcome the ethnic, gendered, class, and economic divides between Paris and Martinique. The novel opens with a pro-monologue, which is a prologue taking the form of a monologue, and Ravana recounts her hallucinations during a ritual. The rest of the novel is structured into three main parts, which are entitled First Song, a Second Song, and Final Song. And this is a nod to the title, thinking about dance and rhythm, and it also illustrates the importance of rhythm for Tressus. Her lyrical style of writing, which is composed of long, complex phrases and a mix of verb tenses, represents the character Ravana's internal identity struggles. Ravana is rescued from the sect by her Guadeloupean middle-class boyfriend, Jeremy, whom she soon rejects. Feeling alienated from her Black Caribbean origins in Paris, she moves back to Martinique. However, despite her love for the beautiful Creole landscape, she is overwhelmed by racial inequalities and male domination on the island. Bearing a child to her valiant partner, Henrique, she becomes increasingly isolated. The novel ends cryptically with Matildana returning to Paris to search for her sister, who lives in a housing estate in the Parisian suburbs. A fellow passenger reads about a young woman and her baby dying from malnutrition in Paris, and the reader surmises that it is Ravana who has met this tragic end. Tressus has explained that the text is not biographical or even autobiographical, but it is based on the realities faced by many women who struggle to articulate their Creole identity within a racialized patriarchal society. The novel explores the nuances of daily life for different groups, and particularly for women. The text is written in French, but Tressus includes Creole in much of the dialogue between characters to represent their relationships in an authentic manner. She also intersperses the French language internal reflections of the principal characters with Creole phrases and sayings. This Creole vocabulary is glossed at the back of the book, and an explanation is given in French. So Tressus uses Creole to foreground the layered identities of the different characters and to show how Creoleness cannot be separated from the gendered experiences of Caribbeanness. So in contrast to Tressus, Pina was born in Paris to Guadeloupean parents in 1956. She spent brief periods of her childhood in metropolitan France, but also in the Caribbean, the Republic of the Congo, and Senegal, because her father, who was an officer in the French military, was stationed in these locations. And these transatlantic displacements have continued during her adulthood. She's very keen to transmit her Caribbean heritage through her writing, and fictional works, which include Cher Piment from 2002, which is translated as Devil's Dance, have been inspired by her experiences of working as a psychiatric nurse. She's also been very keen to talk about the legacies of slavery. So, for instance, her text, Femmes des Antilles, traces et voix 150 ans après l'abolition de l'esclavage, combines historical accounts of the experiences of female slaves in the Caribbean with contemporary reflections by their descendants on the horrors of slavery. She has written books for children, and in this vein, she can be considered as part of an important trend of successful writers from across the Francophone world who endeavour to pass down their Indigenous culture to a new generation. And other examples include Véronique Dadjo, who is of Ivorian heritage, and Gaël Faye from Rwanda. Pina seems more reluctant to identify with the movement of Creolité than Tressus. Although, like Tressus, her work resonates clearly with the objectives of the manifesto in the celebration of Creole identity, there are differences in their standpoints. Principally, Pina considers this narrow understanding of Creoleness to be dominated by men, and so it does not reflect her own experiences as a woman. Furthermore, in various interviews, she has outlined her ambiguous stance towards Creolité, and she has explained that although it has enabled her to use the Creole language in her texts, adhering to it unequivocally would restrict her to a nostalgic remembering of the past, whereas she prefers to write about contemporary Creole identity. She's also discussed key differences between herself and Bénédicte Maison-Confiant in terms of her childhood. And she says, in my childhood, I was a Black on a continent full of whites, so I did not have the same experiences as the writers of the Creolité movement. And she claims to identify more with Black African-American writers, such as Richard Wright and Maya Angelou, because like them, she grew up as a minority within a white society. So Pina's mother tongue is French. She was born in Paris and brought up by Guadeloupean parents who exhibited the typical Black Antillian obsession with white language and culture, as deconstructed by Frantz Fanon in his influential Peau Noire, Mas Blanc. She didn't speak Antillean Creole fluently as a child, And she explains that when she returned to the Caribbean as an adolescent, she was ridiculed for the way she spoke. And she says, "I didn't speak Creole like everyone else. I rolled my R's. I was different, thus automatically pushed aside, just as I had been in France." So her exclusion was experienced on a linguistic level, but her writing is nevertheless imbued with Creole flavours, colours, and senses. So what does her writing reveal about her relationship to Creole? Lecteurs de J M.G is her most famous text to date. It is an autofictional account of her childhood. And in this text, it becomes apparent that the Creole language and culture is embodied in her grandmother, Julia. And it is for this reason that Creole is so important to her. She loved her grandmother dearly, and Julia inspired in her a dedication to indigenous Caribbean flora, fauna, and culture. The translingual aspect of Pina's writing comes into focus when the narrative voice is given to Julia. Julia's mother tongue is Creole rather than French. She barely understands French. So Pina uses Creole here to distinguish the grandmother's narrative voice from that of the main narrator. She italicizes the Creole, but doesn't necessarily gloss it or translate its meaning. So Pina uses Creole here to emphasize Julia's strong Creole identity and to underscore the linguistic dissonance between Julia and the rest of her French-oriented family, who have adopted the language of the former colonizer. Creole is also used for specific narrative effect in Mes Quatre Femmes, My Four Women. And in this text, we get more information about her family life. So the four female characters, Pina's mother Daisy, her aunt Giselle, her grandmother Julia, and her ancestor Angelique, are able to interact thanks to the dark memory jail in which they find themselves. So they're enclosed in this very kind of enclosed space. There's a generational element to the use of Creole in the text. Creole is employed by Angelique and Julia, whereas the two younger women use French. Angelique has personal experience enslavement and captivity, and so for her, Creole has become a language of resistance in the face of the French oppressor. Julia's employment of Creole is an indication of her low socioeconomic status. She was born in 1898, 50 years after the abolition of slavery in the French Caribbean. She didn't go to school and therefore didn't learn to speak French or read or write in either language. So Pina's linguistic choices in Mes Quatre Femmes reveal a lot about characters' individual socioeconomic circumstances. So overall, incorporating the Creole language into her writing is a means for Pina to pay tribute to her Caribbean lineage. And finally, the last author I will mention is Maryse Condé. Condé is of an earlier generation to Tressus and Pinot. She was born in 1937 in Guadeloupe. Her parents were part of an emerging Black bourgeoisie on the islands. And she describes what it was like to grow up within these rigid racialized and class parameters in Le Cœur à rire et à pleurer, Contes de mon enfance, which was published in 1999 and translated into English by her now husband, Richard Philcox, as Tales from the Heart. Condé moved to Paris to further her studies and then spent many years teaching French in various African countries. She has written a wide array of novels, plays, essays, and short stories, and has won many awards for her writing, including being awarded the New Academy Prize in Literature in 2018, which is the Alternative Nobel Prize for Literature. Condé has also presided over the Comité National pour la Mémoire de l'Histoire et de l'Esclavage, which is a further indicator of the role of writers in recovering this historical memory. Like Pinot, Condé has been critical of the theoretical positioning of Creolité, mostly for its specifically masculine standpoints, but her critiques are perhaps expressed more forcefully than Pinot's. Indeed, Maeve McCusker suggests that Condé has built up a self-image as a or the oppositional voice to the highly marketable Creolity movement. Condé uses the genre of the essay to explain her views about Creolity and to offer a new model of Creole identity, which does in fact take into account the feminine experience. In 1995, she co-edited with Madeleine Cotonnet-Age a volume entitled Penser la Creolité, or Thinking Through Creolity. And this collection is positioned as a riposte to the Éloge de la Creolité, evident in the mirroring of this title. And Lydie Moudileno has described the text as a contre-manifesto or counter-manifesto. And so this highlights the revolutionary quality of the text. The collection offers a gendered critique of the manifesto and seeks to highlight women's voices. Indeed, 14 of the 23 contributions are written by women. It also seeks to repair other omissions in the manifesto as well. Unlike the manifesto, it foregrounds writing by Guadeloupean authors such as Condé herself, Pinot, and Ernest Pepin. Furthermore, it widens the scope of analysis to incorporate discussions about Haitian identity politics. Condé closes the volume with her own contribution entitled Chercher nos vérités, or Looking for Our Truths. And this is a quotation taken from the original manifesto by Confiant and the other two authors. In this chapter, Condé seeks to align herself with the international community of Creoles. She explains that her literary inspirations are wide and are not limited to the Francophone Caribbean. She thus sees herself as a cosmopolitan intellectual, for whom the Caribbean is only one part, albeit a crucial one, of her cultural heritage. This is an approach she advances in her fictional writing, and is also an attitude she has expressed in the many interviews she has given over the years. Her famous phrase, j'écris pas en français, j'écris pas en créole, j'écris en Maurice Condé, so I don't write in French, I don't write in Creole, I write in Maurice Condé, reveals her desire to determine her own relationship to language herself. Only she has the right to express how the different languages of her heritage come together to create a hybrid Creolized self. So we have seen then that the Creole language and culture mean different things to these three female Caribbean authors. All three seek to reposition Creole as a language of value and evacuate it from its colonial positioning as a language which is inferior to French. In addition, they endeavour to imbue it with a gendered inflection so that Creole identity politics is more inclusive of female experiences. Clézio creates her own version of French, which is peppered with Creole expressions, representing the vitality of linguistic diversity in the French Caribbean. For Pinot, Creole reminds her of her beloved grandmother Julia, and although she does not necessarily have complete command of the language, she is keen to foreground the values and traditions her grandmother passed down to her. Condé, meanwhile, is the most assertive of the three authors in her criticism of these conventional notions of Creolity. Through her writing, she creates a fresh perspective on the Creole debate, showcasing Creole's history of resistance and resilience, but repositioning it within contemporary discussions about race and gender. Ultimately, reworking Creole into their writing is a means for the three authors to pay tribute to their Caribbean heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonia. Thank you, both of you, Jasmine and Antonia, for your great presentations and very moving ones. We will take questions from the audience and from YouTube, so please raise your hands or ask questions on the YouTube chat. I've got a first question for Jasmine to open. To open the floor to questions. So Jasmine, I can see you in front of me and behind me. You're back with us. So, I mean, in your presentation, you explain so very well the relationship between you, your mother, and your daughter to the history to rebuild. By the absence of official archives, but also in comparison to the actual evidence that you can find, like the ship, the shipwreck you've been on. So I was wondering if your personal experience and relationship between the three of you inspired others around you, or to share with you their own experiences or trauma or loss, or the need to testimonies or to pass on archives or personal texts to you, and a network that could be built around you.
Yeah, I think it definitely has. I think the one the way that I'll answer that is through the one which I'm most surprised about, which is that there are New Zealand descendants of the Pacific slave trade. So their ancestors were dropped off the shores of New Zealand, and they swam to shore to New Zealand. So these sorts of stories are something which wasn't familiar to me in Australia. So I think that, yeah, it's I do hear that like often, but it's hard to speak to because it's like sort of like giving myself credit or something. But yeah, I think it definitely does. And that's what the point of my practice is to empower through visibility, if nothing else. So, yeah.
Thank you. We've got a question for you. So we've got a question from Ellen Rice. And I'm not sure I can read your writing.
The trope of ships on the head. That's all I can.
The
trope of ships on the head.
So Jasmine, can you hear Alan Rice? Or is it very difficult for you? It's very, yes, maybe if it's okay for you.
The trope of ships on the head.
The ships on the head?
Is common in Caribbean festival, African cultures, and indeed beggars on the streets, such as James Johnson in early 19th century London. I just found it so amazing to see it as well in the Pacific slave trade, and just the kind of reaction of trying to cope with that dispersal through a kind of carnivalesque kind of mode. I just wanted to share that with you, and also to see if, know if you'd noticed this kind of mode, this theme running through all of these different places. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were worn, elsewhere. Yeah, so thank you for that. I'll have to look into it. But yeah, I consider the ships as a headdress. So a lot of our, pretty much all of our island customs were eradicated through the slave trade and through whitewashing in Australia. So part of my practice is about not creating or finding, but using a material culture which is familiar to my community that they can look to, and that will resonate with them, and that they will see it as our own, because so much has been lost in terms of material culture. So the ship, obviously, one of the main ones.
We've got another question from Pelumi, Odubanjo. So I'm just reading the question. So much of your photographic work mirrors and repurposes historical photographic forms, for example, collodion or glass. What role does one process of photography play in your practice?
Sorry, what was the last bit? What was the last very bit of the sentence?
So what role does one process, what functions?
So what role does the actual process of photography play in her practice?
So actually, what role, what function does one process of photography play in your practice?
What role? Photographic function, is that right?
Thank you. I think it would be better if you can travel around.
I think I know what you're saying. I think
Hi, Jasmine. Sorry.
Hi.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, what does the actual processes of photography, what role does that actually play in your practice? So a lot of it is quite visceral. You're actually using your hands to create the photograph. So yeah, just interested in that.
Like in the process? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
For me, do I be honest about the process? Photography is quite painful for me. And I often commission photographers to work with me because I'm obviously subject, and I'm doing like set design and so many other things. So the photograph is really for me about the outcome and what that creates. Because when I'm using myself and my mother and my daughter, it's not about like us three as individuals. It's about the fact that our faces and our bodies could be any of my community's bodies. And again, it's about creating that visibility, because we're such an invisible community in Australia. and like, yeah. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question. But
That's great. Thank you very much. We've got a question for you, Antonia. So could you please speak about the experience of reading Dreyfus in terms of Creole dialogues and the glossary, in particular for people who might not be fluent in Creole?
Yep. Really good question, definitely. So the text is mostly written in French. So I mean, it's as I said, it's kind of peppered with these Creole words, which is really either in the dialogues between different characters or relating to specific cultural terms. So thinking about food or thinking about kind of very specific items, and it is glossed in the back of the book. So obviously you do have to kind of keep going backwards and forwards, and kind of, so reading is therefore kind of, it takes on this additional layer. But it's interesting because I've recently read the translation. So I was reviewing the translation for an academic journal, and in the translation itself, it wasn't 100% clear whether the glossary is kind of something that Tassus herself came up with, or if it's a translator's term. So like in the translation, that it has an additional layer. So you've got the kind of the translation from Creole into French, and then that French into English. So there's a kind of an additional layer there. But yeah, I think she obviously wanted to make sure that the Creole was there to kind of make sure that this Creole element is very much part of it. But of course, to make it as intelligible for an audience that doesn't necessarily speak Creole and doesn't have that kind of knowledge as well. But it's definitely something that I think she does throughout her text as well, not just in that particular text. But yeah, thank you.
We can take a last question. So, Antonia, how your research is received in French academic circles, either in hexagonal France or in the Caribbean, the French Caribbean?
Okay, another great question. I have to admit that most of the work that I've done so far I've published stuff mostly within the Anglophone Academy, so I don't have necessarily that much experience of kind of working beyond that. I am actually in the process of writing an article in French about Raphael Confiant and his kind of interpretations of Creolité and so on. And as far as I'm aware, that's been received well, but I don't necessarily have that much experience. But certainly on a kind of, not personally, but on a wider scale, it's certainly true that that France has more of a reluctance to engage with these issues of post-coloniality. I mean, just recently, yesterday, thinking about the commemorations for the 17th of October 1961, the Algerian the massacre really in Paris, and the fact that the police were pretty much preventing people from commemorating this particular event. So there is definitely a sense of reluctance on the part of the French government and the part of the French authorities to acknowledge the coloniality and post-coloniality. But personally, I haven't necessarily experienced that.
Thank you, both of us. I wish you were with us, Jasmine, and I hope we will meet in live very soon. Both of us, so we wish you the very best for your projects, and hope to see you soon. We are going to the next panel. So I'm going to welcome Pelumi Odubanjo for an interview with Ingrid Pollard online. Floor is yours.
Hi, Ingrid.
Sorry.
Okay. Hi, Ingrid.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing all right.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today and for being in conversation with me. And I am so excited. And thank you, Elisa and Justine, for allowing me to speak with Ingrid Pollard. So this will be great. So I will dive in and introduce our speakers today, who I imagine many people are familiar with, Dr. Ingrid Pollard.
Oh,
should I get the doctor bit off?
Yeah.
Okay. Mixed media artist and researcher Ingrid Pollard uses digital, analog, and alternative photographic processes, also incorporating printmaking, image, text, video, and audio. Pollard studied film and video at the London College of Printing and an MA in Photographic Studies, University of Derby, and holds a PhD from the University of Westminster. She was one of 20 founding members of Autograph ABP and is an honorary fellow of the Royal Photographic Society. In 2018, Pollard was the inaugural Stuart Hall Research Fellow in the same year. She has worked as an artist in residence at a number of organizations, including Project Row Houses, Houston, Texas, US, the Lehigh Valley and Cumbria National Parks. Her work has been widely exhibited at places including Tate Britain, the Victoria and Albert Museum and the Photographers Gallery in London, NGBK in Berlin, and the Caribbean Cultural Center, New York, and the National Art Gallery of Barbados and Camera Work in San Francisco. In 2019, she received the Baltic Artist Award and was the recipient of the Paul Hamlin Foundation Award and Freeland Artist Award in 2020 with MK Gallery. Ingrid is also a research professor at Northumbria University. And Ingrid will do a short presentation for us before we go into our conversation. So thank you, Ingrid.
Thank you. I'll do my presentation in terms of PowerPoint presentation, just to go through the idea of what an archive might be in the different positions it is. But I'd like to start off just by reading a small piece from Jamaica Kincaid, who's a gardener, but she's also a collector of seeds internationally. And it's a book about a walk in the Himalayas, where she goes collecting seeds. It's like another archive, but it's sort of historical. And of course, the book's a memory. There are now, look at that. I'm talking about the garden, meaning to show how I came to go looking for it in corners of the world far away from where I make one. And I have gotten lost in a thickets of words. But it was almost immediately that I started to pull weeds in the ground and noticed that sometimes nothing happened, or after paying a large amount of money to make a lawn in the fall, and the next spring seeing some red shoots of leaves all over, which led me to cursing the lawn. Then I reached for a book. The first books were about how to make a perennial border or how to get the best from annuals, the usual kind of books for someone who wants to increase the value of the house. But these books were boring. But where did plants, annual and perennial, all to be so pristinely arranged in something called a border, and arranged according to color sometimes, the appearance of bloom sometimes, height sometimes, come from? These books had no answers for me. I then set about finding out about what I did not know, and did not even know that I really wanted to know. And so one book led to another, the order I cannot now remember. Before long, I had acquired so many books that it put a strain on my family's budget. I began to refer to plants by their Latin names, and this so irritated my friend and editor of the magazine that I wrote for, that she made me promise that I would never learn the Latin names of any plants. I loved her very much, and so I promised that I would never do such a thing, but did continue to learn the Latin names of plants. Never told her. Betrayal, another feature of any garden. So there's lots of things that refer to archives and knowledge and memory and where the Latin names actually come from. So I'll just share my screen. So I'm just going to quickly go through just about 4 different works, recent works, that I've been working in a number of archives and collections. So that idea of collection and archives, there's some sort of connection there, I'm not quite sure, and they rub against each other. So I'll just go through them. So I was commissioned by Autograph Association of Black Photographers to work with a collection they had of Patrick Montgomery in New York. He had a 25-year collection of works from the Caribbean from about 1890, 1870 until about 1920. And I was tinting these works. So it's looking again, the whole exhibition was looking at his whole collection, but I had a small part which was tinted collections, and they came from the Valentine brothers in Aberdeen, and they were sent out by the British government to record Jamaica, but it's a particular kind of recording. I think this is 30, 40 years after emancipation. So the government is looking for people, colonial government is looking for people to invest in the country, do something that you now recognise as gentrification. So they're also picturesque. They're very particular. They're posed all the photographs, these particular set of images that I've come across in a number of museums and collections in the UK. So they're picturesque, but there's a veiled set of information at the bottom. So you think of the days, how long exposures will have been that these people, the Jamaican people, perhaps formerly enslaved, will be going about their work. And we know about the apprentice system after slavery was abolished. So these people are working, they're having to stop their work for the photographers probably for quite some time. And I've seen there are things that you recognize as contact sheets, particularly for the road scene with the young women with the pots on their head. There's a number of rearrangements of where they're standing, but also through these images, you're starting to see they're representing the infrastructure of Jamaica. There's roads, there's means of conveyance, there's fecunda, the land is very rich and fertile. People are carrying and working, there's fencing, there's telegraph wires. So all those things there. And in the middle, of course, is the people that will be working for the new enterprise that's going on there. So they're veiled, but they're picturesque. And I was also interested in the number of people in these images, in the previous images, who are on the edge of the photos, the escapees, as I called them. They're there in the images, but they're not the central figures that the photographer wants to portray. They're on the edges. They're looking in. Perhaps they didn't understand they'd be in the pictures. The photographer didn't ask them to move. There's veiled ideas going on within those pictures, and then I started to work with those images. And I went to Jamaica and went to a former plantation, Mount Plenty, and started to work with very obvious touches of Photoshop. So this limestone wall would have been built by enslaved people on that plantation. So the layout's still the same, but I always can hear the carriage going down that pathway, that sort of limestone pathway as well. So my intervention into this collection was to start working very obviously with the mark of Photoshop, but still again working with the escapees, but this time it's the people who are looking at the photographers, looking down the lens. And the point of interest for the photographer, I assumed, was the whole scene, what else was going on. But I picked the people looking back at the photographer and then through time looking at us as the audience. And the Photoshop went much further, so that my intervention is kind of blocked between that 1920, 1890, the stuff that people are doing, the lower image segmented is the emancipation celebration. And there's a number of close observations with this, just what people are wearing, what they're doing. But again, they've been stopped by their activity, by the photographer intervention. And then I'm intervening in that. By the way, I use Photoshop. There's a number of levels of interpretation, changing the gaze of the colonial photographer to then look again at these pictures. And I'm highlighting who I'm interested in, which is the Jamaican population. And there's a recent archive that I'm just working with, which is Glasgow Women's Library. And I was commissioned to work with their collection, particularly their lesbian connection. So there's a lot of photography there and a lot of text and books while it was being digitized and collected. So at the end, it was about the combination of lesbian activity and the political activity that was also going on in the 80s and 90s. It's a very, very young archive. It's 30 years old this year. So a lot of the people in the archives are actually alive and well. So I was working with the people that some of them that I recognized, because I was also working in London at that particular time, but also had a number of audio interventions and people there, because the building is also listed, so there's architectural restrictions. So they also had the local Glaswegian people actually in the exhibition as well. And this is Suzanne Bonner.
You can't let nobody turn you around, turn you around, turn you around. You can't let nobody turn you around. You gotta keep on walking, keep on talking, marching to that freedom line.
So she's a local singer and a well-respected actor. So within the work, there are a number of, within the collection, they have a collection of prints, both from London and local to Glasgow. And I worked with the screen printers. They have a lot of the work that we've done, I did in the 1980s. So I was looking through the photographs and then asking people who were in the photographs, women, to use their memory, talk about the representation of them that's in the collection, either as prints or photographs. And so they were in the stacks of the library itself, and you'd come across them and you could just press a small button and you'd hear what they're saying.
So my name's Femi Otitoju, and I'm in the Black Lesbian poster with Shaila Shah. I think I remember the moment, or certainly the circumstances when that picture was taken. And of course, it was just that delicious little bit of wickedness when we nipped outside to have a cigarette from one of the meetings of the Black Lesbian group. I remember Shaila and I we were just so relaxed. It was really languid. It was such a beautiful place to be in time, because this was probably the only Black lesbian group in the country, and we found each other.
So it's also mixing lesbian activity with the demonstration, the political activity that was going on, certainly around South Africa, Lesbian Line, Section 28, Hands Off Grenada, and then UMate. So it's a number of kind of localized and international activity that was going on. So that collection was not only about lesbian activity or feminist activity, it dovetailed into a lot of things. So it's just opening up the idea of that particular view and the view of what lesbian activity entailed. So that the idea about demonstrations looped around the library space. So you're in the stacks, you've got the conversations happening within the stacks, you've also got this representation of activity, particularly Black lesbian activity that's going on as well. So it's within that space, which is a former Victorian gentleman's library, and now it's become, a Glasgow Women's Library. So there's something there which is actually in the fabric of the building that you're changing how it's accepted, who goes in. So I'll just got a couple more. I'll just do one. This is images. So that's a public collection. The first one from Jamaica was a private collection, over 25 years of collecting, but it's now been sold to a museum in Canada. And this one is the idea of almost having your own archive over some years. So this is, I got photographs and letters from a migrant in the 1950s coming from the Caribbean to England. So it's the letters he wrote back, the photo albums. So he's talking about being in London. And then there's the audio voice in the video of his wife then talking about the Caribbean. So it's like this compression of time, the document and the evidence from England back to the Caribbean. And then again, the voice of his wife talking about that particular time. So it's got a particular language and writing from the Caribbean, which is very English influenced, which would have been taken back to the mother country. There's something, the exchange that's going on, the compression and elongation of time and distance. So I might finish there. Polemy is.
I would like you to speak about the final project, if that's okay. Because
Okay.
I'm a big fan of it. Yeah.
Okay, this is one called 17 of 68. Sorry, it's looking at signs of the African that are around the UK. That's what the 68 are. It's 68 of these public houses, taverns that have representation of the African. They would have been a lot in Bristol, London, Birmingham, Liverpool, all those sort of places. But now they're in smaller towns and villages. And this is economically a very bad time for pubs there. So they're all disappearing. So it's looking at the fabric of the building, how the African is then represented. There's also my intervention in some of those signs as well. Sometimes they're actually in the fabric of the building, like this carving. And in the gallery space, all those things came into the gallery space, the location, the actual signs, the artifacts that are in pubs that represent the African or the Black figure in those extracts from books as well. So it's also about scale and how you look at those signs, because I'm always very surprised when I see them. But at the same time, you know, it's sort of, it's disappearing in plain sight at the same time. You know, literally by this Russian vine covering it. But then there's these huge sculptures as well, not as big as ships' brows, but yeah, so these are definitely influenced by colonialism. The signs only last 10 years, but then you go back to this Moorish figure, and the fact that the Moorish figure is about cutting the head off of that particular enemy. So it's kind of eerie. And I think it's just the only boy that I ever come across. The rest were paintings, representations of men. So that's the kind of ongoing. I've been doing that for about 25 years. As I said, they change every 10 years because they're out in the weather. So within those, there's stories. I mean, I think with all the work, there's particular stories the audience bring to them, and then also I'm trying to bring out. And then literally there's the audios and the photographs of people telling their particular story. So I think that's it.
Thank you, Ingrid, so much for that. That was amazing to listen to. And I guess I wanted to kick off our conversation. Of course, you've showed us many examples of archival projects that you've done, past, present, and which will continue into the future. But I was quite curious as to what and how you would define an archive, with so many of your projects being not dramatically different, but they do have different nuances to them, I think. So, yeah.
Oh, that's it. It's kind of when I'm thinking about it, I think of it as a whole spectrum of sites, of types and ways of collecting. The Glasgow Women's Library, there's still a lot of accumulation of people's works, archives going on within them, and they're being digitized as well, so they have a wider audience. I don't quite know how to answer that because they're so very varied. So something like, you know, the National Collection, the V&A, that's a kind of collection, but it's a sort of, over the years, it is a kind of archive of Englishness or Britishness in a particular kind of way. But I think about its collections that have a memory attached to them, I'd say, but it's difficult to answer that. I mean, I've given examples because the way I work, and it's also always to do with photography, how I interrogate them or try and work with them. There's also something about photography, especially the Valentine brothers, the Valentine's Days. It's definitely about photography and how Black people and Jamaicans are represented. So, and then the rest, there's always an element. It's always about photography as well, and its history and its aesthetics and how we make it work now.
And I actually was fortunate enough to see your intervention at the Glasgow Women's Library, and I just thought it was so incredible. And you included so many you literally intervened in so many ways in one, actually bringing the archive to the fore in the way that you did. And within the spaces you showed, there was sound within bookcases, there was the entire curve of just historical images of protest. On the top floor, you also occupy that space. But I was wondering, I feel that your approach with that archive, as I imagine it is with a lot of your projects, was very community-based. And it was very much about an archive being created by a community rather than necessarily for a community. And I could be wrong about that, of course. But I was wondering if you could speak to me a bit more about that, and I guess the role of communities, different communities, in the projects that you take on.
Well, the Glasgow Women's Library was very much an artist commission, but it was about the community, feminist community, about a particular moment in London and looking at the Camden Black lesbian collection. So it was looking at community, but I don't know, it's a very particular organization, so that when someone arrives, you're very much welcomed and you're seated in there. And I wanted it to be an exhibition that couldn't take place anywhere else because it's about that building and the fabric of it. And it's sat within the Glasgow International Festival, which is very different. It's very fine art world, gallery spaces, whereas this organization is always part of the festival, but it stands alone. It's always punching above its weight in a lot of different ways. And I always wanted to work with the organization and work with that space. Because it's listed, you have to find a way to work with the space and all the restrictions of what you can't put there and what you can put in. And there was one community involvement, which was the volunteers. There's also the Lesbian Line collection there, which was a phone service that you phoned off if you needed to have information or communicate your distress. So with a small group of volunteers, they each made a book, cutting into a literal book, cutting into it. So you'd have something secret inside the book that would help you if you were a struggling lesbian at a particular time. So that was the kind of only community involvement. I mean, I did the interviews with all the women in the photographs. So it was about audience, how they experienced being in that space and how I experienced it, but it wasn't that traditional community. And no, I can't think any of the others were more community. It appears like that, but it isn't. I'm not one of those, I'm not that type of photographer who works with community in that way. I work in communities, but I'm there to observe them and to have them observing my working method. So we're riding along with each other, but we're not like really in. If that makes sense.
And did you mention that archive in particular is it's an ongoing archive? It's not one that's necessarily shut off. People still can and do donate what they can to the archive.
Yeah, it's 30 years old this year, so there was a celebration the last couple of months, but people are still donating. So it's very strange to have a lot in there of people that I actually recognize. One of my photos, I longed to find myself in a photograph, but I never actually found one. And so there'd be, outright sparing all those feminist magazines, which are no longer running, where I'd have work, and Alice Walker would be here, Maya Angelou would be in the UK, so I'd photograph and they'd be in the magazine. So it was my community in a particular kind of way, but because it's sat in Glasgow, which is where that collection has sort of ended up almost. They saved that information, but now it's really, really valuable as an archive and as a comment on that particular period. And now I've forgotten what you actually asked me. What was it? Community.
Yeah. Amazing. And I want to go back actually to, I guess, the first series of photographs that you showed, which was your collaboration with Autograph. And again, when you intervened quite literally on a specific series of images taken in Jamaica from the 1840s? 1890s, sorry. And I wanted to ask you, and I think this has been common in your practice for as long as I've known of it, the photograph, you view it as a material, or at least something that I guess can be altered, can be intervened within, on, and it's not something that's necessarily permanent, and it can be changed. So I wanted to ask you about that, both in context of that particular series, and I guess in general, what the purpose of the photograph is in your practice as a whole, which is a big question. But as an image, as an object, as a material, as these things.
Well, that particular collection, which is sort of random because it came from Patrick Montgomery's personal collection, but those were by the Valentine brothers, who at the time were the biggest kind of photographer, populist photographer. Those images were produced for the Armchair Traveller, and I've got sort of collections of their other postcards from different countries, from Scotland, and a lot of them are hand tinted, but those would be very cheap, the postcards, rather than the renowned, masters of tinting and toning of photographs. So I'm always siding with the sort of cheaper models, where I suspect sometimes it's the women who are doing that very quick, eye-damaging piece of work. And it's also sitting with those difficult images of formerly enslaved people who are having to work necessarily the way they'd want to work. So those colonial images, those imperialist images that are just still floating around in a number of museums, that's the difficult work, how a contemporary photographer like me works with those. But I want to sit with those difficult questions. I want to sit with, when you have interventions, what that means, and how much agency you can give to the memory of those people, or how much you can elevate them. I mean, the images, they always have a little more, something else pops in the photograph when you add the toning, but that is the work about sitting with difficult things. I've been looking at Karen Blixen's images, her from Out of Africa, that movie, and that she was being in Kenya, and her aristocracy and her money and her failed plantation system there. So those are really difficult images. But it's my job to sit with the difficult stuff and to find a way to talk about it and not be uncomfortable with the questions that come up about, do we need to just, not look at these images, not have them similar ways that you want to take down the statues, sometimes destroy them, not give them a context or a placing somewhere else. The fact that you need to sort of do more photographs of the contemporary Jamaican population. I don't know, I want to sit with those difficult things and have those difficult conversations, because that's part of being a photographer and reclaiming photography, which came from its basis, as a dirty past. You think how it's closely linked in the first 30 years to medicine, prison, categorization, alongside the first package tour holidays, so that photography is, in Derby, mixed up with lying, cheating, locking people up, categorizing them. So I'm working with a material that has that history, and it's always weighing on me. So I want to have those conversations, and that something about those collections, and the idea of decolonizing, what that means, is always there. But it doesn't mean you don't use them, you don't explore them, you don't interrogate photography. So yes, quite deliberately to working with those and continuing to work with those, because it's difficult. And no one said it was going to be easy.
I can imagine that. And I mean, the images are beautiful, and I honestly can't, the fact they were originally in black and white, I can't see it in its original state since you've essentially transformed it in your way. So I think that's such a series.
There is quite a debate going on with photography in photographic circles about colorizing photographs, which is, I try to think of it quite differently in terms of colorizing or tinting, but it might just be trying to be a bit precious about it all. But there are a lot of photographers saying that, no, don't do that. Same way that they're using colorizing for films, but then, no, I choose to do it.
And I think, please keep doing it, because it looks great. I think actually I am out of time, and I'm going to go on to audience questions. No, that was, thank you so much, Ingrid. So yeah, I'll go on to audience questions. So there's a question here which says, could you talk more about the belonging and its trajectory, Britain, sorry.
That's okay. My question was about the Belonging in Britain exhibition that you mentioned. I was wondering about its trajectory. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you said it was now in Canada. So I was wondering what the interest was there, and if you could just talk a little bit more about the exhibition, that would be really interesting. Thank you.
Okay, there's a little mix up there. The Patrick Montgomery images from 1890, they have gone to Canada to a museum. The Belonging in Britain one is actually a video. It went through lots of iterations, but it's actually a video of stills and the voice of the woman who is being written to in the letters by the migrant who comes to England. We have her. So it's just what a lot of those migrants who came in the 50s, the Windrush generation, if you want to call it that, they're in their 80s, 90s, so they're passing away. So this, as an archive, these letters, it's over a year, but they're writing to each other once or twice a week. I see it as an archive alongside all the photo albums as well. So it's animating, so it's mixing them all together and compressing time. So you'd have his letter, then you have the advice of his wife 40 years later talking about the very thing he's writing about. And then you'll see them represented through the photo albums, not their faces, it's just them and their activities. So I usually just present it as a video, but in the stills, it's talking about the research methods within it. Yeah, I mean, it's been shown in the Caribbean, it's been shown in the UK, so there's something about that symmetry as well.
Thank you. And Ingrid, I think we have to wrap up now, unfortunately, but thank you so, so much. I have many more questions, but I'll save them hopefully for another time. Thank you so much for joining us, Ingrid. I think, yeah. And I will pass over I will go on a break. We will go on a break now. Thank you, Ingrid, and have a wonderful day.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our conference. We'll be speaking on the tropes with two speakers right now. One is joining us online. It is Mohini Chandra, and the other one is by my side, Amanda Tavares. I will present her later on. Is Mohini with us? Yes, okay, so I think we can invite her to join us right now. Hi, Mohini.
Hello, good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. I've got a bit of a cold, so if I sound very strange this morning, that's why. But
okay.
I'm
okay.
okay.
Thanks for joining us anyway. Okay, great.
It's okay.
So Mohini, I will present you and then I will let you the floor if it's all right.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Mohini Chandra is an artist whose work deals with articulations of identity and globalized spaces and the role of the photographic in relation to memory and migration. As a child, Chandra spent time in Fiji and traveled widely with her family within the Indian Fijian diaspora. She has an interest in photographic histories and the processes of visual culture within colonial, anthropological, and ethnographic discourses, and the imagery of contemporary globalized cultures. Having previously worked across the Asia-Pacific region in search of diasporic narratives, a recent project, Paradise Lost, examines the complexities of colonial seafaring, slavery, and indenture through the archaeology of shipwrecks. A solo exhibition, Paradise Lost, is at Mirror in Plymouth in 2021 and will tour to the Chennai Biennale in 2021-2022. Most recently, she was awarded the 2021 Arts Institute Film Commission with the Box Museum for Tall Tales and Wonder Rooms. It's up to you now, Mohini. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction and thanks for having me. I'm just going to try screen sharing now. And can everybody see that?
Yes, that's perfect.
Great. Okay, I'm just going to my full screen. So can you see just one slide on your screen?
Not yet.
Okay. What can you see anything?
You can click on slideshow at the top.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. That's great. Oh, resolved that little technical question.
No worries, you're doing great.
Yeah, I've done a few of these and it's different every time. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for coming along to hear my little talk. And I wanted to try to hone in on recent work, particularly this project called Paradise Lost today, but I also go back and look at some older work and just think about what led up to this project. As we've heard, I've been working in Plymouth with a group of archaeologists looking at the history of shipwrecks, particularly around the colonial period, and I'll explain why in a moment. But it's been a really kind of fascinating process and yeah, quite complex to get there. But that work is showing at Mirror Gallery in Plymouth at the moment for another few weeks. And I suppose in my thinking about this project about shipwrecks, I've been thinking about contemporary catastrophes at sea and drownings, you know, that have been in the media recently around migration and asylum seekers and the kind of tragedy that's been washing up on our shores and the disruption to people's lives, and thinking about our bordered world and you know, why some people can travel quite freely and other people can't, and why it seems that the workings of global capitalism move very freely, but not necessarily people. And, you know, some people are more desired in that situation than others. And so I suppose I was trying to think about how we got to this situation of a kind of hostility in this country to people who make these perilous trips. And, you know, this subject of drowning at sea and the tragedy of this situation is something that's been thought about by artists for quite a while. So we have Turner here, the very famous painting, The Slave Ship, which was originally titled Slavers Throwing Overboard the Dead and Dying. And this was for insurance reasons. So slavery and, indenture and things like that have been kind of at the heart of my work for a very long time. But this idea of thinking about the shipwreck as being part of it as something that's evolved in the last few years. And I'm fascinated by the fact that shipping was the power of empire, and it was very powerful, both military and in terms of commercial trades. It took people as well as goods around the world in a kind of circular motion. But it was also, there was a vulnerability there because the ship could sink at any time. It only takes one mistake and the ship goes down. And so I was kind of fascinated by this, and particularly because I came to live and work in Plymouth in the southwest after having worked out in India and the Pacific for some years. And I wanted to link those kind of previously colonized spaces that had been involved so much in my own family migrations to the UK as particularly the southwest of England and Plymouth as the heart of empire, really, the sort of powerhouse where ships really came through. There was a major, major port for ships to come through. So we had, Charles Darwin beginning his journey there. We had Captain Cook. So the voyages of exploration, as well as these other military and commercial voyages, all came through Plymouth. And I thought for me, it would be quite interesting to think about ships of indenture, my ancestors having been taken from India to the Pacific to work in the sugar industry in the colonial period. And so that was kind of the start of it for me, was to try and explore that. And I started working with a group of local archaeologists called the Ships Project, and they were very interested in slavery and the histories of slavery that were buried along with ships in the sea. And apparently there are over 600 shipwrecks in Plymouth Sound, which is the harbour. And this is a largely unexplored territory in terms of archaeology. But what has been happening is that amateur divers have gone down and taken objects from these wrecks. And the Ships Project are trying to map these wrecks and eventually to investigate them. And so they were very interested in someone from a artistic practice, sort of collaborating with them and really thinking about what I could find in this material in a different way. I think that, artists probably tackle it in a different way and present work in a different way. And between us, we have both increased our audiences, which has been really nice, and engaged different people with the work. So I'm thinking about this tragedy originally through photography, but also through objects, as I mentioned, that have been brought up from the deep, and working with local museums as well as divers and the Ships Project themselves, because they have a collection. And so because my background is in photography, I started off sort of photographing these objects. And the one on the left is actually what's called a slave manila. And I don't know if any of you know about this, but these are made of copper, which was considered quite rare in places like Africa. And so these copper manillas were used as a currency to buy slaves with. So these are worth a life. And it's, quite a heavy, cold metal object when you hold it in your hand, and its history is quite chilling in a way. And I was interested in the effects of wrecking on these objects, and the jug on the right has been completely crushed by the forces of wrecking, and the manila on the left, as you see, has become barnacled, and it's tarnished, and it's changed by the process of being either in the wreck or under the sea. And it was that kind of transformation that had already happened to these objects that really fascinated me. And I worked with a singer called Mashimi Bomak in Kolkata, who I met when I was doing research out there on my own ancestors' journeys, which went through the port of Kolkata out to the Pacific on indenture ships. And Mashimi is a writer and an archivist. She collects folk songs from the Bay of Bengal, and she composed a song especially for this project, which translates as "In These Drowning Times" from the Bengali that she sings it in. And this song is really a lament for lost souls. And she's filmed, she came over to the UK and I filmed her in a local church, but she's also singing to a part of the sea, part of the harbour, where it is known by the archaeologists that there is a slave ship under this water, because they've found quite a few manillas that are from this area, but they're only now just starting to map this wreck. So I love the idea of the sea, that you can imagine there's something underneath, but we don't quite know what it is or what it looks like. But I like the idea of putting these two together in a film work. So that's quite, I'll show you some more install images a bit later. So just to go back and kind of retrace my steps, I've been interested in sometime in the photography of both the colonial period and post-colonial period, particularly in Fiji, which is where my father was from. And his ancestors were taken, as I said, as indentured labourers over to Fiji in the late 1800s to work in the sugar industry. And, you know, coming to this history through my father's photographic albums, I started looking at the history of photography in Fiji and found kind of really fascinating photographic tropes that kind of supported racialized stereotypes of the time. And these fascinatingly were taken in commercial studios, but then used in museum collection. They end up in museum collections, and they have a whole other life and a whole other trajectory. In this one, this is in a missionary publication, The Hill Tribes of Fiji. And the subject here has been sort of transformed by you would imagine the interventions of the missionaries. He was warrior-like, and now he's become more civilized. You know, he's wearing a sulu or skirt. His skin is lighter. He's got a flower in his hair. So this idea of photography, you know, purporting to tell a truth, but actually very much a construction of the truth, was kind of interesting. So, you know, the indigenous Fijians were exotified in a particular way. The incoming Indian migration, you know, worker population, who were called coolies at the time, were exotified in a different way when they were photographed. But very often I found it was a bit of a blind spot, and there wasn't very much photography of this migrant group. And so during, you know, the course of my sort of career, I've made several pieces of work using those images. And in the Musée du Quai Branly, for example, I blurred and abstracted images from that period that were in their collection that were for people from India or from Fiji. And that was a sort of way around avoiding those sort of particular stereotypes, I suppose, in materiality. But my family, you know, they moved then, sort of having this diaspora from India, that India was this long lost homeland. They were then in Fiji, but like many Fiji Indians, they then migrated to New Zealand and Australia and to the UK and other places, because there was a sort of virtual state of apartheid in Fiji, and the Indians felt very unwelcome and always under threat. And so they then migrated to other parts of the world. So there's a secondary diaspora. And this is a map that I tried to draw a few years ago. And I've been fascinated by this as a kind of, you know, almost virtual family around the world of connected people, very much connected by family photography, some of it made in Fiji in the studios, and then reflecting these diasporic journeys to different parts of the world, sense of belonging. And my family was very connected with the Prasad brothers, who ran about, I think, 4 or 5 of these studios in Fiji. So it was very much part of our family. It was photography, and you know, many pictures of my aunties being photographed by studio photographers who'd come round to the house. And there was a sense of performance in these images as well, a sense of belonging, and yet also projecting yourself out of the space, or maybe looking back with nostalgia at yourself on a Pacific beach. And this really evolved into works like Album Pacifica, where I looked at the backs of photographs that I'd collected from all over the world, which was an installation and also a book. And in Album Pacifica, I was very interested in recreating family types of hanging, the way that pictures were hung in family homes in the Fiji Indian diaspora, and in this case returning them to an imaginary family album. But I was very interested in the photographer's stamps and markings, and it's this materiality, I think, of the photograph and the evidence of it moving and migration and damage that has emerged in the recent work where I'm now looking at archaeological artifacts. So that's been a fascination of mine for some time. And then I started playing with the images themselves and looking for every photograph of my father and removing him and using backdrops that I'd photographed in Fiji as the backdrop to sort of fill in the space of an attempt to kind of make visual the migrant imagination where you're always in more than one place at any one time. And you're also missing. This is my father back in his childhood bedroom in Cacao Street, and he's not there. And I think when he went to Australia to study, he was absent from the family home. There was a hole where he used to be, and it was that sense of sadness and loss and absence that I really wanted to allude to in this work. And other works I filmed in studios as people were having their photographs taken. And I love the moment when they actually disappeared and you were waiting for the next subject to come along to either have their passport photographed on the left or some kind of other portrait for another purpose. But a lot of these images were meant to be sent overseas. So there's this kind of currency and movement and flow of images around the world, which is really interesting for me. So then a few years ago, I made Cacao Street, returned to Fiji and made some work. And I felt very freed up at this point to kind of incorporate a more eclectic approach into my work, combining video and still image, portraits from the studios, landscapes, little details that I found. The studio backdrops themselves were really interesting. This one with an amazing door going to wherever, to nowhere. And this is a very large body of work. And in the exhibition, which was at CCP in Melbourne, I just showed a small fraction of it. And some of these objects are really I'm so fond of them because I've seen them in photographs over the years, and then I went into the studios and actually found them. And my grandmother's mirror and many studio portraits in the family homes, like wedding portraits, were taken in front of this mirror and then to actually find it. And by this time, my father's childhood house in Cacao Street was empty. There was no one living there because everyone, the last relative, had gone to America. But I did find my grandmother's mirror, which you can imagine in her dressing table how, that was a spine-chilling moment to come across this. Sort of for me, it was an iconic object in a way. And I just, photographed and filmed small scenes, a curtain blowing in the breeze and an empty kitchen. But significantly, at the time, I also filmed at this beach in Fiji, where famously one of the indenture ships sank, and this ship was called the Syria, and many lives were lost on this boat. And the local villagers told me that at night you can still hear the voices screaming in the trees behind. And there's a graveyard there actually just behind the tree line. And so a beautiful place, an idyllic place, a paradisical place, actually turns out not to be when we investigate a bit further. But this tragedy, this shipwreck, really sparked my interest in thinking about shipwrecks and wondering what had happened to all of the indenture ships, which is still an ongoing piece of research. So these were parts of the film where, the factory where sugar was processed, the sugar growing fields, the Rewa River that runs through it, my flights in and out of Fiji, a wedding dress that had been left behind in my father's house, and significantly, this beach. The woman is holding a mirror in one of those central images there. And she told me the story of how they used to cross the river to see their family by flashing a mirror, and the boatman would come and take them across. And I just love this idea of mirrors signaling. And so the next year when I went to India, to the trip I told you about where I went to Kolkata, I actually became really obsessed with mirrors. And I was trying to set up this dialogue between India and Fiji through mirrors and through the abstraction of the street. So I'm not quite sure how much time I've got, but I will wind up very shortly. I think, so that really brings us up to Paradise Lost. And so this is the installation in the gallery in Mirror at the moment. And so you can really see I'm trying to link a lot of these ideas and discourses that I've been thinking about for many years in this work. Mishumi there singing on a large screen opposite the sea, The photographs have been made into light boxes which sort of glow in the dark. So the whole exhibition is quite subdued in terms of lighting and so on, and a combination with archaeological objects from Plymouth itself. And the archaeologists are very insistent on proper labelling, so we have to have that. Interestingly, in the new film commission that I'm making for the box and the Arts Institute, we've been watching old footage of diving and divers, and we've found a bit of footage that is actually one of the objects in the exhibition coming up from the sea, which later turned up in a museum, and I photographed it. So that was a real bonus. It was amazing. And there is a catalogue if anybody's interested in finding out more about the exhibition as well. So I think I've run a little bit over time, so I will just stop there. Thank you very much. Shall I stop sharing?
Thank you so much, Mohini. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think we will spare our questions for the Q&A after Amanda's one. If you may just stay with us up to then. Thank you. So we will now hear from Amanda Tavares, just on my side. She comes from the University of Sheffield, where she's a PhD student. She's working on the visualization of the Mediterranean as a geographical, conceptual, and poetic space. She's closely examining how artworks can negotiate historical visual tropes and create spaces for reflection and engagement. And her paper is Passeuse de mémoire, fluid and fragmented memories in Zineb Sedira's Transmettre en abîme.
Thank you, Elisa, for that lovely introduction. Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend today, either in person or online. And thank you to you, Elisa and Justine, for organizing and inviting me to speak today. It's really exciting. So as Elisa was saying, my paper today is called Passeuse de mémoire, fluid and fragmented memories in Zineb Sedira's Transmettre en abîme. Have we got the slide? Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant, cool. And I think the idea is really to offer a close reading of this artwork that I really love and that I think really can help us reflect on and rethink about some of the tropes related to memory, archives, curation, and colonial pasts. So I'll start by introducing you to the artwork. Transmettre en abîme is a 3-screen video installation by contemporary artist Zineb Sedira. She's French-Algerian, lives in London, and it's about photographic archives of the port of Marseille. It was made during a residence commissioned under the Marseille Project for European Capital of Culture in 2013. That was when it was exhibited. And Sedira was chosen to work with the Grand Port Maritime de Marseille. And she decided to engage with images that bear witness to the modernization of the port and its historical relevance. So Transmettre en abîme is divided into 2 sections. Part 1 of around 18 minutes and in color shows Sedira interviewing Hélène Détail, a gallery director. She's responsible for an archive of images by a mysterious photographer. We see these 2 women talking and manipulating archival materials together, as well as shots of the storage area and close-ups of the printed photographs. This first video is subdivided in various small sections and not only relates to the context of production of these images, but also to socio-historical episodes, intimate memories, and processes of image preservation and dissemination. And then part 2, which lasts around 15 minutes and is shot in black and white, consists of 2 screens and a voiceover of Sedira reading a list of ships and boats documented by that photographer in alphabetical order. So on the left side, one has like an aerial view of Sedira adding the photographs to a pile of images. And on the right, we see a side view of the pile kind of building up. So to start our analysis of Transmettre un abîme, I'd like to talk a bit about the idea of generational and gendered transmissions of histories, which has informed much of Sedira's practice. In her earlier and more autobiographical and often more publicized works, such as the video installations Mother Tongue and Mother, Father and I, Sedira has relied on a documentary aesthetic and familial context to explore issues of national identity, language, heritage, and migration. She then moved to Seascape projects, and human figures gave space to architectural figures, shipwrecks, and concepts expanded to notions of return, in-betweenness, loss, and modernity. And Safair is one of the most famous examples. I situate Transmettre un abîme in a kind of third career stage where Sedira digs deep into the question of memory and the using of interviewing techniques from kind of the first autobiographical phase reappeared, but they were now employed to shed light on personnages, archives, and traces in order to ultimately explore broader issues of historicity, visibility, and collective remembrance. And while her projects varied greatly, Sedira has frequently and consistently identified herself as a gardienne and a passeuse de mémoire. According to her, the inspiration came from the role of North African and Middle Eastern storytellers, the role from North African and Middle Eastern women as storytellers, through which they embody the importance of oral transmissions of knowledge while weaving their own affective recollections into these narratives. Through these practices, women are able to preserve a continuity of intergenerational memory, to have a space for self-expression, and to shape shared mentalities, despite sometimes having little social or public authority. One can argue that Sedira's self-identification also relates to the griot tradition from West African culture, in which some women develop a professional craft practice as storytellers to pass on historical, tribal, and genealogical narratives through musical and oral performances. While the griot tradition has often been analyzed through the male lens, studies have observed that griots are often as numerous and as important as their masculine counterparts. So in light of these references, it's interesting to examine why Sedira uses the terms gardienne and passeuse interchangeably. While the first suggests protection, retention, surveillance, maintenance, and even caregiving, the second expression in its turn connotes movement, linkages, propagation, and of course, clandestine border crossings. And I'm thinking here of the word passeur, which is usually used to designate smugglers. By drawing inspiration from non-European contexts, I think Sedira seems to conceptualize memory as something always in flux, as something that is protected through dissemination. And this vision becomes very clear in Transmettre un abîme, where Sedira pays tribute to a photographer's work by representing it on screen and showing how his images are currently being preserved, curated, and visualized. The formal approach is twofold. By focusing the narrative on the processes of mediation carried out by the gallery director, and by showing her own presence in the making of the film, Sedira shifts audiences' attention to the ways in which meanings and materialities of the archive are constantly being resignified and re-enchanted. Moreover, by elaborating a three-dimensional video installation that intertwines oral histories and testimonies with two-dimensional documents such as photographs, labels, and personal notes, Sedira reactivates the archive, challenging the idea that these materials are kind of stuck in time. The fetishization that turns these documents into fixed identities is disturbed, and they are displaced to a new historical and spatial context, those of contemporary art venues, where the access to and experience of these artifacts happens in a very different way from the archive. And this dialogue between the archive and its visualization, as well as the focus on the backstage kind of invisible work of preservation, is condensed mostly in Transmettre un abîme Part 1. So the interview with Hélène Détail, the gallery director, centers on the photographic practices of a mysterious Marseillais, Yvon François Joseph Collat, known under the pseudonym of Marcel Baudelaire. That's basically all we know. Between 1935 and 1985, he owned a small photography studio next to the old port of Marseille with his wife. And he produced, besides family portraits and sports images, hundreds of photographic reportages of the port, portraits of ships arriving and departing, and commissions for maritime companies. Baudelaire's archive registers the aftermath of many colonial and imperial ambitions in Marseille and in France more generally. His images expose 50 years of dramatic structural change at the docks that reflected many episodes of Marseille's recent history. So its final moments of glory as the port of French Empire and gateway to Africa, its destruction and reconstruction after bombardments during World War II, it's becoming home to thousands of immigrants, in particular Algerians following decolonization, and its economic decline after an impactful process of deindustrialization and the global oil crisis. However, none of these events is formally remarked in Transmettre un abîme. We see their material results and traces through the photographs, their effects on the built environment, the constant redesign of the landscape, the transformation in the size and shape of the ships circulating at the port. And it's exactly this sense of supermodernity that Sediha tries to counteract in Transmettre un abîme. She's concerned with the erasure of and the lack of respect for these historical layers in the landscape, the invisibility of workers and inhabitants, the reduction of the port to a mere backdrop, and ultimately with the homogeneity of narratives around it. The artist turns to the photographic archive, to Baudelaire's organized visual memory of the port of Marseille, in order to recreate the seafront's sense of place and to repopulate the imaginary of Marseille with images that testify to its potentiality as a relational and affective place. And that is why most of the dialogue between Zineb and Hélène focuses on the photographs and not on Baudelaire's personal life, of which we know very little. Hélène talks in detail about the variety of images he produced, which composition techniques he employed, what types of prints were sold, how the photographs were initially organized. In this sense, we see an intertwining of the history of the port with the history of photography itself, at least in the Marseille context. Transmettre un abîme is concerned with photographic heritage, both in terms of what images represent, but also of how techniques and methods shaped our vision of Marseille. It's also concerned with the conceptual and material challenges in maintaining this plurality of imaginaries. Throughout part one, we see Hélène constantly referring to the deteriorating metal plaques and negatives, to the need for a larger space to store so many records, and the time needed to make sense of all that. Sediha is, of course, conscious of the archive's fragilities and its impacts on the construction and reconstruction of memories. And in fact, what she tries to show in Transmettre un abîme is how the transmission of history always involves fragmentation and rearticulation, and how these processes must take into account both the intangible and the material. This critique is particularly reflected in the way the artist presents and positions herself in the artwork. In part one, Sediha is seen interacting with Hélène and listening to her, but her voice is not heard. We can also see the sound and film equipment included in the frame. But then in part two, Sediha's voice is recorded reading all of the boats' names, but we can only see what we assume to be her hand kind of sorting through the images. These disparate and fragmented ways of self-presentation, in which visual presence and acoustic echoing do not coexist in the same projection, point to a focus on the montage of the videos. By alternating between narrator and character, between learning and showing, Sediha shifts the attention to the ways in which the installation as a whole was conceptualized, produced, and edited positioning herself as someone who facilitates the articulation and transmission of knowledge. The artist mirrors Hélène's work in a way and becomes herself an archivist, responsible for unearthing and linking together apparently disjointed testimonies and historical episodes, and ultimately creating a new archival form of the archive itself. And at this point, I think a reflection on the artwork's title becomes relevant. It alludes to the notion of mise en abîme, so the technique of placing a copy of an image within the original, creating a recursive, self-reflective, and sometimes cathartic embedding. Because of this intertextuality, a mise en abîme often destabilizes meaning and can either prompt further understanding of a work or indicate ways to deconstruct it. Séguirat applies this technique in several levels in Transmettre en abîme, by referring to Baudelaire's, Hélène's, and her own archival and curatorial practices in interrelated ways, by showing how the film is being shot while speaking to Hélène about how she organizes the archive, by showing how Hélène manipulates the archive in part 1, and then manipulating the images herself in part 2, and by showing the archival lists and classification systems in part 1, and then reading them out loud in part 2. There's also an interesting linguistic dimension to Séguirat's appropriation of mise en abîme. The concept uses the feminine past participle of the French verb mettre, so mise, which roughly translates as the passive placed or the continuous placing. But the artwork title uses the verb in the infinitive, connoting multiple possibilities of conjugation and a more assertive tone. Also, transmettre can be read quite literally as placing something through, across, in movement. And I think this relates to the artist's approach to the archive, not as something forsaken, neglected, or stuck in the past, and neither as an immutable source of truth and legitimacy, but as an active material in constant narrative flux. It's also relevant in the constant of the photographs, because it challenges truth claims through indexicality and evidences the role of the subject photographer. Through this neologism, Séguirat shows that the purpose of her mise en abîme is not to illuminate an encompassing historical context or to provide a guide to read the larger or whole work, but to make audiences consider these copies and fragments as essential and constitutive parts of the process of writing histories. In this sense, the title's wordplay can be interpreted as a powerful comment on structures of display, which force certain artifacts to be concealed in archival storage rooms, and which therefore decide what is worth preserving and what should be left unseen. This is particularly evident in part 2, where Séguirat just reads and reads and reads from an extensive list of names of ships and boats while accumulating photographs on the screen. There are no breaks for breathing, no periods of silence. The particularity of each image and their contexts are completely erased. And the same can be said of the images themselves. Imposing ships are floating in a decontextualizing and decontextualized sea without any reference to the networks and systems that enable them to sail. By exposing the gaps, the lacks, the issues, but also the potentialities of archival images, I believe Transmettre en abîme opens space for investigation, curiosity, for discussions on what to do, what is accumulated over time, and for dialogues on the relationship between visibility and remembrance. And I think this conference also opens up that space. And I hope that by talking about this artwork here today, I was able to add an extra layer to this non-linear but very rich process of reimagination that Hélène and Séguirat started. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Amanda. It was fascinating. So Morini is also with us, and we will now go on question and answers. So I may start with a question for you both, actually. As you're both, so you're on Zineb, but so Zineb and Morini are working on harbour cities. Really, it's located work, one in Marseille and one in Plymouth. And I was curious on the reception of the work locally at the local scale, but as well how the new narratives they're creating or expanding reflect to the national narrative, either of France or England. I don't know who want to start.
I can start with Plymouth if you like. Yeah, I mean, I think I came to Plymouth about 5 years ago to work here, and I realised that it was an amazing place potentially to make work. So I treated it as almost like a residency. That what can I find out here? And in relation to the other work that I've done, I thought it was going to be really interesting. And what I found was that it was a city that was really had a growing awareness of the complexity of its history. The history has been told in a particular way, Sir Walter Raleigh, Mayflower, a very particular kind of history, quite a unified and heroic history in a way. And I think what I wanted to think about was the complexity of that history, particularly through its links to colonialism. And I wanted to make that investigation a bit richer to sort of alter people's perceptions of the city's history. And when I started making the work, the museum was being renovated, the local museum, which is now called The Box. And so there was no real, I was thinking, where are all the histories? Where do I find out about this? And I couldn't find anything. And that's why I started working with the local archaeology group, Ships Project. Since then, the museum has reopened and have rehoused their collection, which refers to the journeys of Captain Cook and so on to Australia and the Pacific. So that has, I think my exhibition's open just at the right time, just when there's a growing interest in this new complexity. And I think I'm trying to open up a space in which people from Plymouth could perhaps see that their city has a more complex history and a much more cross-cultural and diverse history than perhaps they had originally thought. And I hope that then applies to the rest of the UK, because this was such an important port in terms of the whole of particularly England's history as a colonizing power, and this has shaped how we view the sort of racialized other and other cultures through this, I think, through the lens of this relationship. So I hope that I'm expanding those ideas and investigating something that people are quite surprised by. Even people who live in Plymouth are very surprised by this history and this narrative, this more complex narrative that I've unearthed in a way.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very interesting. In the case of Transmettre un abîme, it's quite interesting as well, because so she was commissioned for the European Capital of Culture project, and there's a lot of studies that criticize that project and in general in various cities because of how much gentrification it prompts. And obviously the area of La Joliette in Marseille was being completely renovated. Some papers that I read even describe it as becoming a non-place. So really where, there's no sort of community involvement anymore. Obviously the prices went up quite a bit. So it's almost this idea of saying, things can't be erased because they are somewhere else. And in having those artworks being exhibited in that context, the first exhibition for Transmettre un abîme was in La Friche, which was a former tobacco factory that then turned into kind of an art space, community space. So it's bringing that kind of back and saying, it will be here. It just will be in different ways. Like the layers of the landscape will always be there. And in terms to contributing to debates, what I think is really interesting about this work, at least for me, is that there's so many gaps, and you're like, to make sense of this, I need to do my own homework. I need to go and do my own research and understand why are things not there? Why is it important to look at ships just in the middle of the sea without any information about it? Is because I have to do the homework and find that information and understand why it's being represented in that way. And yeah, and I think that's a very interesting contribution that CJM makes to more general discourses.
Can I just add, I think that there's something about ports which allows us to open up ordinary lives and working class lives as well as, as well as it reaching across cultures and talking about colonialism and globalization. I mean, there are whole villages in Cornwall where all the menfolk went out on the ship and never came back, and only the women and children were alive. So, it was working class people in this country that were also really affected by the kind of cruelty and the drive to make money, in the colonial period. And they took the risks, really. And I think the other side of that is that we've had an amazing response from the local diving community, sort of sports divers and amateur divers who for the last 60 years or so have gone down and taken things from shipwrecks, which, obviously could be a little controversial, but they are so fascinated by the objects, and there's a passion there for archaeology in an amateur way, and so we're really tapping into that rich vein of experience. And there's an event on Saturday where people can bring in their finds and have them examined by an archaeologist, and talk about what they are, where they might have come from, and that's helping the archaeologists to map these sites a bit better as well. So I think what I've really liked about this project is that I've got this engagement from very different people who wouldn't normally see my work, and it seems people are really fascinated by archaeology and shipwrecks. There's, I guess, in a way, the idea of treasure and what you might find from a shipwreck is there, but there's also the tragedy and those kinds of things, the destruction that it has a flip side, to it. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions from the audience. Thank you. Okay, so that's a question for Mohini from Alan Rice. The local Devon Black British history is another way to interrogate Plymouth and hidden histories. Love you linked this to this work. Local Black history groups is coming together with Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
And Lancaster Black History Group is finding new histories. Yes. So I don't know if you're aware of it or you're connected with that, Mohini?
No, I'm not connected with it, but it sounds really fascinating. I think during this last very difficult couple of years, we obviously saw something happen in culture with the Black Lives Matter movement, and, a real sense of pain and anger, and Black lives were being affected disproportionately by COVID. And, inequality, has become sharper across the board, but obviously racial inequality is something that really angered people. And there's a real focus, during the pandemic, and which is fascinating, and a real recognition that, we in academia and in the art and culture sector have to do better. We have to reflect more diverse stories and more diverse experiences. So I hope that this project in some way contributes to that. I think for me, what's become really fascinating is the collaboration between, my art practice and other disciplines in the humanities. So I've always been fascinated by anthropology, and when I was looking at family photographs, it was a bit like I was doing field work as an anthropologist, but I was also situated within that community. So I was more of a participant observer, and there was a lot of exchanges around that time between visual anthropology and artists, and learning from each other. That was quite interesting. It opened up a critique, I think, of anthropology, which I hope has lasted. And I think, archaeology is another frontier, really, that we can examine. And I was just thinking a lot about photographic archives when you were talking, actually, and just thinking how amazing they are, because the experience I've got at the moment is going into the film archives particularly, but also sometimes the photographic archives of the Box Museum, and looking at their local collect the history, local history reflected through moving image and still image. And yeah, this idea that in a way it will always remain a mystery because there's so little information there. But it does open up a space in which you can tell other histories and other stories and, add some rich threads to the telling of history. And I just hope that that helps us reflect on the present in a more informed way.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that, Mohini. I think we may have another question. Thank you. So yeah, that's also for you. Could you please tell us a bit more about the title, Paradise Lost, and the new representation beyond the epic poem by Milton?
Yes, I mean, it's just the very light touch inspiration of the poem because it's, obviously it's very well known and it's sort of the banishment from the Garden of Eden. And I just really wanted to reflect a bit more on something I'd noticed in the Pacific, that the places and spaces that I was looking at were very paradisical, and yet they were not. The experience of people who moved through those spaces was far from ideal, and the very traumatic and very troubled history, and there's racial conflict and exploitation and slavery, and so paradise is not what it seems. Also, in my mind, Indian communities often, I think, looked at India as this idealized space, this idealized homeland, and it was a paradise that was lost to them. But also in this case, thinking about ships going out to new worlds, you're, in a way, are you looking for a paradise? Is there a feeling that you're going to find this ultimate amazing land on the other side of the world? This territory that can be exploited, perhaps, in a way. But the minute that you embark on your ship, you change that paradise. You make it less paradisical. You spoil it in some way, and so you cannot embark on a journey like this without losing the paradise that you're looking for. And then, of course, the shipwreck is the ultimate disaster in that process. So I think that's the kind of allusions that I was trying to make by thinking about that poem.
Thank you. Yes, there is a question coming live.
For both of you, your papers were just wonderful and they really spoke to each other in great ways. And I have a question for both of you. I know we're pressed on time, but you both raised these issues of fluid migrations, watery migration histories, and the autobiographical complicated in Amanda's case, and just this really wonderful personal archive that you showed with us relating to Plymouth today as well. So I wondered if you thought in different ways about visuals and visual autobiographies as you were putting together these presentations, and what your thoughts are about visual autobiographies and life narratives. It's not a great focused question.
That's perfect. Thank you.
I'll start. Yeah, just in terms of thinking, because I never know how much. Obviously, I know a lot about Sejira's work, and I know, all the story about. I mean, not all her story about her life, but I know a lot of autobiographical elements of it, and how she started with the family motif, and kind of she says herself that the family then became a metaphor for landscape when she starts working with that. So, trying to give a bit of information on that without also restricting the work itself to just that autobiography is something in my thesis, at least, I'm trying to think a lot about. This is a thesis about artworks and not about artists, and kind of how to balance that, give enough autobiographical information, or biographical information that is usually come through autobiographical channels. But yeah, Sejira has explored a lot of that, and a lot in relation to her family. So it was nice to see links with the other artists before. And she's done that in various ways, in film, in photography, but exploring sometimes a relationship with her parents, but sometimes with her daughter as well. And kind of, she kind of compares the idea of being an artist. she relates the idea of being an artist to the idea of being a mother. And she said that this reflection around memory really started when she became a mom, and kind of how she's going to present not only herself and her artistic practice, but her culture and all her background for her family, but for everyone else. So yeah, I think that informs the way she sees her other work. Sorry, I don't know if that replies to your question, but yeah, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fascinating in that I don't know how you really separate the autobiography of the artist from the artwork when you're quite autobiographical, you know, and that must be a struggle for you, I think. But yeah, for me, it really came through realizing that family photography and vernacular everyday photography was a way that migrant communities could tell their story in a performative and very fluid way that was ever changing. And it was, you know, it was a counterpoint to the sort of almost rigidity of more official museum archive collections that sort of pinned people down like they were specimens of a particular race or culture. And I love the fact that family photography was this big jumble. It was kind of like chaotic, but it was alive in a way, and it still is alive, you know, much more now on the internet. So that was definitely a starting point for me. But from there, I think I retrieved all of the metaphors and elements that I needed to go on and make work that was perhaps a bit broader. So ideas about absence, ideas about not showing something, ideas about materiality and the damage to the surface of something telling a story. Objects that are already transformed. So as artists, you don't really need to transform them, but you just need to somehow record and engage with and open up that space in which that transformation is understood. And in one case, it was family photographs being in somebody's pocket or wallet. In another case, it's objects from under the sea. And so I think it's opened up a really interesting space for me to kind of look more broadly, perhaps, but still using those core ideas in my work.
Well, thank you. I think so now we are getting at the end of the panel. Thank you so much, Morini, for joining from Plymouth.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks.
And so we'll have a break and come back at 1 p.m. UK time. See you soon. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our conference. We will start this afternoon with an interview with Heather Ajipong. She will be just joining us now. Hi, Heather. How are you doing?
Really good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. We're so happy to have you with us today. Thank you so much. So I guess I'll start presenting you, and then I will let you speak a bit about your work, and we'll go on interviewing as well.
Perfect.
Okay. So Heather Ajipong is a visual artist, performer, actor, and maker who lives and works in London. Her art practice is concerned with mental health and well-being, invisibility, the diaspora, and the archive. She uses both lens-based practices and performance with an aim to culminate a cathartic experience for both herself and the viewer. Ajipong adopts the technique of reimagination to engage with communities of interest and the self as a central focus within the image. She has worked within photographic and performance arts since 2009 with a range of works that have been published, performed, and exhibited around the UK and internationally. Ajipong has been nominated for Prix Pictet and Paul Huff Award in both 2016, 2018, and 2021. Her work exists in a number of collections, including Autograph, the He-Man Collection, New Orleans Museum of Art, and Mead Art Museum. She's been commissioned by a number of organizations, including the Mayor of London, PhotoWorks, Artishoke, and Tate Exchange. In her television, film, and theater work, Ajipong is drawn to challenging and compelling writing with an intrigue for unique voices. She has previously been an associate artist of Black-led theater company Talawa and continues to perform both nationally and internationally. And to finish, Heather Ajipong was nominated for the South Bank Sky Arts Breakthrough Award 2018, awarded the Firecracker Photographic Grant 2020, and has recently been selected as part of Phone Talent 2021. And she's just been announced as one of the 2 recipients of the Jerwood PhotoWorks Award for 2022. So Heather, I think you will present us today 2 of your works.
Yes, I will be talking about 2 festivals and my current project, The Body Remembers. So it's going to be a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll switch to that now.
Thank you.
Can everyone see that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, brilliant. So first, I just want to thank everyone at Photo Oxford for allowing my Blackamoor image be part of their poster. I felt really honoured for that, so thank you. And also just inviting me to the conference to speak. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about the series of images as part of that kind of initial poster exhibition. And I guess it really starts with Sarah Forbes Bonetta. So this project started back in 2015, where I responded to a call by Autograph ABP, who were doing a call out to look for young practitioners who wanted to respond to their current project, which was looking at 100 years of Black presence in Britain. And they had an exhibition, their spaces in East London, and they had portraits of archives they found all over the place of Black presence in Britain in the kind of 19th, 20th century. And I remember going in there and just being arrested by these images, because I guess I started to realize the amount of erasure I had growing up and these massive educational gaps when it comes to thinking about Black presence in Britain. And I know so much of us, we kind of talk about, we need to talk more about Black history and things like that. And it kind of feels like a cliche, but my experience in that exhibition made me realize how much pain there is in seeing your past as purely traumatic. There's no nuance. All you know about your past as a Black woman is pain. So there's a reluctancy to look back. Every time you look back, it feels like it's fearful or it's something that's going to crush you. So you never look back. And then I'm entering this exhibition, which is showing everything about the past, but I'm feeling seen, I'm feeling held, and I'm looking at these gazes in these portraits. Oh, and I just feel there's such a power in the gazes of those images, even though they were living kind of in a very like physically oppressive time. There is such power in that gaze. And I started to think about gaze and agency and what it means to look back. And at that time, the curator, Renee Musai, and freelance creator Adelaide Baderman was saying, what image do you want to kind of respond to? And this story of Sarah Forbes really struck me. So a lot of people know about Sarah Forbes, so I'm just going to give a little bit of detail. But Sarah Forbes Bonetta was, from the research, a young princess who all her family were killed. But she was given as a gift from King Gozi, who was the king of Dahomey, would have been called Dahomey, now Benin, I guess. She was given as a gift to Frederick Forbes Bonetta. And it was noted that she was a gift from the king of the blacks to the queen of the whites. She was given to Queen Victoria, and Queen Victoria found favor on her because she was intelligent and creative. But when I just found that really, really struck me. So she was kind of looked after. She was kind of adopted into the royal family. Bearing in mind, Queen Victoria adopted a whole bunch of kids, I think 46 kids from all over the world. But something about reading about her growing up, she was kind of framed as this kind of sassy, kind of a young child with attitude. And I thought that's the way dark-skinned women are often portrayed, right? This child effectively went through childhood trauma, and the repercussions of that would have just kind of rippled through her whole life. Yet that's all we talk about. And I started thinking about, how people see us and how we internalize those things, even if they're great to be called strong or to be called powerful, that's great. But once those things can often feel like a cage. So if people keep saying that you're strong, you can struggle to feel vulnerable or fragile or have any sort of vulnerability. Or if someone, for example, says, oh, you're really patient and kind, you can feel you can't assert your boundaries. And I was thinking about the words that are being put on us and how that can feel oppressive. So I thought maybe I can use Sarah's kind of history as a template to excavate my own issues with kind of identity. So, and at that time, I just finished my MA at Goldsmiths, and we were talking about Rosie Martin and Joe Spence. And Joe Spence's work is part of the exhibition I'm part of for Photo Oxford, A Different Mirror, which I have the honor of being part of. And Rosie Martin was talking about something called reenactment phototherapy, which is this idea, quite crudely, but there's a lot of detail in it. Check out Rosie Martin's website. But reenactment phototherapy is essentially looking at historical images from your family history and trying to reimagine those situations to find a sense of healing, deeper understanding, creating fictions to understand the context of that situation. And I thought, oh, could I use Sarah as this sort of template of catharsis? I really wanted to, I've always been known as strong. I don't know why, mostly because I'm a Black woman, but I was struggling with my mental health at that time. And I really wanted to create images of kind of fragility and being delicate and messy. And also thinking about this idea about respectability politics, right? This idea of, because I don't want to be portrayed as angry or anything negative, these kind of connotations which follow my identity around, I make a choice to be overly nice or polite. But actually, that's not agency, that's responding to something else. And how can I really establish my own agency? And also confronting fear. That was really part of making the work. I really wanted to times where I felt powerless or something was taking away from me, I really wanted to reimagine those situations and think, how would I respond if I was given the opportunity to really be in my power? And that's really where all of these images came from. So in each it started off with a reimagination of Sarah, but it was really a jumping off point for my own experiences. So in each image, there's either a prop or a piece of costume, which reminds me of a difficult experience I've been through. And I'm kind of remembering that situation. And each image, we were probably on for around 40 minutes, 1 hour. A photographer called Angela Dennis helped me create these images. And I really wanted to get a sense of catharsis from each situation. I really wanted to process something. So even though there's only one image taken of these situations, it was a whole process, a journey I went through. Sometimes I would read diary entries, sometimes I would shout, we would have a conversation about that situation. But it was always at the aim of releasing something. So for example, on the image of the left, there's a whole history of why I wanted to cover my face and my hair, but I'm saying a lot of stuff underneath that cloak, and this idea of what do I want to keep for myself and what do I want the audience to have, negotiating agency, and what is just for me and what is for the audience. So yeah, that's that kind of way of making work felt incredibly cathartic and quite healing for me. So then I started kind of making work in this way where I want to make work which always makes me feel like I've released something, I've processed something. So that was Too Many Blackamoors. The project I'm currently working on is a performance piece called The Body Remembers, and I'm going to see if you can see the 1 minute trailer. Let me try it. Fingers crossed, everyone. Hold your breath. Let's see.
I think it probably began palpitations and then just these feelings of anger that I couldn't release.
Heather, it's just, sorry, we don't see your video. Should you share your screen again up to the video?
Apologies.
No, it's okay.
Let's see if this will work. So I'm going to share my screen again. Sharing screen is paused. Can you see now? No?
Okay, so you need to stop sharing your screen as you are. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
You go back.
And then go back, okay.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
Brilliant.
I think it probably began palpitations and then just these feelings of anger that I couldn't release.
And I was like, I'm not making it up. I was literally shaking, sweating, headaches, palpitations, everything.
Okay, so my body is just hurting, but like structurally, there's nothing wrong with it.
I couldn't release in my relationships, but those were probably the sources of these things. So they were just getting stored.
Okay, so I'm going to come out of this. Is this going to work? Cancel.
That's perfect.
Have it. Okay.
Yes.
Brilliant. Did it. Okay. So can I go? Yes. Okay. So you can't see my little video, can you? Can everyone see it clearly? You can see it. Thumbs up? Okay, great. So yeah, The Body Remembers is a performance piece about how trauma, particularly PTSD, shows up in the body. And that can be things from having headaches, heart palpitations, trouble sleeping, and also autoimmune disorders like fibromyalgia. And I interviewed 20 Black women, all from different generations, about how they noticed that their body was starting to act differently. And that kind of, that led them to believe they went through something traumatic. So it's more listening to the body and realizing, gosh, I've gone through something traumatic. And I guess we sometimes think of trauma as kind of major trauma, but trauma can also be things like a deep rejection, emotional neglect growing up, not letting your voice be heard, anything that makes you think that you've been under serious threat. So even if it's a lack of love, I'm not lovable, which means that no one's going to look after me, which means that I can't survive, which means I'm going to die. That's the jumps that your brain makes. So yeah, the project's really about connecting our heads and our bodies kind of more clearly. So the main kind of bulk of the performance is a movement piece. So I'm doing this thing called authentic movement, which is essentially moving through impulse. And the idea is that you're letting your body speak. So any tension or stress that is in my body, I just allow that to move. And the idea around that is that there is a sense of release and ease from your body. And there's been a lot of research around trauma recovery, and that's been really beneficial. So that's what's happening at the core. Then there are these projections surrounding the audience, which Gillian Tan has made, which are really these kind of illustrations of what these 20 interviews, these extracts are saying, but also the piece is incredibly immersive. So it's not just you're passively watching me perform. We're asking the audience, what's happening in your body? How's your breathing? Checking in on your body. So it's this idea of there is a conversation happening between myself and the audience. So it's really a unique experience for the audience. And the last kind of component is a gorgeous soundscape by Donato Wharton, which often makes you, it's kind of surround sounds the audience, and often makes you feel like you're inside each body part, and really creates this kind of visceral feeling in the audience. So the work is produced by Fuel Theatre, and my co-collaborators, Imogen Knight, who's a stunning movement director, and Gail Babb, who's the dramaturg, to make this kind of immersive world. Because I think if it's not the last 18 months, all of us are carrying a lot of stuff. And I feel like I want the piece to feel like it's a time where the audience can kind of notice what they're holding, emotionally holding, and also allowing ourselves to kind of let go of whatever that is. So yeah, that's The Body Remembers. And that is me. Done.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all these informations. Was just wondering if the audience see well the images of the first project, or was it? Okay, so we didn't get to see any photographs.
Oh no.
Okay, so yeah, would you be happy to share your screen on your presentation and just show a bit of Too Many Black Emeralds?
Of course. Gosh.
Sorry about that.
No, it was me. Let me know if you can see any of this.
Oh, great. So just for the audience to get a sense of this work, if they already don't know it.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
So gosh, I was just waffling on. Apologies, everybody. So 2 minute kind of contextualize what I was talking about in terms of Sarah Forbes being kind of the template, and me kind of reimagining myself and having her as the kind of the jumping off point. So this is the image on the right is the image from Autograph ABP's exhibition. That was the kind of the starting off point for me. That's me on the left. And then the images that were created were these. So the Sarah was the jumping off point, and then these are this kind of idea about me and Sarah kind of joining forces, and me kind of figuring out my own, using her template to kind of excavate my own kind of issues and difficult situations I was going through. So like I said, each image has like a prop or an object that reminds me of a difficult experience. So for here, we've got earrings. On the image on the right, there's a book. So yeah, each image has something that I wanted to excavate about myself. So each image, took around 40 minutes to take. There's only one image, but it's a whole process journey that I went through using these props. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing again. So now people can have a better understanding of your work. So I guess I will have questions who cross over the two projects. And the first question would be around your body, which is transformed in a place of focalization around Black women's narratives. It transforms itself into a vector of transmission, either in photography or in performance, and borrowing Black women's memories and feelings. And I would like to know a bit more about how does it feel for you to offer this space of transmission, and how does it articulate itself either in photography or in performance, which are two specific things?
That's a really great question. I think when I think about my body, it always feels like all of my work is in service of me first. The work is always deeply personal because I'm always trying to expand the parameters of who I think I am. I think growing up, they were so narrow that this idea of using photography to blur the lines of who I am or expand who I am feels like a privilege that I get to make art in that sort of way. So because I center myself so much in these stories, it never feels risky or dangerous, or I often think about the audience last, if I'm honest. It's like, can this feel cathartic? Can this feel like a release to me? And then the privilege is that if people relate to that, or it encourages something or stirs something up. So I think that's the same with performance too. This is, although I'm an actor and I feel like that's totally separate, with The Body Remembers, it really centers with me. I get a massive amount of endorphins happen at the end of the performance, and it just feels like a release. But there's something about photography and using archives that I'm a bit more careful about, right? Because Sarah Forbes was a real person. But what I don't want to do is, I always want to reimagine rather than retell, because her story is her story, and I'm not coming to add anything. It's more about what her life has inspired me to do, because so many of these histories are buried, forgotten, erased. And I think something about just putting light on her life is an honor in itself, rather than me pretending to be Sarah or whatever. It's just, she's inspired something in me. And I think that's what's really electric about looking at the past and archives. There's so much wisdom in looking back. I always used to think about it as a source of pain. Looking back was painful, but there's so much in the looking back, which informs who I am now. That's a long answer, but that's what it is.
No, that's so great. Thank you so much. It's really nurturing to know that. Regarding the audience as well, either in your photographic work or in performance, who just you already has some dates. So specifically in The Body Remembers, you're namely the mover and the audience is the witness. And how do you see this interaction with the audience? So you spoke a bit about that in your presentation, but I'm interested to know a bit more. And I would like to know if you have any feedback from the first representations. And the last thing is, how do you conceive this relationship with the audience in terms of your photographic work?
Love that you asked that question. So the audience are very much in mind in this performance. Like I said, it's not passive at all. So in authentic movement, the actual framework for that therapeutic practice is having a mover, someone moving through impulse, and a witness. Often it's a clinician. So it's someone looking at the person moving, asking, what do I feel when I see them? What are they telling me? But what's also happening in myself? So the process is always like looking forward, looking back, looking forward, looking back. So we've really jumped on that template and made sure that the audience it's about the collective. It's not just about watching something, thinking it's good and then clapping. So we've just made sure that we've held that process, that the audience feel like they're part of the performance, not a spectator. So yeah, I'm really interested in collective healing. Not saying that you'll be healed when you watch the performance, but there's something about self-reflection, which often doesn't happen when you watch performances. It's very much about the performer. And I really wanted to make sure that there was a conversation happening. With the photographic work, I guess ambiguity is where the conversation happens, right? Sometimes I can be like, I want you to know all about this. But I think as my practice has progressed, I'm leaving more space for people to breathe and have their own kind of, to kind of project more on the images. So I'm quite aware of that when I'm making visual work now. So yeah, the audience are, I think, the last component of my work I'm really conscious of now.
Thank you. Thank you for these details and information. I think we have some question. No, okay, because we're a bit out of time. Oh yeah, we have one. Yes.
I'll just say it to you.
I will repeat it loud.
I was curious, in the body of members, have you mentioned that you included the testimonies of 20 Black women from different generations? And I was just wondering what, for you, well, firstly, why did you include the oral histories in this performance, this body of work? And also what that added to the entire process as a whole, whether it's the process of healing, the process of making, the process of performing. I'm just interested in why, yeah, they were included.
Okay, so I may repeat it for the online audience that didn't hear it. Did you hear well, Heather?
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, that's so cool. So just around the 20 Black women you've listened to, and how did you include their testimonies, and what did you add to the whole process?
Gorgeous question. Thank you for asking that. So I thought it's really important. I'm really interested in the collective. I find that there is something unique in sisterhood and being part of a group and a cohort that often, for me, has helped me with my own mental health. It's with the group, it's with the courage of the people around me that have helped me kind of be quite vocal. So I really wanted to maintain that in my work. And also kind of statistically, Black people in this country are overly represented in mental health statistics. So I really wanted to center those women's voices. Also, I wanted to make sure that there was a generational spectrum, because often this conversation feels like we speak a lot about kind of young people kind of under the age of 25. And I really wanted to understand what the generational shifts and changes are to make the conversation a bit more nuanced and open. So I think that was really important. And every time I make work that is about myself, I also want to make sure, for this project particularly, that there was an opportunity for other voices to be included. The women spoke about there is a kind of a strength in letting your story be heard, and our stories aren't. Sometimes when our stories are heard, they're not in our own agency, our own gaze. It's a kind of another person telling our stories through someone else. And I really wanted it to be unfiltered and to be from someone who's from that community. So I felt like I wanted to create the opportunity for not just my voice to be heard, but other people. And it was a privilege to do that. Yeah. And also it wasn't, last thing, it felt like it wasn't just a story. It was like the story of kind of all of us. I didn't want to make it monolithic. So there's just various experiences in this piece, which all feel, I wanted them all to feel valid too. Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Heather, for your time and for being here with us today. We're really happy to have you here, and good luck with the next representations.
Perfect. Thanks so much, everybody. Just to say, the work is in the Battersea Arts Centre from the 20th of October to the 4th of November. And then we go to Bristol, and then we go to Exeter, just so everybody knows.
Sounds really exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with it. See you soon. So we will now let the space for our next panel, Resisting, Inventing, Empowering.
So welcome to the third panel, Resisting, Inventing, Empowering, still live from the Maison Française d'Oxford. I'm very pleased to introduce you Alan Rice. So Alan Rice is Professor in English and American Studies at the University of Central Lancashire, Preston. He is the co-director of the Institute for Black Atlantic Research and director of the UCLN UCLAN Lancashire Research Center in Migration, Diaspora and Exile. He has worked on the interdisciplinary study of the Black Atlantic, publishing Radical Narratives of the Black Atlantic in 2003, and creating memorials, Burning Identities, the Politics of Memory in the Black Atlantic in 2010. He was a founder member of the Slave Trade Arts Memorial Project in Lancaster, which was responsible for unveiling a memorial commemorating victims of the slave trade in 2005. He co-curated Trade and Empire, Remembering Slavery at the Whitworth Gallery, Manchester in 2007. In this year, in 2021, he is curating the exhibition Lubaina Himid, Memorial to Dong, for the Lancaster Maritime Museum, and working on projects with Preston Black History Group, Swing Cafe Lancaster and Lancaster Jazz Festival. The floor is yours, Alan.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Justine and Elisa, for bringing together such an incredible lineup of artists and critics. It's a pleasure to be here. If we share my presentation, that'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so talking about Jade Montserrat's muscle memory, visualising Black presence in North British rural spaces. And just as a brief coda to let you know that Jade Montserrat is my PhD student, and you don't normally write about your PhD student, I don't think, but the work affected me so much, and I'd actually been thinking about her work before she became my PhD student. And she's at this very moment finishing her corrections. So, and so I'm thinking of her when I'm reading this, going through that process as well. And I hope you'll agree with me that the work is very, very worthy of much more than just academic papers. Our landscape is its own monument. Its meaning can only be traced on the underside. It is all history. Clay is a beautiful, elegiac and haunting 10-minute film made with great sensitivity by Caitlin and Andrew Webb Ellis. It depicts a simple act. A naked black woman digs with her bare hands in the clay of North Yorkshire to the sounds of natural silence interrupted by distant birdsong. She's alone in the landscape, and her isolation seems total. As the performer describes it in her companion piece, Peat Bog, the experience is constructed as bleak, remote, unforgiving, unhearing, without union or unity with other bodies. As she excavates, her body is covered in the wet clay she digs. Her hair, her face, her limbs, her buttocks, her stomach, her breasts all become a slimy mess. She immerses herself in the land literally and figuratively. There are close-ups of this process that emphasize the labor involved in dirty work and the bodily efforts required to do the work, referencing a whole history of black bodies' physical efforts for little tangible personal reward. There are long shots, too, of the figure in what is becoming a pit, digging, surrounded by acres of empty land. Her lonely, isolated status in this harsh environment is exacerbated by these shots. As she extracts the wet earth, she piles it so it resembles the walls of a shelter, almost as though she is dry stone walling, a common Yorkshire means of enclosing land. Has she created a burial pit, a shelter, or a wall? Or all three? Is she a grave digger, a craftsperson, or a putative homemaker? She is all three. Expressing mourning for Black lives lost through the history of slavery and its aftermath, creating new other lives in alien worlds, and finally making homes. The multiplicity of the film is central to its powerful meaning, in which the artist and performer Jade Montserrat seeks to articulate her claim to this alien British rural space as a Black woman. In this, she consciously dialogizes Black histories with the narratives of other groups, such as working class rural labourers, whose work on the land is so often minimised by processes of elision, similar to those used against Black presence. Her process illuminates a multi-directional memorialisation that Michael Rothberg has posited as a way of describing the intersections of vernacular memories that are too often bifurcated. Memories are not owned by groups, nor are groups owned by memories, he says. Rather, the borders of memory and identity are jagged. What at first looks like my own property often turns out to be a borrowing or adaptation from a history that might seem foreign or distant. Memory's anachronistic quality, its bringing together of now and then, here and there, is actually the source of its powerful creativity, its ability to build new worlds out of the materials of old ones. It is memory's anachronistic quality that Montserrat feeds off in this work, summoning ghosts from the past, from here and now, and from there and then, routed across nations and continents, all memorialised in the clay earth of her alien home space. Exiled from diasporic homelands, Montserrat finds this British landscape, although very familiar, to be problematic. Her reaction is to work through this dilemma of alienation by literally attaching herself to it. Montserrat exposes the land to her madness of frantic digging and naked exuberance as this dreamlike space of bucolic life she's inhabited. So she's from this North Yorkshire landscape, this North Yorkshire rural environment. She needs this act of slimy reclamation to truly become hers. It's the very locality of the place, its importance to her personally, that enables the power of the art. As Lucy Lippard reminds us, the intersections of nature, culture, history, and ideology form the ground on which we stand. Our land, our place, the local. The lure of the local is the pull of the place that operates on all of us, exposing our politics and our spiritual legacies. This claiming of rural northern space is vital because of Montserrat's experience of unbelonging caused by current racism that denies her rights in her present-day home space. This sense of unbelonging has been expressed by Black British women artists like Ingrid Pollard, Lubena Hamid, Maud Salter, Claudette Johnson, Sonia Boyce. I go on for several days, but we'll leave it as emblematic in their work and their writing. Johnson's expresses it most potently thus: the experience of near annihilation is the ghost that haunts the lives of Black women in Britain daily. The price of our survival, she says, has been the loss of a sense of ownership of both land and body. The ownership of our ancestors' bodies was in the hands of the slave owners. The horrors of slavery and racism have left us with the knowledge that every aspect of our existence is open to abuse. This is reinforced by the experience of a kind of social and cultural invisibility. It's to counter this loss of a sense of ownership of both land and body that Montserrat creates a dynamic performance of her body, working its way into ownership of the land she inhabits. Despite her claim to ownership, she is a vagrant, vagabond presence in a landscape owned by aristocratic masters. This illusion of Black people in the landscape has led some theorists to describe African diasporic historical presence as spectral. Ian Balcombe theorises this absence thus: the general task of what I am calling the testamentary melancholy realist counter-discourse of modernity is to recover the lost, to acknowledge and take some effective property in the ruinous past continuously. It's not merely to make the past present, but to render the unseen invisible, to bear witness to the truth of what has not been and cannot have been witnessed. And I think if you think about Balcombe then, and then think about Labaina Himid's work around Inside the Invisible, we're getting somewhere towards the way in which Black artists have to try to make work from the invisible. Montserrat's recovery of the lost history of Black presence renders this unseen population visible, despite their elision from most historical narratives. She literally makes the past present by reinserting the Black body in the frame. She's interested in upturning the legacy of this elision of past Black histories in these northern environs, and the consequent amnesia which creates a vacuum where Black people once lived, walked and laboured. She wants to give flesh to what have been ghostly, spectral voices and images. The revealing of new histories underpins Glissant's observations about the multiplicity of histories that dialogize majoritarian historical narratives. And we're just showing you now Labaina Himid's images from Naming the Money, which is a different way of conceptualizing this Black history. Glissant describes how the struggle against a single history for the cross-fertilization of histories means repossessing both a strong sense of one's time and identity, proposing in an unprecedented way a revaluation of power. Records exhibit significant Black agency in 18th century Yorkshire and elsewhere in northern Britain. On September the 29th, 1758, the following advertisement appeared in Williamson's Liverpool Advertiser and Mercantile Register. Runaway from Ghent in Yorkshire, tiny Yorkshire village. Thomas Anson, a Negro man. Then description. If he's found, send him back to Ghent. You'll get a reward. On the other side of Yorkshire from Scarborough, miles across the moors, an African slave is here shown to have absconded from his master's home in an isolated part of the country. Most of these runaway slaves we don't hear about again. Thomas Anson became a trumpeter after he'd escaped in the British Army, and he got a British Army pension when his lips went, he couldn't trumpet anymore. Black history. We found this advert 3 years ago. Compiled by the Glasgow Runaway Slaves in Britain archive. More intriguing for me in particular is the RNA advert for a Lancashire fugitive from September the 10th, 1765. Runaway from the house, the Reverend Mr. Clarkson, rector of Heysham. In 1765, he's been abused, he's got a lump on his forehead, but he has country marks on his temple, scarification marks which show that he was born in Africa. Anyone brings him back is going to be handsomely rewarded. He speaks broad Lancashire dialect. He has African scarification marks and he speaks broad Lancashire dialect. This is the first written record of a Black man speaking Lancashire that I've found. I don't think there'll be another one. Well, someone might find one sometime, but look at that interesting juxtaposition. Country marks. He's an Igbo boy. He was born in the Igbo country. He has his country marks and he has a broad Lancashire dialect. There are only a few dozen Black intellectual individuals in the Lancaster area, but some are already sounding like the locals. The combination of country marks and Lancashire dialect makes this Negro boy an exceptional fugitive, wandering northern roads, at home in the tongue and alien in his features. The hybridity and doubleness, at homeness and foreignness are crucial to the narrative of the African Atlantic and Black British historical experiences that Montserrat opens up through Clay. Rooted by his brogue, the boy roots himself to new enfranchised worlds congruent with his free African heritage. His earlier example is mined by Montserrat, whose praxis of rootedness and routedness mirrors that of such historical examples. And I like to think of her work, Pete or Pete Bog, as talking to this fugitivity in the landscape. This is a companion piece to Clay. This routedness is best approached through Glissant's notion of global errancy, which leads from periphery to periphery, he says, and makes every periphery into a centre and abolishes the very notion of centre and periphery. So I just want to sort of leave that kind of thought with you there, and then to show you Toes. This is one of her watercolours, in which I think she's again developing this idea of errancy. You have to be on your toes to survive these parts. The image suggests that Black British people take with them their African roots and routes through the British landscape. We have the red rose of Lancashire there and some white roses of Yorkshire. So this is the northern landscape, and embedded in her feet are they Eastern? I think they're Buddhas, but they could be African sculptures as well. You take your heritage with you when you go. People have to be nimble to survive. Nimble mobility and improvisatory gestures are essential to making a way through an alien landscape that you continually have to try and make your home. The way to do this, she shows, is to carry within you your ancestry, a non-Western African worldview encapsulated in art objects that render home space wherever you are. Glissant's theorising of the legacies of enslavement illustrates why naked bodies are so important to Montserrat's renderings in her film and watercolours. They describe the special status of enslavement that conjures severe displacement, mental and physical, and an attendant nakedness that is visceral. The enslaved African is the stripped migrant. And you can follow that quote a bit further. But in terms of time, and we're going to move on to talk about No Need for Clothing, a performance piece. And she talks about how the body unclothed, marking durationally directly on the gallery walls, flags up concerns about the body's capacity, vulnerability, safety, whilst acknowledging her labour as a cultural worker, she says, contained in an asphyxiating framework of cultural measuring the value of traumatised labouring bodies, ancestral traumas, for example, in relation to the transatlantic slave trade. The vulnerability that is apparent through the sheer and opposingly defiant act of nakedness troubles our feminism, she says. Placed naked in the space of the gallery, we might become alert to the words and deeds indicated within the text panels, charging the material charcoal with the tensions, vulnerabilities and strength demanded by the female naked labouring body. So what she wants to do with these texts is to think about contagion. When you're walking through them, you're being touched by the charcoal, and you take that with you into other spaces. And she does this work unclothed in part because for her, she wants to be in that vulnerable position in this space, and to do it in terms of, and it's the cleanest way, she says, to deal with the charcoal. You don't get clothes dirty, you know, and through No Need for Clothing in its iteration in Dundee, Philadelphia, Liverpool, Montserrat has created a work that refuses to be physically hidebound by the gallery walls and the geographic limits of that space, initiating a contagion that spreads the meaning of the work physically through the material she uses as a symbol of the memory work that she engenders. She confronts the contemporary vulnerabilities exposed through the continuing degradation of Black and female bodies. As she says, responding through drawing as a somatic form of expression, my brown naked body serves to perhaps mourn our collective, invisible, invisibilized, vulnerable, precarious, criminalized, tortured lives in solidarity with movements such as Black Lives Matter and all campaigns against violence. Such mourning is not solitary, however, because of the material she's using, because it is a contagion. You can't walk through that without taking some charcoal with you. I'm just on the final bit now. So a more recent exhibition, which you can see in Manchester, in the Manchester Art Gallery in Gallery 11, is Future Collect Commission there. And that's being constantly added to, and I was very privileged to be there the other day when they added 12 new watercolors, and this is one of the new watercolors, just a kind of bit of a taster. She talked about the bodily nature of carrying this history at the Future Collect Study Day in answer to a question about the vulnerability. So that was my question to her about the vulnerability of being Black in rural North Britain. An idea of fugitivity and belonging is very real for a lot of people here. And I would say the unsafe feeling is that you're talking about in reference to my upbringing is one that's shared. And I think that is also as compounded by muscle memory. I believe that there is a sort of muscle memory, and not just the muscle memory that we accumulate over our lifetimes. And of course, this relates to Heather and what Heather was talking about, whereby this feeling, this unsafe feeling in an environment, whereby you're an alien and you're quite clearly, whether or not you're ingratiating yourself, integrating and embedding yourself, you're still always an outsider. There's that memory. I do believe that our imperial colonial histories relating to the transatlantic slave trade, I think as those histories surface in each one of our lives, that's a muscle memory. And I believe they surface a muscle memory that creates these traumatic memories. Montserrat's discussion of a muscle memory here, linking to her status as an alien outsider in an alien environment and to traumatic histories, is key to her praxis that seeks to embody the past rather than just narrate it. And this is the book that's just been published for this exhibition, which you can buy from Iniva from next week. Montserrat's discussion of a it seeks to bring forth narratives and images from lives hitherto forgotten and abandoned in the archives. And I think this work, and that's what it's about visualizing those archives because we don't have those pictures. From the registers of the Priory Church, Lancaster, one of the few Black women recorded in Lancaster, and indeed in Lancashire, Molly, an adult Negro. So she's being baptized November the 6th, 1764. Burial recorded December the 1st in the same year. Jade Montserrat's work begins the articulation of such northern lives, flickering muscle memories for future generations. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Alan. We are going through the other presentations before coming back to you. Thank you. So it's my pleasure to introduce you Denise Gundogan-Ibrahim. She's online on Zoom with us today. So Denise received her PhD in comparative literature from Washington University in St. Louis. She specializes in literary trauma and memory studies, postcolonial studies, ecofeminism, post-humanism, environmental humanities, Middle East, and African studies. Denise has been awarded a Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowship within the EU Horizon 2020 research program and is currently working as a Marie Curie postdoc fellow at the Gender and Women's Studies Center of Excellence at Sabanci University, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Denise, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Justine, for this introduction and putting this wonderful conference together. And thank you, Elisa, and all Oxford team. I'm really very happy and privileged to be with an amazing group of artists, scholars, and critics virtually. But I think that's something. So I think I'll try to share my screen now with these slides. Okay. Can everybody see my screen? Yes. Okay, that's great.
Yes, could you please go to slideshow full screen, please?
Sure.
Top tab?
Yes, I'm doing that, but let me once again. Okay. Sorry for that.
It's okay.
Okay.
on slideshow?
Yes, I will.
Yes, almost there.
But it doesn't. Is it okay now? Why it doesn't work here? Okay, I think.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So today, in this talk, I focus on how African women novelists and artists such as Aminata Forna and Pamela Fatima Sandstrom mediate suppressed expressions of individual and collective trauma. And I think this theme also has been, going all day long. And I was really thrilled by former presentations. So I'll try to add up on that. Today, then I would like to begin my talk with the remarkable statement that Pamela Sandstrom, who is a figurative artist and designer based in South Africa. In African Features, Sandstrom writes, I quote, "My work features a female figure who often stands in as the archetypal hero on a quest through landscapes that carry significations, landscapes of discovery, of conquest, of self-sacrifice, of self-mythology, landscapes in the pursuit of home. I am interested in reclaiming and reordering narratives of power via an imaginative and speculative occupation of geographies and histories," end quote. This emphasis on reclaiming and reordering narratives of power through a novel imagination of different geographies and histories invite the creation of alternative histories and memory-making practices that can reconfigure painful past and presents. The overall sensibility of Sandstrom creative practice is very much rooted in mobilizing African memory, of creating change through thought and fantasy, in which she imagines and occupies radical new futures. Here I would like to show one of her paintings, The Knitter. I hope my slides are changing as well at the same time. The Knitter gives us an elderly woman who weaves the universe, if you look closely. The idea of Ubuntu or togetherness, I am because we are, that the idea, identity, selfhood, and the political power that comes along with those can never be reduced to a single standing as the elderly woman weaves a universe here. In other words, a single body is a representative of masses of bodies, animate and inanimate matter, whether as community or ancestry or as collective history or collective memory in the Knitter. The idea that each body can carry many, many meanings or many, many bodies, many histories, and to be sure, many different forms of hope for the past, the present, and the future is evident in Sandstrom's artistic African philosophy. In The Knitter, the artist wraps an effigy of her mother, recently claimed by cancer, in a cloak of foliage and credits her with making her world. This might be read as simply the enemy's trope with Sandstrom's powerful and recognizable archetype, Mother Earth, connecting with the weaver on an intuitive and intellectual level to go beyond the secular and anthropocentric ways of knowing and seeing. Through this vision, this paper makes a reference to this kind of knowledge production in its argumentation and claims that African enemies' ecologies render a critical memory work that expands traumatic personhood beyond the individual, the rational, and the bounded human subject. Usually we refer to this rational bounded female subject as the anthropos, the ideal image of the man. So I will try to argue and show how Sandstrom and also Aminata Forna to a strong extent reject these delineations. Here I take my departure point from Soyinka's conceptualization of animist personhood, which assumes a cyclical temporal structure, ritually sustained by the vibrant interconnection between the past, the present, and the future, as well as the entangled worlds of the dead, the living, and the unborn. Soyinka argues that the human conditions belongs to a cosmic context that is anterior to the separation into binary categories advocated by the modern European and Western imagination. In this context, Soyinka claims that Greek paganism, prior to Platonic or Christian traditions, probably contained in its metaphysics of Earth the same cosmic dimension. I quote, In Asian and European antiquity, therefore, man did, like African, exist with a cosmic totality, and did possess a consciousness in which his own earth being, his gravity-bound oppression of self, was inseparable from the entire cosmic phenomenon. End quote. In this statement, one can understand that Soyinka differentiates between the African and the European and underscores that the need for African peoples to develop a self-appreciation of their world that is not conditioned by the views of others. So having built by Soyinka, Harry Garuba, in his seminal work, Exploration in Animist Materialism, Notes on Reading, Writing African Literature, develops the idea of animist thought as a system of that spiritualizes the physical object, a continual enchantment of the world, he says. Garuba theorizes the animistic understanding of the world applied to practices and postcolonial Africa. I utilize this cosmic temporal axis to analyze how women in contemporary African art and literature imagine traumatic memory beyond the pathological closures or beyond this, the impasse of the psychic conditions. To that end, I analyzed Sandstrom works and the Scottish Sierra Leonean writer Aminata Forna's works, in particular her Knoll ancestor stones, intended with one another to foster a comparative dialogue of the creation of alternate histories that can reconfigure painful pasts and presents. Giving voice to silenced memories and reclaiming collective memories that have been misrepresented in official narratives, both Forna and Sandstrom question the poetics and politics of memory making in relation to experiences of vulnerability and violence. These two women, I suggest, creatively and critically regenerate traumatic memory through animist poetics discredited by ancestral ties. Animist poetics in their works operate and refashions pre-colonial cosmologies as responses to colonial modernity. This is not a historic redemption, I must also underline this, but collective survival, productively offering an alternative look into Cartesian dualism with a cosmologically informed by animist personhood. Having lived in Africa, South Asia, and United States, Sandstrom has developed an alter ego, Azme, to convey her evolving selfhood. The image of Azme is often superimposed with overlapping gestures as a means of suggesting compounded time, illustrating her universal atemporal existence. Azme, named gleefully appropriated from a manufacturer of sanitary fittings as seen in a public bathroom, was thus developed. Azme has become the vehicle for self-expression without re-instrumentalization of Black bodies. In addition to her Mother Earth cosmological personhood seen in the knitter, Sandstrom Black bodies and landscapes expand on themes of timelessness as she reconstructs sites, both real and imagined, to reveal the small scale of individuals within the vast universe. As she imagines her work, she writes, and I quote, "It is impossible to think yourself alone without understanding yourself alone in the universe. A myriad of networks of interreliability and interdependence and intergenerationality. This stands in stark contrast to self-fortress or self-isolated ideas that prop up individualism, that no other life other than your own is significance, that no other life than your own is worth considering or seeing." End quote. This vision clearly resonates with animist knowledge production and animist ways of seeing, which perceives the whole cosmos as a principle of life or spiritedness rather than a specific human belief system. Animism endows non-human bodies and entities with spirit and vibrancy at the level of narrative process. It counters liberal humanitarian ideologies. In Sandstrom Trooper, her other work, I hope you can see, we have the figure of the woman who stands as tall as the picture plane, gathering her hem leaves, loose a layered cascade of fabric. We see multiple skirts here, that one stands for the many, for the cosmos impact, for the broader network of relations by which life and subject itself is animated. I suggest here that the action of pulling up one's skirt in Trooper is ambivalent and might signal a kind of a sexual or submissive tendency or somehow female silent readiness to get stuck in. However, if you look at very closely across the image in enormous fonts, one is also able to see repetitions of the clause "to the stars." These words are from a quote in the essay, "Why Do I Write?" by South African author Bessie Head, which reads, again I quote, "I am building a stairway to the stars. I have the authority to take the whole mankind up there with me. That is why I write," end quote. Taking her cue from Bessie Head, in fact, Sandstrom's art, which surfaces as the makeshift basin of the women's skirts and ascent to the heavens, marks both the history of disenchantment and re-enchantment of the world. Moreover, I suggest that the impulse to go to the stars is in contrast with Trooper's symbolically charged geological landscape. In other words, land is surrounded by overactive volcanoes at the background. Maybe if we enlarge the artwork, you can see the volcanoes really erupting at the background. And this signal tensions reaching the point of explosion. However, there's also a process of transformation experienced even by the volcanoes themselves. That is the dispersal of animist personhood through the diversification of all entities into the landscape. This process, I argue, questions the rational, secular, and, to be sure, the patriarchal boundaries of human subjectivity. Even the solitary female figures, as seen in the previous artwork, the knitter, and here in the Trooper, somehow do not seem altogether broken and isolated. These works remind us that these individual pieces create a community of the human and non-human, of the seen and unseen, of the dead and alive, of the subject and this object, of the present and the past. And this renders a cosmological prism that allows Sandstrom's work to splinter into a rainbow of animist figures. And also, it stitches together multiple worlds between humans and non-humans, gods and spirits, which undoes the discursive formation of Western male agency. And I'd like to jump to another painting of hers, The Incense Burner. In The Incense Burner, the artist imagines her Black women characters as ancestors or time-traveling parallel visions of herself. Again, you can see the reflections of Esme as an alter ego here in this artwork as well. The relationship between the female body, the natural world, and the idea of landscape is paramount in this work. This could facilitate new visions of justice that hold humans responsible and accountable for our actions towards non-human species and entities such as rivers, mountains, glaciers, and so forth. The intricately layered cerulean world contained in the skirt of the woman, as painted like blue, warm blue, and somehow white, as you see. It encourages the reader, the viewer, to think of the fresh water running off from the glaciers, perhaps, influencing ocean ecosystems and the whole earth. The shapes rising behind the Black female figure, the beige and brown hills, and the rose quartz and black backdrop might bring the viewer the idea of how memory is entangled in relations between humans and non-human species in their struggle for survival, recognition, and justice. Sandstrom thus not only reflects her own memory, the alter ego Esme, but also the wide expanse of memory that encompasses the entire life pattern and shape of the African mind. Her artistic approach is informed by the animist belief that are supernatural and more than human agencies, and that pervade the humanist environment, who are potent not only to grant women desires, but also powerful enough to change binary accusations, thus creating a cosmological storytelling. And now if I may, I can jump to how I tie this to ancestor stones, because I think that they do speak really well in terms of cosmological storytelling and in terms of surpassing this very traumatic memory and traumatic psyche. In its different genre, Aminata Forna's 2006 novel Ancestor Stones speaks to Sandstrom paintings precisely because Forna demonstrates how animist ideas operate within the context of social practices of everyday life. Forna establishes this with attention to local constructions of relational personhood and to its relationship with ecological perceptions of the war-torn environment. In Ancestor Stones, Abby, the main character, inherits a dilapidated coffee plantation in an unspecified African country, most resembling Sierra Leone, and recounts a startling family history in the tales of her 4 aunts, the multiple wives of plantation's original owner, Asana, Mariama, Hawa, and Sarah. And so begins the history of families and countries' turbulent and traumatic history, from colonialism to independence and to the horrors of the Civil War. Violence, loss, and trauma are threads running through the novel, especially the loss of mothers, the loss of the spirit world, or animism in the face of political turmoil. All the women's characters are subject to the hierarchies of polygamous family structure, which of course work against for them and distort their lives in many different ways. And yet women characters work through their losses and individual traumas through a strong attempt to re-enchant their world. Women in the novel, I argue, develop their unique storytelling through cosmological and animist perspective. To illustrate, here's a short quote from the novel. Mariama remembers her mother's tragedy as she tells the reader. Alone in her room, except for me, my mother talks to the stones. Yes, she does, and often. But first, she gathers them up in her hands and throws them in the air like a celebration. She holds out her right hand and catches some, leaving others to fall. The ancestors, she called them. And now I recognize them for what they are, names. The name of my mother's mother, of my grandmother, of my great-grandmother. The women who went before, the women who made me. Each stone chosen and given in the memory of a woman to her daughter, so that their spirits will be recalled each time the stone was held. And as the names emerged from the shadows, I saw how my father had destroyed my mother. End quote. One is able to see here that stones re-embed human subjectivity into animacy, and more importantly, into co-spiritedness in the world, and broaden the traumatic female personhood and the way the particular losses worked beyond the impasse of the psyche, beyond the unspeakability of the wound, so to speak. And this paves the way that, again, Soyinka describes as the animist interfusion of all matter and consciousness. The materiality of ancient stone here, similar to Sandstrom landscapes and non-human subject, witnesses its own animacy and thereby make visible the broader and intergenerational network of traumatic memory that binds Mariama not just to her own mother, but to all women and to all life forms. Here I would like to read this scene, this quote, in tandem with Sandstrom painting The Knitter, where an elderly woman weaves the universe beyond the dualistic human and non-human relations and beyond the melancholic trauma paradigm. In the face of loss and violence, the knitter urges us to couple with animist world and multi-species kingship that is achieved by relating to the whole cosmos, the land, rocks, rivers. So does Forna's ancestor stones. I argue that both Sandstrom and Forna locate their women characters or women subjects radically entangled and interconnected within a manifold of affects, tensions, and non-human relations, and thereby develop storytelling beyond dominance, tragedy, and victimhood. Forna's ancestor stones re-envisions animist modes of remembrance and brings together resistant politics of indigenous sovereignty, with scenes with injury and, of course, recovery. It provides a nexus between past and present with the aim of achieving the historical past that was built on patriarchal power and gender inequality. The novel underscores how people, especially women characters, places, and things establish relationship with each other, and these relations are more fundamental than the entities themselves. And again, this can be seen in with this very moving and particular scene. I hope, okay, you see my slide change. Okay. Here and there, scarlet berries dance against the green. I reached through the cobwebs, careful of the stinging tree ants, and plucked a pear. I pressed a fingernail into the flesh of a berry and held it to my nose. Coffee, the lost groves, all this had once been great avenues of trees. And for a moment, I found myself in a place that was neither the past nor the present, neither real nor unreal. Rotoron, my aunts called it. Probably you have been there yourself, whoever you are and wherever in the world you are reading this. In that place, for a moment, I heard them. I believe I did. A child's laugh, teasing and triumphant, crowning some moment of glory over a friend. The sound of feet of bare soles, flat African feet, patting the earth. A humming of women singing as they work. End quote. Here, Abby's lived body among the lost groves as a sensory vessel allows us to listen to the ancient dialogue of body and earth, signaling lost trauma beyond the sole human subject. Abby mobilizes memory from and within the cosmos, I argue. The human wound and the wounded landscape here, or entangled wounds, I suggest, are endlessly in relation with each other and thus cosmological. By way of conclusion here, I say that both Sandström's art and Forna's fiction restore anew what is lost in the colonial history of Africa. And both women manifest how colonial history gets disenchanted and again re-enchanted through a cosmological undoing. Thank you very much. And I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Denise. Please stay with us until the last but not least presentation. So I'm very happy to introduce you Kama Lamakrel. Kama is based in Teotihuacan, Montreal. Kama is an award-winning Mauritian-Canadian multidisciplinary artist, educator, writer, curator, and literary translator who works within and across performance, photography, installations, textile, digital art, and literature. Kama's work is grounded in the exploration of justice, love, healing, decoloniality, hybridity, cosmopolitanism, ancestral healing, and self and collective empowerment. They are the author of Zome Femme in Metonymy Press, which has received numerous prizes. In 2021, Kama was awarded the Canada Council for the Arts Joseph Stauffer Prize for Emerging and Mid-Career Artists in Visual Arts. The same year, Kama presented their new multimedia exhibition, Queering the Highland Body at the La Galerie de l'UQAM as part of Momenta Biennale de l'Image. Kama, this is you.
Hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Okay, let's just do the technology first. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. This is my very first hybrid event. So let's fingers crossed that it all works well. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay, and great. I'm also going to put a timer so I don't go over my 20 minutes. Thank you for having me. This has just been, it's a really early morning in Canada right now. But what a great morning. What a great way to start my Monday morning. And both those presentations were just so amazing. So I feel so great to be able to share this space and then put my work.
Kama, before you go on, could you please press play so we have a full screen?
There you go.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for the feedback. So yes, so where was I? Yeah, I mean, what I'm going to be talking about today is mostly I'm going to be talking more about my process and how I work in interspaces and what hybrid artistic spaces do for me in terms of allowing me to articulate a decolonial poetics. Yeah, I'm going to go more into the formal rather than the thematic parts of my work. But I just thought Denise's presentation was just so interesting just because a lot of those ideas of middle space, of being between living and dead, between ghost and living, between, you know, like the relationship between the body and the island, which is something I'm going to be talking about. Those interspaces that take life for me in decolonial epistemologies are very much present in my work as well. So that was really, really interesting. So great. So I would say that really for me, like at the basis of my work, of what I'm trying to do, hold on, because I can't see my own screen. How do I do this? Okay, never mind. I'm just going to let it be like this. So at the very core of my work for me is really what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to articulate languages of decoloniality. So a decolonial poetics in its multiple form through both intertextual, what I call intertextual and intertextural practices. So I will unpack what I mean by this. So I would say in terms of thematically speaking, like my life's work, and I talk about my life's work because I don't separate my multiple practices, whether that's my translation practice, my literary practice, my performance practice, my community arts practice. For me, this is all part of a body of work that each come from the same values, really, and that emerges from a concern for justice and an imperative to heal from colonial past. So the ways in which I do that is that I reimagine and I reformulate languages of the self in order to offer a counter memory for the future. So I explore ancestral loss. So ancestral loss as the loss of bodies, the loss of histories, the loss of cultures, of languages, of genders, of knowledge systems, of spiritual practices, in order to then be able to rewrite the marginalized and the silenced voice in contemporary context of global imperialism. So in that sense, for me, what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to draw from the past to be able to interrupt the present and then offer possibilities for the future. Yeah, this was what I was just talking about. So I reimagine and reform languages of the self in order to offer counter memory for the future. I'm very inspired by Norbert Phillips' work, who's a poet based here in Canada from Trinidad, and whose work, Zong and She Tries Her Tongue, for me were like two books that were really seminal in allowing me to find my artistic voice. And how is it that I work with ancestral loss? How is it that we work with the dead? How is it that we work with ocean journeys? How is it that we work with grieving? And those were two seminal work of hers that really influence how I went about like finding my own language. And she talks about the reacquisition of power to create one's own image. Like, so really the redefinition of the I and the languages of the self. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. So the narrative voice then in my work is multiple. It is at once a descendant of slaves and a descendant of indentured labor. It is mixed race, being both Black and South Asian. It grew up on a plantation island of Mauritius, which is where I grew up, in a working class family that came from the plantations, except that now as an adult, I'm culturally middle class. The I in my work is a voice that also travels across genders, travels across the full spectrum and kaleidoscope of masculinity and femininity, and also is filled with queer desires. It is an I that is at once East African, South Asian, Mauritian, but also on the way to becoming Canadian. And so for me, the I in my work then, it cannot be constrained in any way by the boundaries of disciplinarities. In many ways, I kind of like to joke about this now, where I go like, yeah, you know, like I didn't quite have a choice really. When you look at my life history, I have always inhabited hybrid spaces in that sense. And also then as a multidisciplinary artist I did not go to art school, like I'm self-taught and community taught. There's a lot that I learned from like grassroots marginalized communities. So I did not go to art school as well. And there's something for me now working as a multidisciplinary artist that allows me to move between and across multiple media. And for me, working across live performance, poetry, textiles, installations, visual arts, all of those then offer me multiple aesthetic and political voices through which I can then articulate a decolonial poetics. So these artistic interstices for me act as a terrain for the elaboration of strategies of selfhood, singular and communal, that initiate new signs of identity and innovative sites of collaboration and contestation. This is a quote from Homi Bhabha, who in The Location of Culture talks about that space of hybridity as, and for me, I do see my disciplinary practice, not just in terms of capturing my own life experience, but the practice itself in the making of the work creates a range of in-between spaces and voices that then offer for me a sort of kaleidoscopic view of my subjectivity as they relate to space, to time, to kinship, and to history. So that's to just give you the theoretical framework in terms of how I ground my work. What I'm going to do now is we're actually going to go through a couple of examples of like more recent work that I've done specifically on what I call the island body, looking at the relationship, at the place of islands through within colonial history, and giving back agency to the island. So I'm going to go through a bit of a body of work so you get a better sense of how I explore those questions and try to allow something to emerge from the hybrid space, from the interspace between disciplines. So Queering the Island Body, which is actually an exhibit that I have going on now at La Galerie de Cam here in Montreal as part of Momenta, the Biennale de l'Image, it's a body of work really so there's photography, which is the photography that you can see right now, and then I will show you there's a textile piece, there's also an installation, a video installation as part of it. This project initially actually started via the reflection towards this project started a few years ago as I was working on a different project. So this picture is from Breaking the Promise of Tropical Emptiness. This is a photography series that I've worked on that specifically was seeking to interrogate the aesthetics of the postcard, in the sense of, you know, like postcards as being those visual artifacts that are supposed to be representing a particular space. And one of the things that really struck me was that postcards of Mauritius, but also of Ireland, generally speaking, I always portray, like they're always landscapes, right? Like the postcard is always within its own colonial history. They're always empty landscapes. And there's never any form of black or brown subjectivity that we see. Like the postcards really do not say that, oh, there are people there who are local to this place, but it rather says, here's the terra nullius once again, right? Like here's the space that you can come to colonize if you have enough euros, if you have enough dollars within the space of a resort, or enough pounds, you know, and so I started working on this project, Breaking the Promise of Tropical Emptiness, where I went back to Mauritius, and then I would position my own body in different ways, in different forms, within spaces that are actually cliches, postcard cliches, as a way of speaking back to that visual culture and that archive. But as I was working for this project, increasingly, and also it was, of course, very important for me that it was also the transgender body, Black body, that was in the forefront of, you know, of the postcard, like in terms of bringing that subjectivity, speaking back to that archive. But as I was working for this project, one of the things that I realized is that the project started going deeper and deeper. And that's when I realized, sorry, let me just do a time check. Okay, I have 10 more minutes. That's when I realized that, at the same time, one of the things that I really wanted to do was I wanted to bring back an ancestral exploration, specifically of the trans body, of the queer body, in relationship to the island, in relationship to the ocean, in relationship to the territories. And I really wanted to explore what is that middle space that exists there? What is that space that exists between body and territory? Which for me was also very much a queer and trans reclamation of ancestral reclamation in terms of ways, like, you know, like in at least in Canada and in North America, but it's the same thing in Europe. There's a very specific framing of trans identities, which say that like trans people are born in the wrong body and therefore they have gender dysphoria, and therefore you need a medical intervention, and therefore you need a legal intervention to then correct the problem, right? Like, and I think that's a legitimate narrative, and I think certain trans people experience this. What I want to push back against is that I think that is only one narrative of the trans identity and the trans experience, and it's a colonial narrative, because the gender binary itself, as it was a colonial tool, it was part of the colonial intervention, and we see that globally, whether it's in Africa, in Southeast Asia, even here in indigenous communities that have been colonized in what we call Canada now. There were ways of existing outside of the binary, of the gender binary. So for me, part of the exploration also in terms of going back to the land, going back to the territory, was to understand that ancestral connections, because I come from a culture where trans people, what now we call in modern terms trans people, what I call Zomfam in my work, which I will talk about in a moment, were actually spiritual leaders of our communities, right? Because we being neither men nor women, we could travel between the world of the spirits and the world of the living. So we were the spiritual leaders. We had the knowledge and the and the poetry and the medicine. So for me, this going back then to the territory, to the land, the space that has been colonized, this island, has been then about also exploring what is the spiritual forms then that exist between the water, between the territories, between those bodies and the queer bodies. So that's one element of queering the island body that I worked on. So with those, there was this photography series. There's more like another series that I'm going to be developing in January as well, back in Mauritius, a photography series. And within that exhibit, then there's also there's a video installation. It's a projection that is being projected on a bed of salt on the ground, which is what you see here. And also there are those textile pieces. So I'm going to talk about this a little bit. Salt for me is a material that I've worked with for many, many years, both as a performer within in multiple ways, because I found that it's a material, it's a mineral that can crystallize, it's a mineral that can actually become water, there's a fluidity to what it does, but also it's present everywhere. And the ocean is filled with salt. So that's one of the ways in which I work through ancestral loss and the ocean journeys in my work. And so the projection, the video is a series of rituals that happen. I will show you another image in a moment with the salt, and then it's actually projected on this piece is called Your Body is the Ocean, which is inspired from one of the pieces in Zomfam, my poetry collection. And then that's projected on the bed of salt that's on the ground. And then so the textile pieces in the back are, so they are the islands, the archipelagos. I call them text isles, as in text isles for island, like that's the actual title of this piece. And the red, blue, yellow, and green is because, so the red, blue, yellow, and green are actually the nationalist colors of Mauritius. It's the colors that of the flag of Mauritius. And one of the things that I find really interesting is that the colors of the flag themselves were chosen based on the colors of the island, the colors of the territory. So the red of the flamboyant, which is this red tree that fills the island over the summer, the blue of the ocean, the yellow of the sunset and the beach, and then the green, the greenery of the island. And in that rewriting of the queer body, the trans body onto the space of the island, I found that so interesting how just even there's a language of the territory that's imbricated within the nationalist language that defines the territory. And the other part of this work was influenced also by an ecological disaster that happened in Mauritius in July of 2020, which was about a year ago, slightly more than a year ago, when the MV Wakasho, which was like a ship that wrecked on the southeast coast of the island, basically, and more than 1,000 tons of like crude oil spilled into the lagoons of Mauritius. And it's the biggest ecological disaster in the history of the island. And one of the things that I found interesting within this was that, so this ship was actually, this bulk carrier was actually belonged to a Japanese private company, but then was traveling under a Panama flag and was on its way to Brazil. And there was no international accountability, right? There was no international accountability around this, because when it comes to land borders, we have those arbitrary lines, which are colonial lines that have been drawn on territories to say, this is with this country, this is this other country. But when it comes to the ocean, we do not have that, right? So that means that you can actually entirely escape any form of accountability. And actually, when we're talking about island, when we're talking about the Republic of Mauritius, it's not only just an island, there are also Agaliga and Diego Garcia. There are a series of islands around, but also the territory of the island continues into the ocean, except there is no line drawn in the ocean. So I really wanted, in interacting with the notion of the island body, I really wanted to interrupt that and interrogate that. That question of the island body. So this work really then is an archipelago. It reframes the space of the island as an archipelago, and there's also poetry on it in English, French, and Creole, where the poetry, like the stanzas, act also as islands that reframe the archipelago and the space of the island. And the fabric also is imbricated with salt, like the textures that you see on the fabric in terms of the colors, that was actually made with salt as well. So salt comes back also as a material. I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to rush through the little bit that I have. So just to show you a video, this is a video of the to give you a sense of like the projection on the salt, or maybe, and then, oh yeah, I'll just show you this and I'll talk about it. So this is a project in augmented reality that forms part of the exhibit. So, and what I do with this, I really wanted to create the island body as an immersive experience. So if you're on Instagram and on Facebook, you can just search the filters for Kamala Mackerel. You have one more week to try it, and you can try it from anywhere you are in the world. So you actually get to try the filter, which feels like an immersive experience. And then there are soundscapes that I recorded in Mauritius, and then the mantra of your body is home. Your body is an island, your body is home, your body is the ocean. And you can actually experience it as an augmented reality project in that sense. Okay, I'm gonna go really quickly now and talk about Zumfam. In short, Zumfam was a manuscript that I first developed for the stage. Zumfam means transgender. There's no quite a translation for it in Creole, in English, but it's a Creole term which means transgender. And I developed it first as a performance, as an interdisciplinary performance, and then later on it became a book. And a couple of quick notes around this, really, just for the interest of time, like my interest really in developing Zumfam as a show was I really wanted to know, what does poetry look like if poetry can move? If we're talking about a decolonial poetics, how does it take shape? How does it move in the body, through the body, and how does it move across space? So So that's those are some of the images from the performance of Zomfam that I hope when theaters reopen, well, they're starting to reopen. Hopefully, I haven't gotten the chance to present this to an audience because it was supposed to premiere in 2020 and got cancelled because of the pandemic. So, but hopefully in the future. And then just to give you a quick note in terms of interdisciplinarity and then thinking about the book, because I developed this manuscript first as a show, and then it became a poetry collection, and it became a book. And then in developing the book, for me, the other question that I really wanted to bring into the poetry itself was to allow the body of the text to perform on the page in the same way that the poetry was being performed in the body of the performer on stage. So for me then, even working through the poetry as a literary object became an endeavor in performance and in visual arts, in terms of like understanding how every single word and verse in this poetry lands on the page. So that was part of the process, again, in terms of like thinking through like multiple interdisciplinary ways that allowed me through Zomfam to just figure out what is the hybrid space where something new can emerge. I will end by just showing you a short trailer to what the performance looks like.
There is a voice that does not speak English, does not speak French, and yet echoes wisdom and truth in my bloodstream like the waves of the ocean that witness the loss of our languages. And that voice tells me that I do not need an imperial language to define myself, that I do not need to be trans in English or in French, that colonialism has already wrapped itself like a knot around our vocal cords. And even though our lineage is one of silence that we weave in between our intimacies, this voice exists deep within, and it speaks like my mother, like my grandmother, like my great-grandmother, like the generations of women and femmes who fought to keep our language alive and pass it on from generation to generation.
Here you go. So that was me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kama. So we're going to take a round of questions. So please pass on your questions if you have some. What strikes me first when after listening to the three presentations is how there is an appropriation of the body and all the possibilities of it as a way to remember, to face, and also to kind of have agency with it and recollect the stories to make something else of it, like also in a decolonial practice, as Kama explained in the presentation. So, but also there is what strikes me is that body is in the three presentations actually within the environment. So with it, interacting with it in very specific places at each time. So something that we might focus on now, if you agree, Alan.
Yeah, I think locality is really, really important, and the Jade's project really is about how do you make the Black Atlantic work in her space, and her space is rural North Yorkshire, where there isn't, like in many places in Britain, there's Black community in very big and wide ways. But in that locality, you know, and that's one of the things she was trying to get across in terms of the landscape, her loneliness in that landscape, and yet the way in which, because it's hers, because she lived in it, she belonged in it, but to an extent, she had to kind of, part of the doing of this artwork is about becoming a part of it. So that in fact, that all of those years, people still would say to her, the first thing they'd say is, "Where are you from?" Because she's not the right color to be there, in their terms. And her whole thing is, no, I belong here. This is mine. And it was one of her ways of making the space to make that statement. Although I think when she did it, a few years ago, she might not have been fully articulating it as such like that. As she did it and then had responses to it and then worked through other pieces, it became really clear to her, as far as, she talks to me about it, that she's initiating a muscle memory which takes her back way beyond, the ancestors she knows about, to a whole kind of diasporic past. And her way of thinking about that has to be in the locality she is now. And as I hope I showed in the presentation, we can actually trace it now increasingly, because we are doing the Black history that allows us to bring forward some of the ancestors which, have only come to light in the last couple of years, and we're bringing more to light as we go. So I like that, the way in which Jade uses that kind of knowledge she's gaining about that Black history as part of the practice, but at the same time, the practice is so beautifully artistically imagined as well. And I think that combination is what many of the artists we're talking about seem to be doing. Is like, yes, it's not some kind of academic thing that they then kind of produce some kind of pseudo artistic interpretation of, that it's very intermeshed. And I think the best Black art at the moment is doing that. And artists like Lubena Himid have been doing it for 35, 40 years,
Denise, would you go on with that?
Yeah, sure. And I was, thanks so much for these presentations. I was really, really, very intrigued by them, especially Kama's idea of, of the body. And I'm also thinking of the body. And actually, body is the first home, the first oikos, or the first landscape that we have. So it's the first, maybe the place. So, for example, in Sandström's works, what I observe is she problematized that oikos precisely because it was disenchanted by colonial modernity. And she refashions it through the foregrounding ancestral ties, through this, cosmic vision of radical futures, somehow at some point maybe utopic and dystopic amalgamations. So I think her insistence, her occupation with body, I think becomes very specific in a very specific historical time, and she sees the body, the female body, female personhood, as a very complex biological, technological, political, and ecological assemblages, rather than purely discursive or purely material entities. So it's a process for her. And I also observe this in Forna's other novels as well. So Ancestor Stones is just putting the ancient stones with its all, ghostly presence, with its all very weighty and very violent historical baggage, but also her other novels, Memory of Love, for example, she also tackles this question of how one remembers the violence, how one remembers the trauma within the body, within the cosmos. So I think, as you say, 3 presentations somehow revolve around how one remembers through performance, through body, rather than pure discursive, let's say, delineations.
Thank you, Kamal.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I will add to this is that, like, for me, I think we are, specifically at the time in which we're living right now, given the ecological crisis in which we're living, I think it is time for us to reframe our relationship to our natural resources, right? Like it is time for us to reframe our relationship to ecologies, our relationship to the territories, our relationship to the bodies of water. And for me, there is that exploration. And the thing around it is like, I don't think it takes us to invent anything new, right? Like, because it's like, you know, if I take just the example of Canada, because this is where I'm located, right? Like it's actually indigenous peoples belonging to those territories have historically had a different relation. The relationship between the body and the territories was already different, right? Which was actually based on reciprocity and not on that notion of exploitation, right? Like of taking away the resources, but that each element, each ecologies had also their own spirits, and that those spirits needed to be honored, and there was a relationship of reciprocity that needed to be built there. And I think for me that's also part of the, you know, when I'm exploring, yes, there's performance, there's the body and all of this, but I think for me, there's a reframing. I mean, I hope that this is what this kind of work, you know, as a collective, when you bring it all together, is doing, is that it's reframing that sort of like colonial or capitalist notions that we've had towards like nature, generally speaking. And also the other thing that I wanted to add, more than on my practice, but this is just like my reading of Jade's work, which, you know, but I think there's something also so special, like when I see Jade's work, which is located in this very specific context, because the thing about it is that, like, I do think that that territories and waters carry geological histories and ancestral histories, right? Like, so if we're thinking, so right now I'm developing a new project because I've been invited to develop a performance around the afternoon tea. So, and it was so interesting because now I'm delving into this research, and I'm like, you know, and I come from an island where my ancestors, my grandparents worked on sugarcane plantations and tea plantations, right? Like, and then when I think about this, and for me, there's something that's so strong also in Jade's work, because I'm just like, really, you know, like even if there was no Black people in a particular locality, that doesn't mean that history is not part of the land, of the territory, because really everybody was drinking tea by the end of it, right? Like globally, the empire benefited from that, you know? And for me, there's something that I find so powerful. This is my reading right now, but there's something that I find so powerful about Jade's work, because it's like, it's a reactivating, not just of the body, but of the territory, saying this territory carries this history as well, you know? And for me, there's something about, yes, there's the part of like, oh, a Black visible body in a place that's predominantly white, but also for me, it's really a reactivation of history that's happening, that then is a reckoning with our own histories, independent of the context in which we live.
Would you like to?
Yeah, I thought in the longer piece and in Jade's writing, she talks an awful lot about exactly what you're talking about there, Karma, about the relationship of her work to the land and the relationship of her work to British colonial history, you know, and to that history of, so that when we are in a Yorkshire space, a Lancashire space, an Oxford space, we're in a space where the very buildings bleed, you know, the history of people from the colonies and local you know, and local British Black people here too. But yeah, so it is that kind of global interdependence, and it is also appearing to kind of the environment and to those spaces and places, and trying to kind of make sure that one of the ways to save them really is just tell their full history, for it not to be some kind of chocolate box national trust idiocy.
Well, thank you, the three of you. Thank you very much for this amazing panel. We need to move forward now to our keynote speech. So we were glad to welcome you in Oxford, even virtually, and hope to see you soon in flesh and blood. So a round of applause for you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
So we're going back in 5 minutes.
Hi, this is Deb. Just wanted to check my share screen. Anyone there?
Hello. So we are back for our keynote speech. We are very happy to introduce Deborah Willis. Deborah Willis is a university professor and chair of the Department of Photography and Imaging at the Tisch School of the Arts at New York University. And she has affiliated appointments with the College of Arts and Sciences, Department of Social and Cultural, and the Institute of Fine Arts, where she teaches courses on photography and imaging, iconicity and cultural histories, visualizing the Black body, women, and gender. She is also the director of the NYU's Center for Black Visual Culture, Institute for African American Affairs. Her research examines photography's multifaceted histories, visual culture, contemporary women photographers, and beauty.
She received the MacArthur Fellowship and Guggenheim Fellowship, and she's a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. She has pursued a dual professional career as an art photographer and as one of the nation's leading historians of African American photography and curator of African diasporic cultures. Willis is the author of The Black Civil War Soldier, A Visual History of Conflict and Citizenship, and Posing Beauty, African American Images from the 1890s to the present, among others. Professor Willis' curated exhibitions include Framing Moments in the KIA, Migrations and Meanings in Art, Let Your Motto Be Resistance, African American Portraits at the International Center of Photography, Out of Fashion Photography, Framing Beauty at the Henry Hart Gallery, and Reframing Beauty, Intimate Moments at Indiana University. Thank you so much, Deborah, for being with us today, joining from New York. The floor is yours.
Thank you. What a pleasure to be here, and I wish I was there. The experience.
Welcome in Oxford.
Yeah, we'll have the next visit soon. I'm truly honored by this invitation. I think about, been thinking about this for a while since I received the invitation, and this organizing and rethinking how to tell this story visually in many ways. So I'd like to just begin by talking about this paper examines women photographers working in the 20th and the 21st century, employing decolonial practices to create a framework in which to reimagine and reflect on the various experiences of memory, migration, and choices whether to stay or leave. What happens when one crosses borders to seek a new life and or opportunities? What objects are carried, what memories are sustained, what foods and foodways and religious practices and sounds are preserved. The works discussed will be informed by social practice, portraiture, politics, and time-based media. The photographers created a multivariate conversation that explores concepts of memory through tales of grandmothers, dreams of grandchildren, forced migration, and joy of family. These works embrace and challenge various narratives on identity through history, but also through the impact and reception by both the empowering and subjective bodies, often explored through gentrification, longing, and trauma, as well as drawing attention to race, class, gender, and religion. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen. And begin with, let's see, I'm going to start this. And begin with this image here. This is a book that was just introduced, Picturing Us, but Women, Memory, and Transmission. I think about the practice that I experienced as a photographer, making images and considering ways to tell new stories as I began to curate and teach. And so this image, when I think about the cover of images and the books that I produce, I was always looking for the images of women to present on the cover. This is an image by one of the writers in the book, Berta Mae Grosvenor, her grandmother in South Carolina, who grew up with no photographs. And she said that, but the stories they told presented a visual moments. And then moving forward to this paper, I want to dedicate this paper to two people who lived and born in the UK, who created a language for me as a young photographer, as a photographer and writer, but also to think about ways that Maud Salter, this is her self-portrait, as a Black woman, every act is a personal act, every act is a political act. I dedicate this paper to Maud Salter and to Jo Pence. Jo Pence was also a person who helped shape my understanding of family photographs, putting myself in the picture. And to think about their work today in honor of this conference, I wanted to begin by dedicating this paper to both Maud, to the memories and to the works of Maud and Jo Pence. But also, as I mentioned earlier, considering the work that I've focused on in my introduction, I spent a number of years trying to reinsert and reimagine the histories of Black bodies and women into the histories of photography, beginning with using images of women on the cover, from a cook in a kitchen in Harlem to someone who posed for Nadar in Paris, and then also to Lorna Simpson, to Michelle Obama, to a free woman who was a washerwoman in the 19th century in America. But then moving forward to artists who are looking for ways to explore beauty, from Renee Cox to working on the exhibition of the Henry Art Museum, to the collections of posing beauty, and to consider Delphine Diallo and the work that she has done in terms of how do we use the notion of self-fashioning as a way of looking at beauty, looking at bodies, but also the body as the female warrior and armor. And she writes, the female warrior, I had a few references for women's armor. I had few references for women's armor, and all of them were inspired by Western mythology. I was determined to create an armor that I'd never seen before, based on my spiritual journal and ancestors from the Fulani tribe. The women's armor is an invitation to awaken the hero within, to make the challenging journey of self-leadership and consciousness, to enter into the mystery of the mythic image. Here we see Delphine creating this armor, the woman's body, forging the ground, forging the lens, and creating this story. When I thought about the notion of armor in the 1950s, and 60s, when children were going to school, when Black children were going to school, and how we had to be seen as dressed for success, or dressed in telling the story. Gordon Parks took a photograph of a young girl's dress that was ironed by her mother, and it's Ellen's Fontenelle's dress. And I see this as her dress, as her mother ironed her dress for the morning, getting ready, a poor woman, getting ready for her child to have an education, to struggle through the life of poverty, but that dress was her armor. And thinking about dress as armor, looking at this image here of a mother who's taking her son and the grandmother and an auntie, taking their first day of school for their son to go to school. But in terms of dress as armor, the women who are dressed to present for success, but also looking at the respectability of dress, how they are expecting the racist woman who is blocking her entrance into segregating a school, how women and their stories and the stories they're told through self-fashioning. And it's really important to think and rethink about this story. This is in Nashville. But beginning with my body, my dress body and undressed body, I was in a classroom in the 1970s studying photography, and I was told I was taking up a good man's space, and a good man could have been in that seat. And when I think about this notion of taking up a good man's space, there were 18 men in the classroom and 3 women. And to experience the notion of what a professor could see, that a Black woman, all she would do is take up this space when a good man could have been in there, get pregnant, have a baby, and then what's going to happen to the man that could have been in that space. So years later, I found the contact sheet. My son really found the contact sheet and decided to challenge this image and said, why don't you talk about this image? And why did you talk about this experience? And rethinking this, I recreated this as a silkscreen and said that I made a space for a good man. And here, seeing this image, reflecting on this moment from 1976. Carrie Mae Weems is central to my story. And she says here, I looked and looked to see what terrified you. Mirrors are central to her. You know, in terms of she's holding a mirror, she's gazing into the history of how 19th century images and 20th century images of Black people, that she looked to see what terrified others to see Black people as threats. So here, this image of Carrie Mae Weems, she's holding the mirror, but also self-fashioning again, consciously looking at the dress as a quilt, patterns that are log cabin quilts, which is about home ownership, about linkages to women working together to create beauty and sustain beauty. Carrie looked at images of the 19th century of women, Drana, and the image of women from the Sea Islands, and the experience of women who were photographed and seen as subhuman. Their bodies they were photographed in a studio at J.T. Zealy's studio in South Carolina, because Agassiz thought that Black people were inferior, and he wanted to prove that theory through the experience of photography, the photographic portrait, by stripping their bodies half to their waist. But we see a woman, Drana and Dahlia, whose full breast, we know, who breastfed not only her children, but other children on the plantation, the white children. She took care of the land. But we see these bodies, and as Carrie Mae Weems looks at these images, she's able to rethink and reconnect these stories, to look at images of Black women who were free, who left this country in the US to move to Monrovia, Liberia, because they felt that Africa was the only place where Black people could be free. A Black photographer also felt that way, Augustus Washington, and moved in the 1850s to Monrovia. And this is a photograph of Susan McGill Rushworth. She's holding a daguerreotype case. This is most likely a mortuary or a portrait of her deceased husband. So this is a mourning portrait. But we begin to see the images that were circulated in the 1840s and 50s of the undressed body, and then how women who were free and able to make their own images and create portraits about how they could see themselves during a time when Black bodies were subjected to humiliation in different ways. So here we begin to see her choice of dress, her earrings, jewelry, the look of freedom. In this image here, Frederick Douglass says that the servant woman can, because of photography, the servant woman can now see a likeness of herself, connecting to the noble ladies and royalty when they purchased paintings during another time period. But looking at this image and considering this young woman who posed during the Civil War in the 1860s, where she believed in herself as a citizen, we see her with a US American flag pinned to her chest. It's painted red, white, and blue. And we know in that notion that the photographer is also working in collaboration of citizenship and seeing this young woman as a full citizen. We see the US brass button also pinned to her chest. We see the way that she's posed, looking directly into the camera, telling her story of freedom in her style of dress, to the point where, when I think about Sojourner Truth, who also understood the importance of photography, where she had a mantra on the bottom, a phrase, I sell my shadow to support the substance, not only her body, but the experience of the enslaved movement, anti-slavery movement. And here she is a photograph of her grandson, who was a Civil War soldier, placed on her lap, hand on hip. We can see her with her glasses. We see her in her polka dotted dress. And we also see moments of empowerment, because her grandson was a prisoner of war on James Island in South Carolina. So when we think about family members and grandmothers and grandchildren, we see the notion of how important photography was to engage in moments such as Maud Salter's Calliope. She's representing Baudelaire's Jean Duval as the muse of epic poetry, but finding a way to find poetry in painting and connecting it to photography, but also connecting it to the lover, giving that lover a space for full visualization of the experience, using the daguerreotype as opposed to holding the book of poetry, holding the daguerreotype as a poetic gesture. But also Maud, I'm gonna go back, Maud Salter also looking at history. Many of the photographers that I'm sharing today are looking at historical moments, historical references, and this is entitled Hysteria, where she is paying homage to Edmonia Lewis. Edmonia Lewis, who was an American, also Native American, who studied at Oberlin College and left this country, the US, to study in Rome. And she later moved to Boston, but she was very active as an artist. She was a Chippewa. She was interested in telling the story about the Black Civil War soldier and the troops of the 54th, and the leader of the 54th, the Colonel Robert Shaw, who basically had an all-Black troop and died with the all-Black troop in South Carolina. She was one of the first artists to make a replica of a plaster of his visage. But creating this image, we begin to see the poetics of the importance that Lewis, as a Black sculptor, knew what she recognized was important for her to do at the age of 20. And here we see her honored in the work of Maud Salter. She was repeatedly denied the proper place in sculpture history, but also denied for a number of reasons, because of her dress, because sexual orientation, everything about her was questioned because of her interest in her arts, and because of her as a Black woman. Another artist, Micheline Thomas, looking at 19th century images, the sleepers, Courbet, using the Polaroid image, 20 by 24 Polaroid, to create a 21st century of this experience, sleep. What it meant for two female lovers to pose, to find fabrics, fabrics such as the wax prints from Nigeria, to comparing the two, and how these images are recirculating here from the 1860s to 2011. And these stories are retold through Black women's stories. Rose Diasano is an artist living here in the US, and she has been creating monuments to women. And this is Unsung Heroines, Absent Monuments series. And she creates these monuments in 3D format, and she's looking for different ways to place them in public parks and public spaces in the city, as well as in other cities in the US. But finding these stories and looking at the experience of women who are unknown and known through the experience of storytelling. This is Yelaine Rodriguez, Oshun as Orisha of fertility. Help Us Birth Generations of Revolutionary Women is a story that's also is multimedia project, but there's a story about how she is conceiving dress, wearable art. The sitter for Oshun wears a bright yellow dress in her honor with a cape, with a woven cape with threads, but passing this through the experience of the 19th Amendment of women who were trying to get the right to vote, specifically Black women. So she's inspired by that movement. And so that movement, looking at Afro spirituality and the notion of Afro-futuristic legacy in imagery. The Red Coat through Renee Cox, her images, as I mentioned earlier, looking at histories from the Caribbean. She's looking at the Maroon culture there, Queen Nanny in the Blue Mountains. She continues to photograph in Jamaica. She continues to find stories about the Maroons, but through dress. Again, she refers to this, and this is a huge print. It's now on display at Federal Hall as a banner. And she's maintaining that Nanny, who created a community of Maroons in Jamaica, and that community still exists today. Lori Novak is also looking at women from the 1920s and the right to vote, using the pill box as a symbol, as a symbolic moment to share moments. If you push this button, release that pill, and these women, these faces of women who were suffragists, who began to tell their stories, they honoring them, not only Sojourner Truth and Ida B. Wells and Frances Ellen Harper, but looking at the women who were Native American and Asian American, to look at their stories that through to today, through Stacey Abrams, the right to vote, and looking at the historical images where women who tried to vote were denied that experience, and then having this kind of tactile moment in looking and reframing these stories. Through Susan K. Grant's image of looking at Adela Hunt Logan from the 19th century and Mary Church Terrell, that the series are shadow portraits. This history is inspired by the stories of these women who fought to vote. These are two Black women from her series that she created. Their contributions about their neighbors, their club women, but looking at the reference to silhouettes from that time period and how do we recreate the story. Delphine Fawundu, whose project is In the Face of History. She creates a freedom cape. And again, as I can't express how important self-fashioning is because of that unclothed body we've seen of Black people, Black women for so long, or the ragged dress. But here we see this honored dress where she uses 19th century images, contemporary photographs of her own, where she's looking at the first Black woman, Shirley Chisholm, who ran for president in the 70s. And she's looking at this cloak and this cape that helps to guide and protect outside of the horrific experiences that Black people in this country and worldwide experience. This is a close-up of it as she makes self-portraits looking into history. A photograph of Delphine with her grandmother and the experience of the stories of her grandmother making clothes, making this batik type dress, where she's also creating the dyes for the dress and dressing for the experience. In the Face of History, she's looking at historical references to Marcus Garvey and the Black Star Line, to reading these moments where people were looking for ways for freedom, looking for opportunities to share their moments, looking at the horrific headlines of Black people who were lynched in this country, in the US, but also what's happening in Ethiopia. So she's looking at the news that Black women read during that time, using her body as a framing in the face of history. Also, Wendy Red Star. And she's also Native American, looking at her experience, owning your power, looking at the experience of dioramas in natural history museums, and creating fall and creating spring and the 4 seasons. And here she is posing with plastic animals, creating the linkages by her grandmother who's photographed, her grandmother, Amy Bright Wings, Red Star, photographed early on in the 20th century, to using, and also making a photograph a self-portrait of her daughter, Beatrice Red Star Fletcher and Wendy together as they share moments of history about their past through dress, through fabric, through storytelling, and through sound. Works by looking at the works of what happens when women look, here's Nikisha Durrett, but also what happens when women, the experience of in 2020 with the deaths of Breonna Taylor, but also of a number of women who died as a result not only of COVID, but also of police brutality. So she decided to look at the experience of the magnolia leaf. And she says the magnolia leaf is golden brown and tough as leather on one side, velvet, and the fallen leaf possesses an often uncelebrated radiance and resilience. So she uses the reference of the leaf as an opportunity to reference women who, and honor the death of women who died, because they're resilient. And this is an installation of the magnolia leaf by Nikisha Durrett. She's placed this in a gallery, tells the story of finding these leaves and all of the women that she names in this experience. And this is Wendy Red Star in the spring diorama. She also started looking at historical images, Wendy Red Star. And so this is inspired by her research as she investigated the representatives of the Crow Nation who attended a conference to meet in 1873. And this was an exhibition that was on display. And she decided to write about the individual people who attended and the erasure of their stories. And she uses the archival image to tie their experience after the meeting, during the meeting, their dress, the experiences of their stories, giving us not only a portrait of them, but also creating a new identity of all the people who attended that, who were part of that delegation. Nona Faustine, also looking at history. This is the Federal Hall, as she thinks about her white shoes as she walks through the town of the bodies and where slave women who were enslaved were sold into slavery. And she reimagines, a pregnant woman who is tossed off the ship. And here we begin to see how artists are using these stories. Daisha Harris is also looking at the notion of freedom and what happens with liberty, justice, and freedom. She creates a video experience of underwater as people left this country of the US to go to Canada in search of freedom, and then using biblical songs or spiritual references, One More River to Cross, thinking about Harriet Tubman and these references in the images. Roshani Kempadu, living in the UK, but also writing about this experience of ghosting, the experience of plantations in the Caribbean, in Guyana, and in Trinidad, and throughout the Caribbean. She's looking at the experience of tracing not only the connections to Britain and India and West Africa, but also the landscape of that experience through storytelling, through indentured service, but also these multi-screen pieces are not only in spoken word, but still images, but the memory of that ghosting and that story of the people who left their towns and migrated to from different places from India as well as from the UK. But there are also some fictional stories that she is imagining because these stories are lost and their narratives are lost. So there are some unwritten diaries that are created but are reimagined through her lens, and like Mary Louise and Ram and Elsie, but thinking about the violence of their experience, but also think about the beauty that they left in terms of the land and the family stories of posing in the family photograph within that experience. And these are just references to some of them. Michelle Pearson Clark, who is a photographer and video artist living in Toronto. I love this portrait, when we think about, I consider myself a dandy. We know what the stereotype, I'm reading a quote from her, we know what the stereotype of a lesbian is when it comes to fashion. And as a masculine, Black-bodied person, there are a lot of stereotypes and a lot of limited views of our relationship to clothes and our relationship to style. In that way, it's a personal political pushback against that. So she uses style as a way of referencing the masculine body. You know, she grew up in Trinidad. She looks at fashion. She understood that early on. She says, she didn't want to wear the girly clothes as a child, but also, you know, she cut her hair off early on. But here we see this is a fashion photograph. We know the way of what a dandy means. We also know what it means when we can self-identify in terms of fashion. Zalika Azim, working in this country, looking at South Carolina as a reference of self-finding the unspoken stories. This is when her grandmother died. She never knew her grandmother was a photographer. And here she found images of her grandmother, by her grandmother, that she made as a photographer in the 50s and 60s when she lived in South Carolina and when she moved to Brooklyn, New York. She created an installation, not only of the photographs that she made, but she also interviewed some of the people that that were still alive, of course, and asked questions about the moments that when they were photographed or moments of migration. What did it mean for her, for them to pose? But she never knew her grandmother was a photographer, and she spent time with her grandmother. And what did that mean for her grandmother to hide that history? On the road from South Carolina in Botany Bay to New York. So she reimagines that experience using historical photographs. To the St. Helena Island, where we know the Civil War fought, was, you know, there are islands where many of Civil War soldiers died. But here, where Black people lived, Black people were enslaved during the 19th century and of course from the 17th century. But here we begin to think about and rethink about families leaving and migrating north. And a contemporary photographer using this reference, using family photographs, using the portrait by guiding these stories. And also Beth Moyes as a photographer, artist living in Brazil, the subjugated body. But to think about violence against women and the stories of domestic abuse. How do we tell stories about wedding dresses and the hope of women, the happiness and elegance when women find dresses and to find that white dress to tell their stories? This artist is also looking at the subjugated body in a different way. She is committed to, you know, activism as a feminist. She's looking also at the beauty of group and of groups coming together, not only as women coming together for weddings, but coming together to protect women against violence. And so she uses the white gloves, but also the Black stitching in the hands. That is part of the violence. So we begin to see the strains of blood, but also the stitching of broken hands and the reference to abuse. But here again, we see these stories that are often told in different ways by different women worldwide. And she says, I'm taking my steps sometimes wider, sometimes shorter, so that I can try to make people look for reflection. I believe that art has this power so that we can start to make change. She claims that the urgent voice of women and calling attention to the experience of women. And these are some of the images from that time period. So the Black dots simulate the memories of acts of violence, and she's stitching them together and the stories that she finds in the nudes, Reconstructing Dreams. This is a performance piece. Sheila Pre-Bright. So all of this connecting to this, we think, well, I used to think this new notion of say her name. And here we begin to think about from early on, we look at Maud Salter's work, connecting it to the work of the 21st century, where women artists are saying, say her name, put these women back into the history. And this is a Say Her Name parade and protest, looking at these stories by Jennifer Douchet, Ling Douchet in San Antonio, Texas, where she finds ways to tell the story of Asian American women, Native American women, created a new flag by creating ceramic balls and sending people, asking people to write names for women to vote, and created a new story about their experiences. And here she writes Anna Julia Cooper, Harriet Purvis, Mabel Ping Hu Lee, and the stories that tell their experience of the fight to use their voice to vote. And so these women activists, and looking also at history and style. Lauren Kelly creating a crown of picks, using this reference from the 1970s of the pick with the fisk, to Zanelli Maholi, who creates this kind of sails, the turban. So we see the power of hairstyles and Afro picks in this memory. To Renee Cox, to Ayanna Jackson, looking at the image of the phenotype and the prototype and the stereotype of these portraits, from the portrait looking straight ahead and creating a style to reimagining. And then Fabiola Jean-Louis, who is an artist looking at 19th century images and dress, images of people who were lynched, and specifically the image on the right is an image of Gordon, who was beaten as an enslaved person, who ran away, and as I see it, as self-emancipated, to New Orleans to join the Civil War, to become a Civil War soldier, but was photographed by the surgeons. And we know that image because it circulated so often, and it also circulated in Scotland as an abolitionist, proof that slavery was dehumanizing. And so she created a dress. She created this kind of beautiful dress and reimagining the experience of the scarification. So she's highlighting the horrific experience of slavery. She's looking at the reminder and the agonizing moments. And she says this is rest in peace. And then she makes this moment of how do we deal with unsettling images? How do we deal with the pain and suffering? And how do we recreate a story to symbolizing the memory, but how do we remember these moments? And these are some of the images that she's looking at, the people who allowed this to happen. These are kind of moments of royalty that allowed these experiences to happen, how it could have been stopped by some of these images. And also in Brazil, Rosana Polino, who is looking at historical images and thinking about the work of Louis Agassiz, who worked in this country in the US, but also moved to Brazil, so also to create this notion that Black people were inferior. And so she uses the photographs that were made from Brazil and created this in suturing contemporary images of hearts, creating the heart and creating this sense of being for these people who were photographed, these women, and the blood that flows through their bodies. And these are moments where women are going through these important moments of looking at history. Yelene Rodriguez is looking also at history, Follow Me and My Train of Thoughts. So looking at the style of dress of Afro-Surinese women who moved to Amsterdam, to the Netherlands. And so during slavery, they had a head wrap, and the way that just recreating the head wrap in telling the experience of what the moments of you follow my trail will follow, to a better life. The hope that happens with the Emancipation Day celebration, and then the houses that were created in Amsterdam that were similar to the houses in Suriname. But dress was important, using madras, using colors, using this fabric to celebrate enslaved people during that time in the 1860s through the 1870s, but also remembering the women from that period. Hung On Tran, living in North Carolina, her parents left Vietnam during the 70s and used to compare. So she decided to look at family photographs from a hot border, looking at the images of Time magazine and Life magazine to images when her family arrived here, and using family photographs to reconsider the silences of the narratives of the war in Vietnam to the people who moved here and what they experienced with institutional racism, but also how the Orient comes easy on Northwest. She used old ads, and then also images of the family images in the water. And so these moments of looking at ads and looking at the history, looking at these multiple stories to experience. And I have just a few more to go through. I have about 5 more minutes left. Here we see Carrie Mae Weems and Zora Neale Hurston. Again, Carrie looks at these images of historical references. And this is one of my favorite ones of Zora Neale Hurston, where she says, sometimes I feel discriminated against, but it does not make me angry. It merely astonishes me. How can any deny themselves the pleasure of my company? It's beyond me. And Carrie is saying the same thing as she looks at the experience of affirmative action when this country, when women could not get jobs and were denied jobs. And then it astonishes me, as she says, in looking at this. She also created a piece for the Vienna State Opera House, the safety curtain, as it comes down, in between performances. But she created a piece with Mary J. Blige called Queen Bee. And the safety curtain kind of acknowledges Black beauty throughout. We see the swan, we see the flowers, we see African art, we see the crown, we see the experience where she's anointed as beautiful, but also in this opera house. So we began to think about how, when people were waiting for the performances to begin, how this public display of beauty is constantly reminded of Black beauty, reminded. To Sama Ashabi, who's looking at the eternal love song. She's using the experience of, this is a simulated packaging of a suitcase. And the suitcase is open, and just imagine what people place in there as they travel. It's empty, what's missing from it. And she's using 19th century process images to think about how women were photographed during the 19th century in the Middle East. She also created this piece here some years ago. It's the powerful image of the war, of the Iraq war, and it's between the two rivers, where she re-empowers the image of Iraqi women who were subjugated to the selling of the war. The notion that women in Iraq, who once enjoyed the greatest freedoms of the Arab world, could be liberated by war under the guise of democracy is encountered. She looks at the notion of the blood, the tattoos, the woman's gaze, and the power, but she's also reconnecting to that history. And Carla Williams, Venus, in South Africa, Lolo, who's looking at Black identity and urbanization and street style. So we begin to see the joy of street style and fashioning through the post-apartheid South Africa experience. To Kennedy Carter. And so this ends with this experience of COVID, where there's so many women photographers who are home looking at their lives and thinking about their experiences and thinking about their future. And here a young photographer who's noted now for photographing some of the most important fashion magazines. She lives in North Carolina, but she has her father cut her hair. What did that mean? And she says, as a photographer, I began to focus on searching for people in other beauty. She began to think about what it means to take care of herself, how to be gentle to yourself during this experience of COVID, how to think about and relearn things about yourself because you're forced to stay home. How do you find joy in staying home through cooking and hairstyling, and how to keep sane by creating different things and happening. This is Jessica Petway. to Joy Gregory, who's also re-looking at her archive as she travels Cinderella tours Europe, looking at the ways that women who travel throughout Europe and leaving their footprints throughout. Joy, who's recognizing her beauty and photographing herself. To Mary Magdalena Campos Pon, Between Two Waters, as she considers the images of herself, but connecting to Nigeria, connecting to the Yoruba deities, but also creating these paths of water. To Holly Roberts, Woman with Baby, as we think about the abortion rights experience that's going on now in Texas, but how do we retell these ghosting and these stories? And ending there, where I created a piece in homage to Joan Baez's Civil War piece, where I'm looking at Civil War images and invited 2 choreographers, dancers to reimagine through sound and through the experience of historical photographs and Joan Baez's images. And I'm going to stop sharing and now open up for questions. Let's see.
Thank you, Deborah. We can see you.
Okay.
So it was a very, very broad presentation, and we thank you very much for that. So it gives us a broader sense of women in photography, women as photographers through history. And so you have focused your presentation, I would say mainly on portraits. Is it something that you really wanted to present us today in the framework of this conference?
Yes, I felt it was really important to think about the notion of memory through portraiture. That early on, when family members or individuals had their photographs made, they went to portrait studios. And how do we connect that as a mirroring of that search for identity? And that searching for identity we can find through examining through the aspect of portraiture. When we think of the images that the land is central, but I really felt that the absence of portraits of Black women that constructed and interrogated their own identity was an important way to create to the mission of this women, memory, and transmission. And portraiture was, without a doubt, the most important way to tell that story.
Thank you.
Yes, I may have a more personal question. As it's your life's work, basically, to be a vector of transmission for Black narratives and Black women's narratives. So I was wondering of your legacy, and also as you're at the Tisch, you're connecting with the next generation of researchers and artists. How do you envision your work as a legacy?
That's hard for me to answer. I know, because in terms of the notion of legacy, but I think that my work is about reframing memory and filling in the gaps of historical gaps. The whole aspect of invisibility has been the experience of women photographers across the board. When I teach photography, I'm constantly giving names to students of women that I met over the years. They're still not taught. Black women, white women, Asian women, Latina women, I mean, across the board, they're still invisible in the history of photography. So I just really think it's important that, so my work, when answering that question, what my legacy is, will be, and it's about reframing the memory of our existence as photographers, as women photographers. I think that's the connection that I'd like to to make to my legacy, which is an awkward question for me to answer, but I think that's what I believe is the best way for me to answer that question.
Thank you. It wasn't an easy one. We may ask the audience maybe for questions now, if anyone has any questions to come. I have you have one.
Do you want to try and say it to you?
Try or come on stage.
I can shout it.
Okay, so we've got a question from Pelumi Odubanjo.
I guess it's needed of what Deborah just said in terms of filling in the gaps in images of Black women by Black women, and just it kind of echoes me the importance of fiction and fictional narratives when it comes to depictions of Black life. So I just wanted to ask Deborah what role fiction plays, and I guess in her practice and in what Elisa said is her life's work in collecting, and yeah.
Well, I think fiction is central. I love that question. Thank you for that. Because in filling in some gaps, we have to reimagine different stories that are lost. So I think the fiction is part of a notion of memoir, but it's also a part of recreating a memory that's lost. Like when we think of Maza McGee's, her book, it's her recent book, I have it on the shelf here, but when we think about the experience of women warriors in Ethiopia, some of them we did not have diaries, did not have stories, but somewhere in there, we know stories that are passed down from generation to generation. But the experience of their fight during the war, their experience of their look, their dress, was reimagined through Maza's work. And so fiction is central for us to kind of really excite the memory. It's magical, you know? So I think that's where I see fiction working as a magic fix for reality. It could be self-reflexive in a way as we see fiction. It can be a component of criticality in a sense, but it's a way that we know that there are stories that are missing in this gap that have to be told by observation of the history that's missing, and acknowledging that this is a history that's missing. That's an important moment.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will close this.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much for being with us today, Deborah Willis. I hope all is well on your side of the ocean. And to meet you in person very soon. Thank you again.
Thank you for this
today.
opportunity.
Thank you so much. So we will have a short break and come back in 15 minutes. That's okay. So welcome back for our last but not least panel today for the conference Women, Memory and Transmission at the Maison Française d'Oxford. So a panel entitled Memory Making from Personal to Political. I'm happy to introduce you Coraline Jortet, who will chair this panel. Coraline Jortet is a Laming Junior Research Fellow at the Queen's College of the University of Oxford. I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Justine. Thanks for inviting me. Such a pleasure and honor to be here. And the talks this afternoon are really wonderful. And without further ado, because it's very much not about me and very much about the presenters this afternoon, I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Dr. Emma Parker from Keele University. Emma Parker is a lecturer in postcolonial literature at Keele University. And between 2020 and 2022, she's been also a researcher at the Oxford Centre for Life Writing, just here around the corner. She has previously published articles on autobiography, colonialism, and graphic narratives in Critical Quarterly, Life Writing, Autobiography Studies, and Wasafiri. And a co-edited collection, British Culture After Empire, is due to be published by Manchester University Press in 2022. So thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just need to say thank you for inviting me and for organizing this today. I just feel like just listening today, I've learned so much, especially from the creative and the academic researchers who've been here. So just thanks to everyone who's spoken. This was invaluable for me. And my other disclaimer is that what I'm about to show is really work in progress. So I'm very much looking for responses and feedback and questions, no matter what they are, because this is very early stages of my postdoc project. So today, once the slides get going, I want to talk about one book in particular, and I'm going to use that book to think through some ideas on colonialism and photography and collages and contemporary life writing. And the book is by Hazel Bicrabi, well-known academic, now also a brilliant life writer. And it's from her memoir, Imperial Intimacies, A Tale of Two Islands, which was published in 2019. And this is a slide from the cover of the book that I've got here. But I thought I would give some context that I have an abiding interest in photography and life writing and colonialism that goes back to my PhD, which was a study of life narratives by white authors who grew up in colonies and protectorates and settlements of the British Empire. And all of these white writers traveled to Britain immediately after the Second World War. So they all arrive at a particular post-war moment when colonial rule is being dismantled across the globe. And these memoirs and autobiographies that I was interested in were by writers like Doris Lessing, Penelope Lively, Janet Frame, and J.G. Ballard, and more, but these are sort of my core interests. And as I was working through my PhD, I was often struck by images like these that I've put on the slides, images of white colonial childhoods, white life at the end of empire. And these images are both, as we can see, they're of privilege, they're also to an extent of confinement, cut off from the worlds in which they are shot. And I've always thought about them through Sarah Ahmed's arguments, especially her arguments in A Phenomenology of Whiteness, which is a relatively short article in which Ahmed reminds us that colonialism makes the world white, which is a world ready for certain kinds of bodies. And Ahmed thinks through what it means to be a white body and therefore to be at home in the world. So on the one hand, these pictures are like portals into the colonial realities of the life narratives that I'm so interested in. They illustrate the action within the narrative. They illustrate episodes within the stories. But on the other hand, sometimes these images reveal truths and episodes that the written text just cannot for whatever reason. So they're not purely illustrative. It's a shame that I'm no good at making slides and I've cut off my own edges here. But in the bottom left, we can see a very young Penelope Lively with her hand petting the ears of a donkey, and that's shot in Cairo. And in the background of the image are 3 Egyptian children. If you could see all 4 children's feet, you would see that Lively herself has smart buckled shoes, white socks. The other 3 children are barefoot. It's a photograph that's brutal in its contrasts. But this is an episode that is never covered in Lively's amazing first memoir, Oleander Jacaranda. I've described it elsewhere as it's like a shoot into something missing in the text. And I'm really sort of fascinated, maybe slightly haunted by this image, which I see as like a counter narrative to the comfortable life of privilege, of white confinement that exists in the text itself. This image complicates the written autobiography. So I'm really interested in how photos can do something more than illustrate in memoirs of the end of empire and any sort of autobiographical account that includes colonialism in its interests. So I'm wondering whether photographs in the context of these books could do something more, could they have more multiple and complex functions? And just to say, also in the context of my PhD, I wish I had one of these books to just show what I mean. The images are always contained, they're always marooned in like a series of glossy pages in the middle of the book. And they're always reprinted on a different kind of paper. They're sort of isolated from the text itself. So they're contained from the written narrative. I think maybe my clicker isn't working, but, oh, great, thanks. On the other hand, in Imperial Intimacies, and this much more contemporary life narrative that also has everything to do with empire and colonialism and belonging, Hazel V. Carby uses images, both personal images throughout and tons of archival images too, and she intersperses them throughout the text. This might seem simple, the fact that she wraps words around the images, but it means that, first off, the pictures in Imperial Intimacies aren't contained within their own slither of photographic paper. They're not cordoned off in a visual sequence. And secondly, unlike the images from white memoirs that I was just showing you, they don't tend to have captions in Carby's memoir. There is a list at the back of the book as to the origins of each image, but it doesn't tell you like the date at which they were taken, and it doesn't tell you who took the photograph. So there's, again, these images are sort of, it's up to us to determine what their relationship is to the text in which they're written. And by embedding them throughout the book, I want to suggest here that these photographs are providing a sort of critical structure for how we read this text, and that they might offer us new ways to think about autobiographical narrative and post-imperial Britain and the history of migration to this island on the fringes of Europe. So I'm thinking that maybe these images have something to tell us about autobiographical narrative and colonialism. So this is a question that's come up several times already today, this really painful question for some, where are you from? And Carby's 2019 memoir begins with this question that was posed to her many times throughout her childhood. Often the question was posed in terms of, where are you from, but where did you come from before that? When the young Carby would say, I was born in England. And growing up in Britain immediately after the Second World War, Carby dreaded what she called the question. Here she says, the girl grew adept at living in anticipation of the question which crouched in the shadows, waiting to challenge her right to belong. Carby refers to herself in the third person throughout this memoir, for reasons I don't have time to go into, actually. So when she explains she's born in England to the question, she gets disbelieving stares from teachers. She gets told by various random adults that she's a liar, and her classmates aim punches at her light brown skin. So these are daily hostilities that dismiss her rights and her claims to Englishness. And they impress on her childhood, as she describes it, and they impress on her adult life, both in the UK and the US. Carby is, I'm sure you probably know, but she's a much celebrated professor of African American studies at Yale University. She's a seminal Black feminist thinker, a sort of pioneering scholar also of literary criticism. But her parents, as she tells us, grew up poor on islands more than 4,000 nautical miles apart from each other. Iris and Carl Carby are raised on Britain and Jamaica, respectively. But as imperial subjects, they share memories, crucial memories that overlap, like waving the Union Jack on Empire Day, a former holiday now defunct on the 24th of May. Iris and Carl's only daughter, Hazel, records that their later marriage was destroyed by what she calls the stomach-churning acidic tides of racism in post-war Britain. Here's a picture of a very handsome Carl Carby in his RAF uniform and his pipe. So I'm suggesting the complex structure of Imperial Intimacies expands the horizons of contemporary life writing, and it does so by interweaving multiple autobiographical threads. Formally, this is just a fascinating life narrative. It is a biography of Kabi's parents. It is a memoir of her post-war childhood recounted in the third person. It is also an account of her academic practice as a researcher. It's an amazing account of archival research. It is also a reconstruction of her family history going back 200 years, spanning both Britain, Jamaica, Wales, and other locations across the globe. So it's a reconstruction of her ancestral history. Interspersed throughout a formally complex narrative are quotations from a wide range of sources that hang, and I'll show you shortly, they hang in columns in the text, so they're not fully interspersed into the narrative. And there are various replicated documents and images. I've just taken a few from the text to show you some examples of the kind of images they use throughout. So the pages of Imperial Intimacies are crowded with stories and sources, and clearly these demonstrate the impossibility of quickly answering that binary question, where are you from? And I've just got some examples I can talk us through quickly here, working clockwise around the slide. So we have a 1910 picture of the home and colonial stores, complete with staff members in front of it. We have a personal portrait of a 2-year-old Hazel Kabi very, very sweetly posing in her Sunday best in the family garden. We have an advertisement for Fry's Chocolate, also from 1910. We have a portrait of the newly married Iris and Carl Kabi taken in their garden. We have a replication of an archival document, an imperial register, a register of enslaved persons that Kabi witnesses in an archive and then reproduces on the page. And then we have this semi-iconic archival picture of the passengers disembarking the Empire Windrush at Tilbury Docks. Through this collection of images, documents, and written text, Imperial Intimacies is clearly a multimodal life narrative. It tracks a route through the archives, histories, and memories of empire. But I think that this unusual autobiographical form, assembling all these different images, texts, sources, lives on the page, I sort of see it like an invitation, like it kind of gestures to us as readers to draw together, to be like an active collaborator in picking together meaning from this text, piecing together a dialogue that begins on the one hand with this beautiful young girl's childhood in the 1940s, but sprawls out to a kind of global web, a web that includes the written registers of the transatlantic slave trade. I'm inching towards this suggestion that this book is an autobiographical collage, or it could be read as such, a narrative in which text and image, personal and historical sources collide. In a series of opening chapters, I'm sorry I don't have a scanner and these photos, feature my thumb, which is not great. But in a series of opening chapters, some slides of which I've got here, Kabi's family photographs are replicated alongside archival pictures. So this is a sequence we have here of image and text. It begins with the historic image of Hensel Castle in South Wales, which was then a hospital for grown men with learning difficulties. We then move through to a column of isolated text. It is, in fact, a job advertisement. It begins Careers for Girls, and it's the very job advertisement that the young Iris Leeworthy, later Iris Kabi, would read while she was a domestic servant, and she was desperately unhappy in her position. So she reads the job advert. She ends up at Hensel Castle, and that starts a chain of events that lead her to marry her eventual husband, Carl. Okay, so far so good, right? Because if we read left to right, we have a sort of a chronological sequence in which we have a sort of roughly chronological biography of Iris that is substantiated by the images. So in these images and texts, I'm suggesting we have something akin to a family scrapbook in the beginning, a sort of chronological sequence, a narrative in which text and image sort of mimic the form of these 19th century pastimes. Rona Cran, in an interesting book about the sort of history of the collage, tells us that scrapbooking was a popular 19th century pastime for collecting new mass-produced media like postage stamps and advertisements. But as Cran also outlines, the sequential narrative of the scrapbook could be seen to inform the later 20th century art form of the collage. So there is a sort of connection between the two. And the collage, by contrast, emphasizes encounter and juxtaposition between the seemingly disparate fragments. Cran draws a development right from the scrapbook to the collage, that's what I'm saying. And maybe using Cran's ideas here, her brief history of the collage, I want to suggest that imperial intimacies in these chapters, it begins as something like a scrapbook. It begins like a chronological archive of a single family, but very quickly it develops into something much more complicated and life narrative that wants to resist order. It wants to resist synthesizing and wholeness and cohesion. So it develops into something more like collage. I thought it would be useful to give an example of this collage form. This is again from quite early in the book. And again, it concerns Iris and Carl Carby's marriage. So this is a chapter which contains the only double portrait of Iris and Carl, presented along with columns of text that contain extracts of oral interviews with Caribbean servicemen in Britain, servicemen who, like Carl, had experienced really distressing everyday acts of racism and felt profoundly unwelcome in Britain as a result. So these make for painful reading. In the key portrait, however, alongside these testimonies of distress, the young couple stand together. Their arms are tightly clasped around each other's waists. They smile into the sunshine. Their conjoined shadows cast a clear outline onto the brick wall behind. Carby doesn't narrate the story or the provenance of this picture, which is taken before her birth. She doesn't reference it directly in the written narrative at any point. The happiness suggested by her mother Iris's broad smile, the closeness of the young couple, tightly intertwined, these are entirely absent from Carby's written memories. Carby details only domestic violence and emotional agony as the hallmark of her parents' later relationship, as witnessed by both their children. In the written narrative on the page, Carby says that the case of Iris and Carl's marriage indicated how the mechanisms of the British state, I'm quoting here, attempted to prevent their relationship. As a couple, they were caught in the entanglement of race, its skeins threading into their actions, governing the smallest details of their lives. So there's a clash, I think, between this image of happiness and intimacy and Carby's retrospective assessment of where this relationship is heading. Rather than caption the image, rather than describe its provenance, Carby instead surrounds it, embeds it within a text that describes how British politicians, like the wartime Home Secretary Herbert Morrison, attempted to, quote, prevent sex relations between women and Black servicemen in Britain. So bereft of personal details, Iris and Carl are like hemmed in on the page here. They are surrounded by the racist beliefs of the British state. And for their daughter, their marriage was ultimately unable to survive the onslaught of discriminatory legislation and public opinion. I don't want to labor the point, but surely the arrangement of this picture on the page is crucial. The double portrait of the young couple is not a corroboration of what happens in Imperial Intimacy's text, because there is no record of this happy potential future marriage in the book itself. It provides an unwritten narrative, a narrative of what was lost amongst the tides of homegrown British racism. The photograph is a recovered fragment from this couple's shared past, but it speaks to an unrealized future. I see it as a kind of counterfactual life almost. A life that would have involved social acceptance and public recognition rather than actual purgatorial existence, which Carby says was condemned for breaking racial and sexual taboos. I found it useful when looking at this picture to go back to Susan Sontag and this ever so famous collection on photography, in which she says that photography is an elegiac art. It's a kind of form touched with pathos. According to Sontag, the photograph must always be seen through a sort of lens of loss. Its view of the past offers the viewer both a pseudo-presence and a token of absence. Carby's arrangement of photographs, the juxtaposition between the happy promise of marriage and the image and the grim reality of the written text, I think offers the beginnings of an autobiographical collage that sort of further complicates these arguments about loss. The double portrait depicts an unrealized future, almost, yeah, like I've said, this kind of counterfactual. Carby insists by eliding the personal details about the image that this most intimate relationship between man and wife is destroyed by the machinations of a post-imperial state. I don't know how much time I have left.
Four, 5 minutes.
Okay, so maybe I'll just do some closing thoughts then, rather than go any further. Just some closing thoughts on the wider collage in which this picture takes place, the text more generally. Because the photograph is arranged within a whole series, as I'm saying, of personal and historical sources. And I read these sources as really speaking to the contradictions of white identity in Britain through Carby's mother's marriage to Carl Carby, through Iris's experiences. Carby's autobiographical collage, if that's how we could see imperial intimacies, deconstructs what Carby calls the fictions of racial logic. Fictions, right, the untruths of racial logic. I've got on this slide here this double portrait accompanied by another archival extract that appears later in the chapter, another one of those distinctive columns of text. This is taken in a letter written by Iris to her cousin just 4 weeks before she would marry the handsome RAF pilot from Jamaica. And here she pens a missive to her relative that contains a slew of racial stereotypes. She says that both American and Caribbean servicemen are unintelligent. She despairs, I'm quoting Iris here, how the English girls can allow themselves to be mauled about by them we read of in the papers beats me. So how does this fragment relate to the subsequent happy image of a young married couple and to their daughter's retrospective assessment of a failed marriage, essentially? The collage of imperial intimacies could hold these disparate fragments together without insisting that they wholly make sense, that they cohere. To draw on Cran's vocabulary right about collages, the arrangement of these photographs emphasizes juxtaposition and encounter. It's about displacement, disruption. It's about really emphasizing these contradictions, showing how such contradictions could sever the most intimate of familial bonds. And by holding all of these pieces together through image and text, I think this allows Carby to write and to resist imperial order, that fiction of racial logic that underpinned the British state, that had such a devastating impact on her family's lives. So I'm suggesting that a collaged autobiographical form has the power to reveal and to dissect, but never to fully explain, because an explanation would come too close to exoneration. And I'm still thinking through, as I said at the beginning, these questions about autobiography, about images, about Britain's colonial past, about so-called racial logic, and also about whiteness. But perhaps the collage offers an autobiographical form that could resist that binary question, where are you from? The collage might ask that we, readers and viewers, piece together the myriad of relations between interlocking imperial histories that span the globe rather than a single nation or a single island. Through the meetings of fragments like a photograph and a letter, Carby demands an alternative to narratives of singular national or natal origins, and she's instead tracing the multiple intimate connections that make a shared colonial past. I think I'm good, thanks.
Thank you very much for this fascinating presentation. If I may, we'll go to all of the presentations that will take questions at the end, as we've been doing throughout the days. So our next presenter who will be with us virtually is Jenny Ramon, who's an associate professor of postcolonial and global literatures and a director of the Postcolonial Studies Center at Nottingham Trent University. And her recent publications include Postcolonial Literatures in the Local Literary Marketplace, Located Reading, also the Bloomsbury Introduction to Postcolonial Writing, Postcolonial Theories, and Salman Rushdie and Translation. And she's currently undertaking new projects on global literature and gender and on literature and maternity. She's an associate editor for the Journal of Postcolonial Writing and treasurer of the Postcolonial Studies Association.
Hello, I was hoping to be with you in person, but unfortunately that's not possible. So I hope this will be a reasonable alternative. Today, I'm talking about two novels that combine reading and questions of maternity and motherhood in texts which employ narrative methods to foreground the representation of memory. They retell two post-colonial histories, the partition of South Asia and Black British diaspora history, consciousness and representation, and their ongoing presence as memory. The first text is Zadie Smith's Swing Time, published in 2016, which is concerned with an unnamed narrator protagonist and her relationships with her mother, her childhood best friend Tracy, and her pop star employer Amy, and with her sense of Black identity as both a British woman and a global citizen. The novel is centrally concerned with dance and celebrity, and through these frames approaches Black consciousness taught directly from the narrator's intellectual reader mother, and indirectly as the narrator negotiates her identity in public life, for instance remembering blackface dance performances, and remembering that she'd not seen the blackface when idolising these performances as a child. Realising that as a mixed heritage Black employee of the music industry, she was automatically understood as cool and therefore given specific public-facing opportunities that her managers expected her to excel in. The other novel I'll discuss is Anita Desai's Clear Light of Day. Published in 1980, this is one of those sibling novels of Desai's, focused on 4 siblings' peripheral engagement with partition, whose violence was always physically distant from their wealthy suburban home. Clear Light of Day also features a central protagonist whose life circulates around others, her siblings, her distant parents, both of whom die without apparent impact on her, and her aunt, whose trauma is the most visibly present in the text. Much of the novel takes place within the family home, and much of it is concerned with memories, frequently with recollections of reading. Like the narrator of Swing Time, Bim, the main focaliser in Clear Light of Day, reflects upon maternity as well as other forms of duty and care that operate alongside partition. The novels approach separate histories, contexts and locations, while they both address the violent effects of British colonial history. The narrative methods employed in the texts are directly related to their concerns with ways to retell history and ways to organise memory. Swing Time introduces repeatedly the principle of Sankofa, a Ghanaian term employed widely by Black consciousness theorists to signify looking back to history as a way to move forward. Its symbol is a bird reaching back to fetch a seed, which it will plant to grow for the benefit of future generations. Clear Light of Day employs repetition to move through and beyond trauma. The Sankofa bird is first mentioned in Swing Time after the child narrator asks her mother for a doll that wets its nappy. She'd been playing with Tracy's doll, taking turns at parenting, but her mother responds by looking up from her books with a mixture of incredulity and disgust, before turning the Sankofa bird's lesson into an insult. Some people never learn. And an instruction for her daughter to recognise her difference from Tracy, the friend she'd made at dance class, and who becomes a double and a waymarker throughout her life. Although she promises she would never forget what her mother told her, her next thoughts are of Tracy and how to maintain their friendship without the doll. The adult narrator experiences a connection with a real baby for the first time when her employer, pop star Amy, adopts an African baby who is named Sankofa, in a transaction the narrator considers exploitative. The adopted baby instigates her journey back to her mother, who's dying, which in turn leads her back to Tracy, who she finds dancing. For the narrator, the Sankofa bird's advice that it is not taboo to fetch what is at risk of being left behind is understood to refer to Tracy, who'd been left behind. And she takes from that return the idea of a future family with Tracy, who she regards as her sister. This, combined with the Afrocentric symbol of Sankofa, indicates a kind of achievement of consciousness, though the text achieves this only after a difficult process of historical and maternal negotiation. Clear Light of Day reassembles memories through its repetitions and recollections of both traumatic events and reading. These two facets become contaminated, so that traumatic life events such as the death of their parents and aunt and partition itself are rendered without emotion, while the mistreatment of books is enraging and overpowering. In Elika Burma's postcolonial poetics, the writing of trauma is described as central to postcolonial literature, as a writing that expresses collective crisis, pain, distress, or shock. Burma suggests that trauma is signified stylistically through hesitations, breaks, and repetitions, not only compelling the reader to relive the traumatic experience along with the speaker or writer, but also drawing them into the difficulty of its articulation. Clear Light of Day addresses the ways gender roles and conventions are disturbed by partition. Reading is gendered in the novel, not only in terms of reading matter, Tara and Raj are reading typically feminine and masculine texts respectively, but also in the functions reading performs. While Raj's reading helped him to come alive to ideas in images and books he read, Robin Hood, for instance, and created a blaze in him, leading eventually to his journey from literature to politics, Tara and Bim read themselves into a stupor. However, Bim resists her gender role expectations in reading as in all things, tossing aside romance novels with dissatisfaction, while Tara was dragged helplessly into them. Bim evades motherhood through undertaking other caring roles as a teacher, as her siblings' guardian, and as caretaker of the family home and business. She reflects on the absence of her own mother, dismisses her sister Tara's maternal duties, and recalls the inappropriateness of their Aunt Mira's maternal performance, whose traumatic death is recalled alongside the accidental death of a cow, whose drowned body cannot be hauled out of the family well, and so it lingers in the pit and in the family memory. Neither text offers a conventional maternal role. The most impactful maternal event in Swing Time is the adoption of baby Sankofa. The baby's name is the trigger for the narrator's partial recollection of the consciousness history that her mother attempted to teach her. It's also the impetus behind her locating a more honest version of herself, which she does through exposing Amy's impure motivation for adopting the baby, seen as a white saviour act and publicity stunt by the narrator, who cannot tolerate what Beatrice Perez Zapata has referred to as Amy's unethical reading of multi-directional memory. Amy conflates the histories of Jews, gays, women, blacks, the bloody Irish, in a simplified response to the narrator's history of the Zong slave ship. Amy's response to the revelation that 133 men, women and children bound for slavery but unwell on board the ship were thrown to the water as spoilt cargo is, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The comment seems both illogical and grotesque, and the narrator's resulting feeling of discomfort and imbalance is in response to Amy's misinterpretation of history, of her rough handling of multi-directional memory, an effect which is intended to juxtapose separate collective traumatic histories in order to bring them closer together in compassion rather than competition. Zapata describes Amy's response to post-traumatic growth as fundamentally connected with her privileged position in a neoliberal context, where she's able to purchase her escape from her origins and, through her fame, guide others away from trauma, ignoring the social, economic and cultural differences that might impede others. I'll return to the significance of neoliberalism in Swing Time in a moment, as this is where I see the text offering new insight into the ways that women's writing can represent post-colonial histories. But for now, I wanted to emphasise the presence of the maternal in this significant textual moment for reconstructing and reinterpreting history. The narrator has been ordered by Amy to take her to a place in London where she feels at home. She chooses Hampstead Heath and Kenwood House Art Gallery. The conversation about the Zong slave ship arises because the narrator resists the standard tour commentary offered by the Kenwood House tour guide and is unable to stop herself from providing an alternative history, a conscious one. Her conscious, or post-colonial, version of history is one that she has known since childhood, since it was a favourite anecdote of her mother's. And so, unable to help herself, she began channeling her mother, commenting ironically on the commentary. After Amy's clumsy rebuttal of her alternative history, the narrator dwells on the memory of a little Moor in a painting, who seemed to be standing on the path before her, as if he's at once a memory of her past and a child that she might meet in the future. The conversation takes place while Amy is pregnant and in the aftermath of a heated conversation about whether the narrator can know whether she wants children, in which Amy wants to know her reasons before undermining them. and during which Amy asserts her maternal success, while the narrator recalls instead Amy's children's Jamaican nanny, whose role it is to undertake the maternal work. I just want to note that while Amy's post-colonial sense is clearly in question in the text, her maternal role is subjectively questioned by the narrator. Neither I nor the text would necessarily want to pass judgment on what constitutes appropriate mothering, only to notice where it differs from the conventional. She also defends her own mother for the first time, acknowledging that she was trapped and had to fight for any time for herself. It's interesting that it's only in the midst of this conversation, while retelling history, that she can articulate support for her mother. Elsewhere, her mother is a fierce adversary, or a hero, but a distant one. Rather than suggesting that the rejection of maternity signifies the impossibility of motherhood after the colonial impact on women from these two communities, or that the act of rejecting motherhood is a resistant one in a feminist sense, intended to afford the women greater intellectual or other freedoms, these texts simply register the alternatives to conventional motherhood. The alternatives are sometimes intellectual work, as with the narrator's mother in Swing Time, who resists the motherhood role in favour of intellectual work, or a broader sense of care as undertaken by Bim in Clear Light of Day, whose responsibility to her students, her family, especially her brother Baba, and the family home and library, render a relationship of personal maternal care impossible. Elsewhere, they signal simply alternative routes towards maternity. Adoption for Amy, shared parenting for the narrator of Swing Time, and caregiving either as a family duty, which Aunt Mira undertakes to the best of her ability in Clear Light of Day, or as a profession administered by an employed carer supporting the narrator's dying mother in Swing Time. None of the maternal figures is typical or ideal, and instead a pattern of maternity as a role rather than as an identity emerges, and with it the possibility that maternity might be undertaken in different ways, temporarily or under certain conditions only. Representations and recollections of reading are likewise fundamental to the representation of memory in both texts. Partition is mentioned just 5 times in Clear Light of Day. Like everything else beyond the siblings' emotional landscape and their relationships with each other, it is peripheral. Partition makes its mark symbolically through the effects it has on the books in the house. News of partition is delivered through the radio, which is kept on a bookshelf, and soon after, hot winds sweep dusty grey sand over the books, an event which is told repeatedly since it's such a cause for distress. Reading is a highly emotive activity in the novel. Books can mark irreconcilable differences if reading tastes and habits fail to coincide. Books are the repository for unspoken or unmanageable feelings. Defeated to the point of exhaustion when his father forbids him from studying at a Muslim college, Roger flings a book of Urdu poetry at Bim. This act, being so out of character for a book lover, indicates the growing divide between the two, and between Raja and his home. The text registers the significance of this act by repeating the arresting words shock, shocked, and shocking. Repeated instances of the word shock are employed in the text, recalling the physical state of shock often experienced by victims of trauma. The word is significant because it's used to describe mundane conversations and activities. Describing the family home, the suggestion that it might be changed on Tara's return visit leaves her truly shocked. Watching a snail lie shocked and still. Visiting the neighbours, the Mizra sisters, and on leaving, releasing the sisters from shell-shocked postures. There are 8 further instances of the hyperbolic use of these words to convey unexceptional activities or emotions, often accompanied by vivid images that signal the meaning of the word shock beyond the immediate context, implying the shock of partition is registered in the family in spite of their relative seclusion from its events. One of these vivid and violent images is used when Bim claims that her colleagues hate children and teaching. "Do they?" said Tara, shocked. Hate was a word that always shocked her. The image of a dead dog immediately rose before her, bleeding. Books register this condition of shock, since the event where Bim experiences shock is her brother's treatment of a book, and this is the first time the word is referred to in the chronological narrative. The text is organised non-chronologically, further displacing the trauma in a narrative embedded in surface domesticity. Swing Time presents difficult and contested reading. We might term this alternatively literary activism through memory. Clear Light of Day is concerned with the assembly of memories of reading out of sequence, and we might term this literary archive as memory. The texts offer methods for women's post-colonial retelling of history. Both evoke reading and both reject maternal roles, while they offer post-colonial reinterpretations of the most violent and traumatic moments of Black British and South Asian history. Partition and the Atlantic Passage and the aftermath of both histories is signalled as a continued trauma, but one that can be worked through via operations of memory, in place of the active forgetting that partition scholars note is encouraged by the Indian government. At the novel's close, Bim is suddenly overcome with a memory of reading in Roger's well-thumbed copy of Eliot's Four Quartets the line, "Time the destroyer is time the preserver." Through this line of poetry, Bim perceives cohesion. She saw how her own house and its particular history linked and contained her as well as her whole family, with all their separate histories and experiences, giving them the soil in which to send down their roots. Always drawing from the same soil, that soil contained all time, past and future, in it. This redemptive message reads like a plea to come through trauma, and a method to do so, guided by poetry. Swing Time presents Black consciousness as persistent, yet affected by the socio-political impact of neoliberalism. Reading for consciousness is displaced in the novel. At the moment of the narrator's mother's death, the narrator walks towards her friend Tracy's flat and sees Tracy and her children dancing, which is the final word in the text. If the text is not a straightforward narrative of developing consciousness through reading, still, it's a book about the ways in which reading and developing consciousness in a particular socioeconomic and historical context, shape identity and subject position. The aesthetic history of dance seems to have enabled Zadie Smith to express a post-neoliberal version of consciousness that looks back to move forwards in ways that the narrator's mother, restrained by a pure version of consciousness, couldn't. The text asks us gently to look back as a way of moving forward, and to do so by taking instruction from jazz music, which embodies the principle of repetition, or repetition with a black difference. The text primarily engages with swing timing and with the history of swing dance. So if we keep in mind that the history of Black writing in Britain and of African diaspora writing worldwide insists that art has a power that can transform, then the original Black swing dance emerges from swing time as a source for a contemporary articulation of Black consciousness, which contains within it the history of appropriation. Mixed race identities and the rhizomatic connections between Black individuals and populations worldwide result in the kind of complexities that the unnamed narrator represents in Swing Time. There's lots of evidence to suggest that the colonial project has had a significant adverse impact on mothering, but these two texts demonstrate how this impact continues to be felt in small ways by individuals and families. Here, partition, though only affecting the narrative protagonists peripherally, and Black consciousness dominate women's lives, and the result is that their stories are read against maternity. A final question in response to the field of memory studies. Can collective memory, something that both of these texts and contexts address, be refigured as gendered through the operations of these texts? A tentative reply might note that both texts seem to offer responses from a peripheral position, whereas memory studies scholars often identify a central collective position. These and other literary texts might therefore pose new questions for memory studies, since they challenge existing ways of understanding how memories are managed within cultural or social groups. They do this through a prominent vocalizer who is noticeably alone and independent, heightened by the protagonist of Swing Time remaining nameless throughout, reflecting on and not participating in their communities until the final moments of the text, at which point in both texts that protagonist recognises a value in community and clearly articulates their need to participate. That happens too in both texts in the absolute present of that text, at the moment the rest of the text has circulated around, when there's no sense of an already understood future, but instead there's a clear immediate decision to enter into our moment. What emerges from both texts is a hopeful strategy based on the productive use of memory through which women can rewrite post-colonial histories. Thanks very much, and I'm very sorry for the illness which has affected my presentation, but I look forward to being in touch with you all again soon.
So, for everyone following us online, we'll be back just after a couple minutes break, and we'll follow up very shortly with Erika Tan's presentation. See you in a minute. Thank you very much. Hi, Erica. Can you hear us? So in which case, let me quickly introduce everyone, Erica Tan, before giving us the floor for a presentation of the day. So Erica Tan is an artist, a curator, and a researcher whose work focuses on the post-colonial, transnational, and decolonial. And she's working with archival artifacts, exhibition histories, received narratives, contested heritage, subjugated voices, and the transnational movement of ideas, of peoples, and of objects. And Tan is currently the Stanley Picker Fine Art Fellows, and her work has been exhibited and collected internationally in a very wide range of projects. The list that I have here is absolutely mind-blowing, but to cite just a few: Art Histories of a Forever War, Modernism Between Space and Home, the Taipei Fine Art, a Museum, ESOC, the Jakarta Biennale in Indonesia, and so on and so forth. Lots of exhibitions. And so without further ado, let me give the floor to Erica Tan for what I believe is our last talk of the day. Thank you very much.
Hi, thanks. Hopefully my sound when I come to the videos will work, but let's see. So, stuff my mother told me. My mother told me stuff. Barang, stuff or belongings in Malay, also freight. In Khmer it means French, and in Thai a similar sounding farang is used for stranger or foreigner, white person, but also used to describe things that are imported. And in Cebuano language in the Philippines it means mythology and magic or malignant sorcery. Barang is one of the titles of the current project I'm working on. The other title is My Mother Told Me. The story begins, or is beginning a story we tell ourselves. Origin myths that explain the present. Stories that create timelines, linear trajectories that isolate events so that they cohere into tangible entities, focusing on some entities and not others, and leading towards a resolution, a key point, an ending. This is something I am trying to keep at bay. The remainder of my presentation will consist of fragments of thoughts and readings from the captions used in the current display of the work Barang in Taiwan. Burning Archives, Single Channel Video, 2020-21. Why does the archive have holes, gaps, and omissions? Archiving is power, the building and protecting of knowledge. But what does one do with material stuff which will not carry history? How do you keep hold of something that nobody wants? I've been slowly burning my mother's artworks, to much consternation from curators, artists, and people outside my direct family. The process is seen as destructive, reducing of value and lacking respect. Forced by the lack of space and financial means to archive the work properly, and lacking an institutional home for this work, much produced in Singapore over the 40 or so years that my mother lived there, my ambition has been to find a transformative or transgressive process by which the work can take on new significance or resonance. Burning, as with Chinese funeral rituals, can also be seen as a form of release and support for a new life. Within art practices, the notion of appropriation, reuse, and the afterlife come to mind. Alongside burning my mother's work, I have also been burning my own. What wasn't burnt was transported to a studio in London. I travelled back to London with the two guys transporting the work and spoke about the various objects in the back of the van. I was reminded about times I travelled in Singapore, Malaysia, and the region with my mother as a child. She would often travel with one or two of us, appearing to set off and allow circumstances to unfold. As a tall, blonde-haired woman travelling with biracial children, unaccompanied, she would attract attention. Travelling with my mother meant being ready for all sorts of exciting and daunting possibilities, but also always opportunities to engage with people in their lives. Tat Wali, seen in a minute, was an art transporter, trained actor, and had a band consisting of just himself. The band is called Max the Greek, and he calls it a project rather than a band. The project, he explains to me, is to play covers that no one else covers. Something about this struck a chord, and I asked him to come and perform in the studio for an open studio event.
There was just something about that Harry Belafonte riff that just led me to try and shoehorn the Lenny Kravitz words into that. As I said, it's all very sketchable, but it felt a lot more like you. And I would never have thought of that song in that way if it hadn't been for what's happening here today.
The cover or cover version is not just a remake, but arguably involves a reinterpretation of the original. One might even say a misremembering or a resituating and repositioning of the original. In previous projects, when exploring colonial legacies in Malayan museums, I was working with objects whose biographies were often omitted in the original acquisition notes. Makers were mostly unnamed. Geographical locations usually recorded, use and material often noted, but mostly never who owned them, what they thought about them, or their personal significances. Objects such as these seem to have been untethered from their origins, their current status often left in museum storerooms waiting to perform roles determined by curators. Whereas with my mother's works and collected objects such as ceramics, seeds, shells, brushes, her tools, her notes, her sketchbooks, of a different order. Would my mother's stuff speak to me? What would they tell me? What would they say? With a studio full of materials which had for at least 15 years not really been touched, I tried to attend to the overwhelming amounts of information, the excess. Some things bore fruit, like the unexpected note inside a coco de mer, revealing that it had been legitimately purchased. The coco de mer exists on only a couple of islands in the Seychelles and it has been illegal to take them off the islands. The nuts only float after the plant has germinated, which has made the coco de mer, unlike the coconut, bound to a specific place. Some things didn't give. The row of cardboard-covered objects concealed fragments of a bed. No instructions on any of these pieces, only my mother's name written large on each piece. It reminded me that she was often called in Singapore an Ang Mo Gao, a derogatory term meaning red-haired devil, and that her name would often get misspelt, where the F was often replaced by an S. Making the Bed, single channel video, 2020-21. In 2019, I inherited a 4-poster bed. My mother originally made it from colonial timber telegraph poles bought in Singapore in the 1970s. My parents slept on this bed for over 20 years. As a family, it was so big we could fit everyone into it. At some point, she transported the bed to England, where it remained in its cardboard packaging for 30 years. No longer sure if all the parts were there or how to put the bed together, not wanting to dispose of it, the film is about the bed's reconstruction and the labour involved in such a project. Putting things back together should be a collective endeavour. As I worked through the material, I found works I remembered and works I'd never seen. These paintings were made in the 1970s when my mother attended evening classes in the Nanyang Academy, Singapore's only art school. They were very much in keeping with the style of the Academy, whose founders were primarily Chinese male artists who had come to Singapore from China. Mostly self-taught, my mother returned in her 50s to the UK and did a BA in Fine Art in Goldsmiths College. Here she made video works and performances. Pouring Milk 1 and Pouring Milk 2, single-channel video. Pouring Milk is the title of Faye's original performance to camera work filmed in the mid-1990s. Reenacted here with latex, her daughter attempts to stretch these references. I remember seeing this work at the time, liking it but never having a conversation with my mother about it. 25 years later, I realised I had not only the Chinese jacket she wore in the work, but also the kopitiam marble table, the white milk jug and the Christmas pudding bowls. Now, however, I only had 4 bowls. Previously, I hadn't thought about the number of bowls in use, but now they took on an extra significance. We had been 5 in our family, and now in my own family we are 3. In each case there is an extra bowl, one perhaps for the hungry ghost, or a reference for those not with us. Perhaps works do speak, and the milk, mother's milk? A mother caring and providing for her family perhaps. Or am I stretching things here? What connection does the sap of a rubber tree have here, if anything at all? By way of an answer, and using Edward Said's use or notion of the contrapuntal, where multiple melodies can be sustained and exist in parallel, I had, alongside grappling with my mother's stuff, been made aware that the studio I was working in, that was part of the gallery in Kingston, was based on what had previously been a coconut fibre mill. In addition to this, the gallery was also a sister institution to the Studio Museum of Dora Gadine, an artist I had never heard of but had in the 1930s spent time in Singapore, and who I was later to find out was the first woman to be commissioned to make work there, and whose work I had unknowingly filmed in a previous project I had just finished called The Forgotten Weaver, and commissioned by the National Gallery in Singapore. Here a Malay weaver travels to Britain in 1924 to participate in one of the largest exhibitions ever, the British Empire exhibition, and soon afterwards dies. Her body is buried in Woking, and her loom and some of the textiles she wove end up in the Victoria and Albert Museum. I'm interested in this historic figure for what her experience can tell us about the way history is constructed, and how minor histories continue to be forgotten, and not because of their initial emissions, but because of something much more structural or institutional. Alongside the demonstrations of weaving, the Malayan Pavilion in the Empire exhibition also put on display a series of fake rubber and coconut trees, both examples of the rich natural resources that could be extracted from Britain's colony. So I had already been collecting images of trees in the region. How strange then to find these transnational references seemingly materializing from nowhere. Is this coincidence or some kind of pattern? Where might this lead to, and was it possible to conceive of a method of working which might be a series of connections, both real and imagined, implied and explored? Syed Hussein Alatas, The Myth of the Lazy Native, a study of the image of Malays, Filipinos and Javanese from the 16th to the 20th century, and its function in the ideology of colonial capitalism. In The Myth of the Lazy Native, Alatas explores the material history of coir, coconut fibre, and latex, rubber sap, within the context of colonial Malaya, and identifies how the conflicting labour relations between the British and their Malayan subjects leads to ongoing assumptions about racial productivity. Rubber plantations were predominantly colonial enterprises, needing ever-increasing labour to expand. Colonial frustrations at the lack of Malay interest in engaging in this labour led to the myth of the lazy native. The Malay community's ability to, in the main part, refuse this work was due to their ability to be more self-sufficient, relying on their small holdings, which would almost always involve coconut trees. The image here is of an inverted photograph of a coconut fibre factory in the east of London, where coconuts would have arrived from Asia and the Caribbean. Once an exotic commodity, here the coconut shy also represents a sense of tradition, or the incorporation of this once strange fruit as both the target and the prize of what is now seen as quintessentially part of the British summer fete. Coconut trees are independent travellers. Single channel video 2021. Coconuts in typhoon winds, battling and raging, refutes the typical representation or association of the coconut palms to the gentle exotic holiday destination or nostalgic past. Representation and metaphor are situational. This is no longer the sublime tropics that both Dora Gordine and Georgette Chen speak about. The work also explores biological migrancy, the notion of the coconut as an independent traveller, which circulates not only via trade routes, but also independently on ocean currents. A poetic analogy or connection is also made here to the routes and circuits made by the 4 women artists, whose different positions and circumstances affect their journeys and possibilities in germinating or establishing in their new homes. And here is where I perhaps should be more explicit in where this is all going. This idea of connectivity, of routes, of travel and coincidence, of coconut trees, of latex, of my mother, of stuff that might appear random but then throw shadows that resemble familiar forms, this becomes the work, this becomes Barang Barang. Barang Barang continues my interest in minor histories and a process of entanglement that the making of a work can foster. The project is about drawing lines between disparate moments in time, individuals and geographical locations, so as to find new positions and perspectives, not just on the specifics of those histories and individuals, but the way in which we might understand larger or more known and received histories. The overall work focuses on 4 female artists and their legacies, and who are brought together in filmic space to discuss and explore aspects of their lives. Historically, there is no evidence yet that these 4 women have ever met, but the premise is to imagine their possible conversations and interactions as artists and as women. Methodologies include scripting from archival material, mediated materials, and through a process of improvisation. The artists in focus are Dora Gordine, Georgette Chen, Kim Lim, Fei Tan. Archives and collections sourced include National Gallery Singapore, Dulwich House Archives, and personal archives. So I will quickly go through the 4 women's sort of biographies with images that accompany. Dora Gordine, 1895 to 1991, was born in Latvia, which at that time was a province within the Russian Empire. She was of Jewish parents. Her exact date of birth she took care to keep secret and cultivated a mystique about her past. She grew up in Estonia, where she was trained as a sculptor and lived both in Paris, then Singapore, and then settling in London in the 1930s. Her Chinese head, top right, was exhibited in Paris in 1926 and received great reviews, and she went on to become the first female artist commissioned to make work for the British government in Singapore. Gordine made a series of Asian heads during her stay in Singapore, some of which are in the collections of the Tate Britain and City Hall, Singapore. Gordine relocated to London in the 1930s, where she married Richard Hare and built her studio home in Dulwich House. Georgette Chen, Chang Li Ying, born 1906 in Paris, or China. She was trained in Paris and the States and then established herself in Paris before coming to Singapore via Hong Kong, China, and then Malaysia. Now considered a pioneer artist, she was a fundamental part of the Nanyang Fine Art Academy and the Nanyang Group, once Singapore's only art school and a group of artists which have dominated Singapore's national art canon. She received a cultural medallion in 1982 and is best known for her local portraits, local landscapes, and baskets of fruit. Georgette also learnt to speak Malay and went by the name Chandana to her Malay artist friends. There is some controversy around the location of Chen's birth. Some will argue Paris and others will argue China. What no one can argue, however, is that it is Singapore. She is most definitely an example of how the national canon can at specific times and moments be flexible. Kim Lim was born in 1936 in Singapore. She spent a large part of her childhood actually in Malaysia, and in 1954, at the age of 18, she went to London to study at Central St Martin's, where I now teach. She remained in London, married acclaimed sculptor William Turnbull, had 2 kids, and dies in 1997 in London. In a recent survey of public collections, she's considered the most collected female black artist in the UK, and posthumously has begun to be collected and celebrated in Singapore as a Singaporean artist, but also as an artist that helps internationalise and modernise Singapore's art history canon. On the right, a letter found in the archives that she sent to Georgette Chen, asking if she could visit the Nanyang Academy. And the middle image is Kim's presence in the selection panel of the Hayward Annual Show in 1978. The year before, Kim had been included in the annual show, and Lim was the only woman artist to be exhibited and the only non-white artist in the entire show. Lim is also known as one of the artists invited to the show to show work in Rashid Arian's exhibition The Other Story, but who declined this opportunity to show her work within the context of Black British art. Finally, Faye Tan, my mother, born 1940 in UK. She met my father, who went to London from Singapore to study in the 1950s, and later emigrated to Singapore in 1958, where she lived for over 40 years. Initially a self-taught artist and ceramicist, she also attends Nanyang Fine Art Academy and studies life drawing and painting classes there, and later goes to Goldsmiths. In 1987, we were both included in the same exhibition. Spectral Entanglements 2-channel video 2020-21 is part of Barang Barang. It was filmed in Dulwich House, London. Spectral Entanglements is a speculative meeting of the 4 female artists, Dora, Georgette, Kim and Faye. The artist Erica Tan brings these figures together as if constellations of her own imaginative network of women, artists, and individuals with associations to Singapore, which both divide as they do connect. The actresses work with material lifted from oral history interviews, artist statements, and other forms of writing. The original situatedness of these texts is sidelined, exploring instead how these statements and accounts might speak to each other, or not.
Dora, you were there at the same time in Paris. It's a wonder you two didn't meet.
I don't recall us ever meeting, but I would have loved to have had you sit for me at the time. In fact, one of my most well-remembered works, and indeed the one that launched my career, was my Chinese head. I used to have my friends look for subjects and ask them to sit for me, and at a train station one day they found this young Chinese man. It took 3 intensive days. But when I eventually exhibited it, it was described as a work of genius. Chan, that was the young man's name. He was described as far more intelligent than any of his European counterparts. And why not? But it was a different time then. The whole of Paris was crazy for these things.
Yes. You know, when I was in America, there was this famous artist, Arthur Miller, who always used to say he would love to paint me. And he encouraged me a lot also. But you know how it is. A European one day sees a Chinese like you, and before you know it, he will run after you to paint you.
So different ways in which these voices come together. This is one example of trying to converse together, and the next is a sort of overlapping, a multiplicity of voices.
Dora, we were there at the same time.
When I first went to Singapore, the strongest impression I felt was the extraordinary and characteristic beauty of the Malay, Chinese and Indian races.
Growing up in a society where the emphasis was on custom rather than on culture,
I was fascinated by
my
the
exposure to art was limited.
graceful walk of the women,
I saw Chinese
with
art,
their colourful sarongs,
classical
glowing
Chinese
against the
scrolls,
paintings,
and
decorative
Asia.
Amid the squalor of a dying breed of
considered very left before
These
liberation.
families used to work
Growing
with
up,
good
considered
European
too
art,
right.
nearly all
was from
of which had
reproductions
orders
on
of
things like
Paris
Degas
does remain in
calendars.
my affections.
I was
But
charmed
the
by
first
their
encounter
expressive
professional
darkness
sculptures and paintings,
and serene
prints
and roamed
and
around
colors in the
reading,
great
thinking
museums
whatever
in
and
London
wherever I
and Europe
wanted.
were
it was all
unforgettable.
I had to start again
and
from
such
scratch in a
extreme
new
and
world.
bewildering all
to the
at the
quick
same
Low
and
time.
tide
energetic
and
movements of
sandpipers raced the
European
crabs across the
townspeople
mud to
and their
hide
subdued
beauty.
clothes.
I found
and
in Malaya
Seaside.
The penultimate slide of the presentation is the work currently on show in Taiwan. Under the curatorial framework of Art Histories of a Forever War, Modernism Between Space and Home, the exhibition is an exploration of modern art in post-war Taiwan and the enduring resonances of this historical milieu. The exhibition pays tribute to a generation of pioneer practitioners in Taiwan art history who crystallized modern art through a series of artistic breakthroughs and debates. The exhibition foregrounds the modern art masterpieces housed in the Taipei Fine Art Museum, as well as incorporating contemporary works which explicate the lacuna of modern history. Here finally the various strands of the project Burung Burung are assembled in some sort of order, still not complete, still stretching connections, still untangling and entangling, but that this process, a cover version, for what now seems like a retrospective exhibition of my mother's work, has for me at least created a possible resonance, one which I hope will travel over the South China Seas and perhaps this time find a warmer reception back home in Singapore. I end with the final image of my mother in her own context. Fei Tan in context, 1980s. In 1987, both Erica and Fei showed work alongside Iskander Jalil and Eneng Teng in Transformation Image Contemporary Ceramics in Singapore National Museum. Both artists are considered as key contributors to Singapore's contemporary ceramic scene. Whilst Erica's inclusion was in her absence and most probably due to her mother putting the work forward, Fei, on the other hand, had established a small ceramic studio in Singapore and produced a series of architecturally inspired works. In this image, she is seen hanging out with and having food with other ceramicists in Singapore. From Fei, to the right, Eng Teng, Asof Rahman, an unidentified woman, Chua Su Kim, possibly, Lim Chong Beng, Tan Tuang Yong, and Po Chap Yip. Individuals identified here with the generous help of Singapore's own independent art archiver, Ko Neng Hao. And I end there.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating, as the audience here physically in the room might have seen from my amount of note-taking during your presentation. Just before giving room to the audience for questions, I'd like first to thank you all, the three of you, for these wonderful presentations. I was really struck by the common themes that emerged, and by that I mean not only, of course, the memory-making aspect on the memory unmaking aspect that was part of the theme of the panels, but also like the common themes of family, of motherhood, of parenthood, and as they are related to history of colonialism, and whether it is through the materiality of photographs in Emma Parker's case, or in your case, Erica Tan, through the materiality of the family bed, the mugs, for instance, and how those are really tied together. And yeah, Emma Parker has just mentioned images as a counter-narrative in memoirs of At the End of Empire that I found really striking. In Jenny Ramon's case, fictions of maternity and how the retelling of history as shattered fragments and partial recollection come to unsettle the official archives. And both of you, Emma Parker and Jenny Ramon, I think both speak to this reliability and unreliability of memory in life writing in your case, and in fiction in Jenny's case, and the possibility maybe for the literary archive to come as fragmented as it may be, to come as a corrective towards fruitful memory. And by contrast, you, Erica, I found really striking how you spoke to that burning of the family archive and of the material work in Burn, and how both, in a sense, the literary archives and the burning might work as a corrective to the institutional archives and to the structures of museum, which we know are shaped very much by colonial categories, and how then putting those narratives back into museum might come as a corrective, not only towards what's been erased, like narratives that have been erased and certain voices that have been raised, but other narratives that have received like too much critical attention. And here, it reminded very much of what Gail Erschatter speaks to when she talks of like, so Gail Erschatter being a historian of feminist movement in China, when she calls blind spotting, that is this moving in and out of focus, and things we see when we don't see others, and other things that we don't see when we see certain things that's being shaped by structures of colonialism. And this brings me to my question before I start rambling on and on, because I was really struck by what you said, Emma, about colleges as collisions, because it's interesting in French how a collage is originally like different things, of course, but they would stick together, and how a collision usually like gets things deformed, but they do not stick. And in both of your cases, I would be interested to know how you see this tension on how certain narratives end up complementing each other and sticking together in terms of family narrative, or colliding into each other and not sticking, and how what's at stake in that tension. Thank you very much.
It's a great question, a great comment. I was just thinking, as you were talking, that Annette Kahn has this wonderful book about making ourselves through family frames in family photography. And she basically says, like, when you open a photograph album, you're watching the family in the process of making itself for your gaze. And that's like a sort of collaborative narrative, but one filled with power. And what actually sticks to the page is what people have decided to paste in, and everything that is left out tells you everything there is to know about the family, basically. And some of the papers I've heard today about people who are very accomplished in archival research has made me think about the ability, when one delves into the archive, to turn over the picture and to see what's in the back, and to see where it was stuck, and to see how it moves through the world. So I'm not coming back with like a cohesive answer, but just some thoughts there on how maybe quite experimental life narratives like Hazel Carby has tried to put together are trying to reflect how complicated the process of assemblages, whether it's in a photograph album or in a personal archive, and to reveal some of the gaps that exist there. And rather than fill them herself, to just show you the gap and say, you, the reader, the viewer, must traverse that gut and that space and to move over it. So that's my kind of thought. I don't know if Erica wanted to.
I'm not really sure. I think, yeah, for me, the sort of idea of assemblage is potentially the never fixing down, that there's the perpetual possibility in this project of thinking about a kind of curatorial role actually as an artist, is the possibility of bringing these materials together and showing them differently. So the show in Taiwan has also kind of tried to find links and connections to Taiwan itself, and Georgette Chen has a connection to Taiwan, but really through her father, who knew Sun Yat-sen. But then this is a kind of way of thinking about women, identifying women through their fathers or through their husbands. And so in each place this work goes, there's this possibility of creating new resonances because of the fluidity of and the multiplicity of these kind of objects that in this form are allowed to produce new connections. Separately, they don't seem, I wonder what they do separately. Together, they seem to do more than they do separately. It's not really answering a question.
Thank you very much. I now have a question from the audience that because of us having directional microphones, I will read. So it's a question to Emma. Have you considered thinking about text as image, thinking about the quotes, the excerpts included in the book, but also about the book as a whole? Thank you very much.
About the columns of text themselves as a kind of image? Yeah, is the short answer. I'm really interested in graphic life narratives. I'm really interested in comics. I have a Torch comic series at Oxford to thank for that when I studied here for 1 year. And I went to see a lot of comics practitioners talk about people like Una, based in North Yorkshire. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. People like Carrie Fransman, based in London, who inscribed their own lives through graphic narratives on the page. So yeah, I am thinking about that. But when it comes to those columns and their arrangement on the page and how they progress eventually into the imperial columns of the imperial register, into the columns of enslaved peoples, obviously I can see there's a trajectory there, but I haven't quite figured out what that structure is beyond that. But I'm absolutely sure that you're right, and that those columns initially so early in the book, they are like P.D. James alongside Paul Gilroy, alongside, they don't seem to match. And then by the end, all we have are the columns of the people. So I'm still thinking about that. And if anyone else has thoughts, please come talk to me.
We shortly about time, so unless there's any last burning question in the audience, I think we'll have to, any last burning questions? No, then I think we'll have to wrap up for this panel. Oh, yes, one last burning question, wonderful. So it's a question to Erica. So you use a wide range of medium, even fire. Could you tell us about it?
About fire or
about the range of mediums, but also about fire.
I mostly work with moving image, actually, myself, and I think of the museum perhaps as a medium. This project is perhaps the most object-based, because many of the objects are actually produced by my mother, who was much more of an object maker than me. So actually, I have been making work in this using coir and latex, and so this is where I've started to make things and trying to explore the material itself and what one can do with this white sticky substance and hairy stuff. And what I've ended up making is pieces of work that I'm calling miscegenation, trying to bring these two opposing materials, or materials with sort of opposing historical references together somehow, and the objects are starting to look like contraceptives or fertility references. They look sexual, they look like genitals, they look like hairy, hairy bits in your pants, basically. They're very difficult to fully describe, and that's probably, so I often don't use lots of materials. I am often working with moving image, with sound, with archives, and kind of mediating those elements, often using other people's words and recontextualizing them. Often, yes, speeches and texts. So yes, fire was out of necessity. I love a fire though, and that was just a very small clip of what we really burnt. So yeah, more. I'm not sure. I think more was burnt than saved. So.
Well, thank you very much all again. I think we can give them a round of applause for their wonderful presentation. And now I believe we'll have a 2-minute short break for the live Zoom, and then we'll be back for the conclusions of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Hi again, everyone. And thank you so much for still being with us at the end of the day, which was a wonderful day. So Justine and I, we will just conclude with our first impressions of the day and give you also some more information. So from to my side, I would say I'm impressed by the many creative ways women and non-binary artists and writers fight to challenge the fixed narratives of history, to broaden them, open them, complexify them. I'm impressed by the energy that drives them and make them research, collect, examine the archive, always taking into account their ethical responsibility while doing it. I've been impressed by how these artists take risks, often use their body as vehicles of erased or invisible memory, and doing so rebuild their sense of ownership over it. How they don't hesitate to work on tropes, which are deeply embedded within Western culture, so as to deconstruct easy-built narratives. How they advocate for moving the arbitrary boxes and borders of identity and belonging. How they commit to their work and its meaningfulness. Their local point of view is so precious to help understand identity at the scale of global history that found roots in such different places as rural Lancashire, Singapore, Jamaica, Plymouth Harbour, or Wellington's Town Hall in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm impressed to see through all of these works how photography and literature are such accurate and powerful tools to rework the archive, to develop fictional narratives, to pay tribute to the deceased, homage to the ancestors, acknowledge the current lives, and open up spaces for women and non-binary people to feel safe and acknowledged. To resume, I feel grateful, moved, displaced by all of these powerful works.
Yeah, it was very, very strong, very deep, rich, broad journey we had today. It was very, very moving, and we feel so grateful for all the knowledge that you brought. So how can we conclude with that? It's like we've been witness today together of stories happening in parallel in very, very various parts of the world, all linked to colonial acts. So I've just taken your words to try to conclude with you. So I think that the main word today was reimagine. Reimagine with, about art, literature, with and across multiple media voices, give texture, intertexture, create intertext, reimagine history when the evidence are unseen, blind spots when the archive are missing, when the graveyard are crime scenes, shipwrecks, pyres, fires, find extra significance, reconnect, reinsert, act, give agency, look forward, look back, despite the reluctance to look back and face trauma, despite the deep rejection, emotional neglect, lack of love, all that leads to the rooted feeling that descendants are in immediate danger and need to survive instead of fulfilling life, always on the run, because of systemic and racist violence. Reimagine, shout the multivarious impact of the colonial past, blackbirding, transatlantic slave trade, try to anchor it in global, transnational, local history, unveil the narrative that has officially been written and told and taught, reappropriate time, recover space, lost landscape, hostile landscape, paradise lost in many ways, with a reappropriate body, a body of flesh and bones, scars that remembers and tries to heal and imposes its existence. Work from the invisible and make invisible visible against amnesia and ignorance. Denounce institutional responsibilities, reimagine, reframe and fill gaps with archives and fiction. Think of what memories are sustained. Be in vulnerable positions with bravery, owner of its own agency, a counter-memory for the future, a decolonial thought for each and every generation to create one own's image, overlap voices, acknowledge and learn to live with vagabonds, ghosts, specters, shadows, open and deconstruct the dominant, the determinist categories and connect collectively, floating over flux of all fragmented memories, beautiful, powerful, guardian, passers, healer.
We would like to thank every speaker of the day, the interviewers, and the panel chairs. We are honored to have worked with you to prepare this day and to hear you today and being with you, either online or on-site. It was a pleasure and an honor to be hosted here at the Maison Française, and we are deeply grateful to the director, Pascal Marty, and Sophie Gabias and Catherine O'Sullivan. We had a wonderful tech team today, allowing you to follow us, and we would like to thank Ross, Dariush, and James from Oxford Digital Media for the quality of their work. And we would like to thank Photo Oxford Festival and invite you to see the exhibitions either on site or online, running up to the 15th of November. Thanks to Torch, Oxford Research Centre for the Humanities, which made this day possible, and especially to Holly Knight. And last but not least, thanks everyone for following the day or a part of the day. We're very much looking forward to hearing your feedback. Please share it via our online survey, which link is in the chat or just under the video. Thank you.
So today we try to shed light on those practices and knowledge, and also to share that knowledge. That's why the live stream on YouTube is an archive. You will be able to go back whenever you want. And speaking of making archive, we are thinking of a publication, so we will be in contact with you very soon to see the possibility that we might have. So thank you all. Goodbye and see you soon. And Elisa, I can tell you it's not goodbye.
So Justine, thank you so much.
Well done.